the couch, lying on the couch, next to him. My head nestles under his chin. His arms surround mine. Our thighs tangle together. I open my mouth to say something like, "What the hell?" or, "Oh my God," or, "Huh?" But nothing comes out. Instead, I burrow deeper. "Assholes," he says. I'm still asleep. This is a dream, a nightmare, a blend. Who? The people who didn't like you winning the Forbes Award. How does he know that's the award I was talking about? You should report them. For what? I ask against his throat. He's warm and smells nice. Like sleep. Like clean. Like he could easily change my sink, save kittens stuck in a tree, extinguish a fire. For being dicks? Yes. Though HR would call it sexual discrimination and building a hostile work environment. It's not that simple, I mumble. It should be. His chin brushes my hair every time he speaks, and I remember trying to mention what happened to Dr. L. The way he commiserated with me, but also said that it would be better if I just forgot it happened and focused my energies on physics. What would you do if your student said something like that? I'd make sure they can never have a career in physics. The words vibrate from his skin through mine, and I know he means it. I don't have a single doubt. And that's how I start crying again, like a stupid Versailles fountain. And how his hold on me tightens, legs twisting further with mine. His fingers twine in the hair at my nape and press me deeper into him, shielding me from the cold and everything that's bad. I sniffle. I really wanted a chance to finish my molecular theory of two-dimensional liquid crystals. I know. His lips press against my hair. Maybe on purpose. We'll figure out a way. There is no we, I think. And Jack says, Not yet, no, with a small sigh that lifts his big chest. It'll be fine, Elsie. I promise. He cannot. Promise, that is. There are no reliable sources, no known quantities. We're in a sea of measurement uncertainty. Maybe this rejection will be my supervillain origin story. He chuckles. It won't. How do you know? Because this is not your character arc, Elsie. More like a character bump. I laugh wetly against his Adam's apple. I need to go back upstairs. I've never slept with anyone, never even considered it. I can't control what I do at night. What if I move too much, or snore, or take up too much space? A cover hog is the Elsie no one wants. But with Jack, I have nothing to lose, right? We're past all that. I can't believe I woke you up at 4 and you didn't murder me. Why would I murder you? Because it's late. Nah, I'm kind of into it. He yawns against the crown of my hair. You'll really enjoy the thrill of frequent nighttime urination as a senior citizen, then. It's not that. I think he might be about to conk out. It fits nicely in a bunch of really weird fantasies I have about you. I remember the picture in his nightstand, his earnest face in Greg's apartment. I'm breathing the same air as Jack Smith, but I don't feel scared or unsafe. Just comforted, really. Warm and so sleepy. Do these fantasies involve giant tentacle dildos? I'm yawning too, fading fast. Of course. I can hear his wry smile. Way more outlandish stuff, too. Milkmaid roleplay? Wilder. It's furries, isn't it? You wish. You have to tell me or I'll picture necrophilia and dismemberment. In my weird fantasies, Elsie. He shifts me till our curves and angles match up. Perfectly. In my fantasies, you allow me to keep an eye on you. I feel his lips at my temple. And when I really let go, I imagine that you let me take care of you too. It does sound outlandish. Why? Because in my head, no one has done it before. I fall asleep huddled in the curve of Jack's throat, wondering whether he might be right. 15. Heat transfer. There are no curtains, and I wake up first. The morning light is blinding white, as painful as 1,000,000 naked mole rats gnawing at my eyeballs. Judging from the slow, rhythmic breath chuffing against the back of my neck, it's something Jack has gotten used to. I feel rested, warm and cozy. At some point in the night, I must have turned around in his arms because my back is pressed against his chest. His hand is under my shirt, splayed flat against my belly, fingers brushing my pod, but not in a creepy sexual way. He's just trying to keep me close so that we both fit under the thin blanket. It should feel like being spooned by a piranha, but it somehow works. And maybe it is a bit sexual. Because there's something very hot, very, very hard, very, very, very big pressing against my ass. Jack probably needs to pee. Don't men get hard in the mornings when they need to go to the bathroom? It's a pee erection. A pee-rection. Yep. Still, I should leave. I try to slip out from under Jack's massive biceps, but he resists in his sleep. My heart races when he hums something into my nape, fingers gripping my hip. That hard thing pushes into me, trying to nestle farther between the cheeks of my ass, and I gasp. You smell so good. He growls into my skin, and all of a sudden I'm glowing with heat and embarrassment and something else. Something new and pulsating and unfamiliar. I squirm around the feeling. Oh, God. Am I turned on? He's barely awake, and I bet he thinks I'm his pillow girlfriend, or whoever he slept with last, and I'm here all hot and... Elsie. He nearly grunts. His arm tightens around my waist, then abruptly relaxes. He's still fast asleep, and this time, when I wiggle away, he lets me go. I'm running upstairs, flushing cherry red, and he's once again breathing evenly. It's okay. It's fine. Kinda creepy that I'm even thinking about this, since he's asleep. In the bathroom, I brush my teeth. Yup, with my finger. Wash my face and reassure Cece that I haven't been sex-trafficked. My inbox is bloated with emails. The highlight. From melaniesmom@gmail.com. Subject, Melanie. Melanie is a good person and did not mean to copy that essay from the internet. She told me so, and I believe her because I raised her, and in my household, we do not condone lies. She was framed. Her roommate has a vendetta against her ever since the menstrual cup incident. Please let my daughter resubmit her assignment. Melanie's mom. I sigh twice, then stress snoop in Jack's cabinets. Finding some Rogaine or antifungal meds or prescription-strength deodorant would humanize him. But there's only toothpaste, wintergreen, disgusting, and soap. So I sit back on the edge of the tub and spend an unspecified length of time thinking of a way to let Dr. L know that I failed. I failed him. By the time I crawl downstairs, Jack's moving around the kitchen, phone lodged between shoulder and ear, laughing softly and saying,
"Since you're staying 3 days, we—"
He turns around. When he notices me standing at the bottom of the staircase, his smile fades. Yes, I'm still wearing the northeastern shirt I slept in. And yes, my hands are swallowed by my cardigan. And yes, I can't help stacking my feet on top of each other. Clearly, I'm bringing sexy back.
"Need to go. See you next week."
Jack puts down his phone, then slides a mug of coffee across the kitchen island. For me, I assume. Which means that I have no choice but to make my way there and take a seat on a stool. He looks a bit disheveled, the back of his hair sticking up, stubble longer than last night, shoulders and arms filling the worn t-shirt. But he still has that air about him, amused, confident, unbothered. I wait for him to mention that we slept together. We slept together. But he doesn't seem to be inclined to be a dick about it.
"Hey,"
he says. The P-rection, trademark pending, is gone. I think. I can't really see. He probably used the bathroom downstairs and... Not the point, Elsie. Focus. Hey. I take a sip of my coffee. Disgusting, as coffee always is. I set down my mug, open my mouth to apologize again about last night, about the state of the world, about the cluster of atoms that shapes my very existence, when he says,
"Can I make you breakfast?"
"Oh." I shake my head even as my stomach growls. "I'm fine.
"May I please watch you eat something?"
Bam. Dimple.
"It'll be good for my mental health."
I'll just take this day for what it is. Me marinating in a puddle of embarrassment. If you have a piece of toast, that'd be great. Thank you. He nods, slips a slice of whole grain in the toaster, and then asks a really odd question.
"Why aren't you a full-time researcher?"
I blink.
"What? You got your PhD, then went straight to adjuncting. Most people try to squeeze in a full-time research position like a postdoc, especially if they're not passionate about teaching."
After years of hearing Dr. L talk about Jack, it's surreal having Jack bring up Dr. L, however obliquely. I did think of it, but there weren't any in the area. Theorists don't exactly swim in funding.
"What about other places? You want to stay in the Boston area?"
Yes. Well, I don't want to, but I should. For my family.
"Are you close? Do they have health issues?"
No, and no. Just my mom and my brothers are shit shows. Complete, utter shit shows. Like me. I can't leave. He nods. Like he doesn't fully understand. Like he understands too much.
"You realize that your skill set would be of interest to more than theorists, right? Your work is highly translational. Experimental physicists would fight to have you on their teams."
They didn't, though. Dr. L asked around widely, and no one was fighting. No one was even politely arguing. Like who? He holds my eyes for a beat too long, and... No, I shake my head. No. His mouth twitches.
"I do have the funding."
No.
"And the need."
Nope. He's fully smiling. Like I'm his personal entertainment center, amusing him in 4K and Dolby Surround.
"We could negotiate salary."
No. Nope. No. I'm not going to work for you.
"Why?"
I'm not going to grade your tests and bring you coffee.
"I have 3 TAs.
He looks pointedly at my full mug.
"And I'm happy to take care of your coffee. You don't even like coffee, do you?"
I squirm in the stool.
"Oh, Elsie,
He shakes his head in mock disappointment and takes away the mug.
I thought you were above sparing my feelings.
You were really nice to me last night, and I clear my throat. Anyway, I can't work for you.
Why?
Because you are Jonathan Smith Turner and almost destroyed my entire field. And Dr. L would kill me. I don't add, but I still feel a stab of guilt for being about to literally break bread with my mentor's archenemy.
Okay.
He shrugs, setting a glass of water and toast in front of me.
Disappointing. But it does give me free rein to ask something else.
Ask what?
Can I take you out?
The words don't immediately compute. For several seconds, they float in my brain like driftwood, aimless, unparsable. And then their meaning dawns on me. You mean you want to murder me? He winces.
Once again, what happened to you?
You asked to take me out
for a date.
Oh, I blush. Oh, I scratch the side of my nose. Jack's eyebrow lifts.
You seem more alarmed by dinner than murder.
No, yeah. I mean, it's just... Why?
You know, I'm growing concerned about your language comprehension skills.
The corner of his mouth is quirking up, and I cannot take this anymore. Stop it, I order.
Stop what?
Being amused by me. I don't understand why you'd want to... We've done nothing but butt heads since the day we met. I cover my eyes with both hands. Why are you suddenly being so nice? Giving me shelter? Offering me a job? Is this some fetish of yours? Some people get off on armpit sex. You enjoy messing with me and...
Look at me, Elsie.
His voice snaps me to attention. Jack has moved around the island and is leaning against it, next to me. The back of his finger taps gently against my hand, grounding me. A silent,
"Shut up, will you?" You done spiraling?
I'm not spiraling. I lie. Jack, believe me, you don't want to spend time with me. He nods, thoughtful.
What else don't I want?
I'm serious. For one, I'm technically still fake girlfriending your brother.
Didn't know it worked as a verb. Cute.
And you hate the personality switching thing.
That won't be a problem.
His eyes gleam.
Since I also enjoy calling you on your bullshit.
My cheeks heat. We have nothing in common. What would we even talk about?
We could spend 2 weeks just on liquid crystals. Or you could tell me about Twilight. Your erotic Bill Nye fan fiction phase. Stream of consciousness would be fine, too. I'd love to know what you're thinking.
I think a lot about how much I hate you. I say with no conviction.
I think a lot about how much you hate me, too.
His smile is tender.
When's the last time you had someone in your life you could be completely honest with, Elsie?
Asked by anyone else, it would be a patronizing question. Because it's him, it just feels genuine. Maybe my parents, when I was very young. But I can't remember a single moment in the past 2 decades in which I wasn't context-dependent, in which I didn't feel the need to cut myself into pieces, serve the one I thought others would want on a silver platter. There have been easier people, like Cece. People who knew most parts of me, like Cece. Even people who recognized the pleaser in me and encouraged me to stop, like Cece. Okay, there has been Cece, and I'm grateful. But even with her, I've never been fully sincere. I've always been scared that honesty would be the deal breaker. It's been a while, I say. But Jack already knew that.
Then you're overdue.
This is terrifying. No, I say firmly, shaking my head. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested. Disappointment darkens his eyes, but I can barely take it in before a phone buzzes. His.
Shit.
he mutters, but he looks away and picks it up, and after a heaving sigh, he says,
I need to leave.
He grabs a sweater from the couch.
Let's go. I'll drop you off first.
I slide to my feet. I can take the bus. The storm's over, so...
Elsie.
Hand against my back, he pushes me to the entrance. No, seriously. You've already done so much. He takes a soft, cozy black hat and slides it over my head. It's not mine, but it feels great. And apparently I'm not awake enough to insist that I don't need a ride and button up my coat at the same time. It's fine. I can even take an Uber, and... He notices my shaking hands and gently brushes them away to do my buttons himself.
Elsie, it's fine. I get it. You don't want me to take you out.
He gets to the highest button. His knuckles brush against my downturned chin.
At least let me take you home.
Jack's a confident driver, relaxed even in bad weather conditions, with the roads not quite clear and other cars swaying. I sink into the heated seat he turned on for me and remember the time I swerved to avoid a squirrel, almost causing a multi-vehicle crash. The squirrel turned out to be a Wendy's paper bag, but it's fine. I'm good at other things. Probably. Feel free to pick up, I say, pointing at Jack's phone. It's been buzzing nonstop in the cup holder, a weird techno soundtrack to NPR's World News segment.
It's not a call,
he says, looking straight ahead. More buzzing. Are you sure?
Yeah, just an incessant barrage of texts.
Oh, it sounds urgent.
It isn't. Not by any sane definition of the word.
He sighs, uncharacteristically defeated.
Do you mind if I stop somewhere before taking you home? It's on the way, and it'll take a minute.
No, it's fine, I say, only to regret it when he pulls up a disturbingly familiar driveway. Isn't this... Jack kills the engine.
Regrettably, yes.
Should he be bringing me here, considering literally everything? Do you want me to, hide in the trunk or something?
It's 10 degrees. The car will get cold pretty fast.
So I should hide in the bushes? He looks at me like he's going to stage an intervention for my tenuous grasp of the second law of thermodynamics.
Come on. It'll be a minute.
Outside feels like Hoth, and my butt actively mourns the toasty warmth of the seat. It's considering a commemorative bench when the front door opens to the cruel, menacing, cutthroat glory of the most terrifying Smith. Millicent. Well, 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 she sing-songs, standing cross-armed. She's wearing simple black pants and a cardigan. But even in a casual outfit, there's something intensely matriarchal about her. I cannot picture her ever having been anything but 90 and rich. Look who's not dead.
You know,
Jack says from my side in that ever-amused tone of his,
I have many regrets in life.
I'm certain you do.
But teaching you how to text is the biggest.
Millicent waves her hand. When you were 3, I had to drive you to the ER because you stuck a purple crayon up your butthole. That should be your biggest regret. Jack herds me inside the foyer with a gentle push on my lower back, like touching me casually is an established thing we have going on. You took your sweet time, considering the money you could inherit when I croak. Millicent holds her cheek up for Jack to kiss her. He refuses, instead enveloping her in a bear hug that she pretends to bristle at but clearly loves.
I told you,
he says.
Just get buried with it.
I'm being cremated.
I hear paper burns great,
she scoffs. Keep on this way, and I'll just will my entire fortune to Comcast. She whirls around and marches down the glitzy hallway. Jack heads the same way, unperturbed, somehow managing not to look out of place despite being a mountain of muscles in a Caltech hoodie. After a moment of consideration, I decide to follow him. Better not be alone. Wouldn't want to be accused of stealing an ashtray. We step into the same kitchen where Jack caught me lying about the wine 2 weeks ago. I watch him walk to a cupboard, hold Millicent's eyes as he opens it, take out a bag of sugar, set it on the table, cross his arms, and ask,
Was this your life or death emergency?
Millicent beams. Why, yes. I just could not reach it, and I so hate bitter coffee. I glance at the cupboard, which is not high.
Glad I was able to come to your aid on this very urgent matter.
Jack nods politely, stops for a quick peck on his grandmother's cheek, then saunters to the door. His hand finds the usual spot on my back, and he gently pushes me out of the kitchen, clearly ready to leave, when... But since you're already here, you should really stay for coffee. Jack's arms drop to his sides, and he turns around.
Millicent,
he says, stern, amused. Must be a rich people thing, calling grandmas by their names.
Like I mentioned last week, and the ones before, you don't need to trick me into spending time with you.
Oh, Jack, but I have been burned many times.
When was the last time you asked me to come over and I didn't?
3 years ago, on my birthday. It could have been my last.
But was it?
Hindsight schmindsight. She stares remotely into the distance. I waited and waited for my one bearable grandchild to show up.
I lived across the country.
But alas, you'd left me, abandoned me, moved to the West Coast in search of something elusive. A Nobel Prize, perhaps?
I called you every day for 7 years.
How's that Nobel Prize coming along anyway? He sighs.
You don't have to trick me,
he repeats, and this time she grins at him, impish and mischievous, and I remember that she has always been my favorite of Greg's relatives. But it's more fun this way. I suspect this is an interaction they've had multiple times. I suspect Jack is trying to not smile.
I'm taking Elsie home. Then I'll come back and...
Elsie? Millicent turns, as though noticing me for the first time. Elsie! She takes a step toward me, and I stop breathing, trying to make myself inconspicuous. Who needs oxygen? I'll just photosynthesize from now on. Why is Elsie so familiar? I gulp, comically. Ah, yes. You beat Jack at Go. We tied, actually. I glance at Jack, who's smiling, like my discomfort puts him in a good mood. Indeed. Millicent's eyes laser focus on me, and I wonder what I should say if she asks why I'm here. What's the cover story? You don't look too good. Oh,
She had a rough night,
Jack says mildly.
Let her be.
Millicent nods knowingly. Dear, whenever they can't get it up, they sit on the edge of the mattress with their heads between their hands and whine like babies and turn it into our problem. But I gasp. Oh, no, that's not what we...
She just found out she didn't get a job,
Jack explains, unruffled.
But thank you for the vote of confidence.
If you say so. Millicent seems unconvinced. Then her eyes light up with a glimmer of recollection. Wait! She's not yours, is she? She's the girlfriend of the one who always looks like he'd just stress-ate a crabapple over a trash can. Jack rolls his eyes.
You mean Greg, my brother? Your grandson?
How would I know? I have 4 children and 7 grandchildren. How many names do you expect me to memorize?
11 would be a good start.
Bah! Her eyes fix on me. sharp. She is his, though.
Not really, Jack says. It's a long story.
Perfect. You can tell me over coffee. 2 sugars as always, Jack?
Yep.
He turns to leave again.
I'll have it when I come back from taking Elsie.
Nonsense. Elsie must stay too. I simply cannot let her leave.
Yes, you can, because kidnapping is a serious felony offense.
Psst.
I'm driving her home and...
It's fine, I interrupt. They both look at me, stunned by my capacity for speech. I don't mind staying. See? She doesn't mind. Millicent claps her hands and drops any pretense of helplessness, pulling 3 mugs from a cupboard that's much higher than the one with the sugar. Jack hesitates, though. He takes a step closer and scans my face for traces of my little untruths. Really, I say, only for Jack's ears. It's fine.
Fine. Spending unremunerated time with 2 Smiths.
Staying perfectly suits my yellow brick quest for the lesser evil, because it allows me to postpone informing Dr. L of what happened, or even dealing with the consequences of it. As long as I'm here, time is suspended. The past is set, and I didn't get the job. Any future, however, is possible. AOC will rise to power to forgive my student loans. My pancreas will produce its own insulin. I'll retire to the countryside, live off the land, and spend my days thinking about the kinematics of crystal-rich systems. And Jack knows, because his bullshit detector works like a charm. He sees that I really want to stay and pulls back a chair for me. Then our coats are off, we're sitting across from each other, and I'm glancing around to avoid noticing that he's focusing on me like I'm the key to understanding the free-fall acceleration of antimatter. Millicent begins transferring fancy jam thumbprint cookies from a fancy box to a fancy plate. I scan the wrapping for nutritional values, finding none. So, she asks conversationally, how long have you 2 been doing it? I gasp so hard I nearly choke. Jack calmly pours his coffee, unruffled.
We're not,
he says. You're not what?
Doing it.
Millicent looks between us. Not even a little bit?
Nope.
Are you sure?
I think I'd know if we were.
Jack piles sugar in his mug, and I want to fling myself into an active volcano. I certainly hope so. Oh, well, she shrugs quaintly. I guess it's for the best. You were always so protective of your brother. It would be a tad out of character for you to seduce his girlfriend.
Let's not use the word seduce before 11 a.m., okay?
Jack stands and starts moving around the kitchen.
And let's talk about something else, since Elsie's in the middle of an anoxic event.
I absolutely am. My organs are shutting down. What else shall we discuss? I am but a helpless elderly lady. Nothing ever happens to me. Ah, yes. The neighbor's dog has been defecating on my lawn again. I'm considering hiring someone to go defecate on theirs. Would either of you be interested?
I'm a bit busy,
Jack says. A second later, a steaming mug appears in front of me. Jack cages me from behind, one hand next to mine on the table, the other fussing with something papery. He steeps a tea bag in the hot water, and I feel his chest brushing against my back and hair as he says,
But Elsie is in the market for a new job.
I twist around to glare at him, but he's already back to his seat. Millicent, on the other hand, is giving me an expectant look. I can't, and it's probably illegal. Sorry.
Second job offer she's refused this morning,
Jack murmurs. Picky. No matter. I'll ask my other grandchildren then. Perhaps strongly hint that their inheritance will depend on it?
Less helpless elderly lady and more bitter old hag territory, Jack says fondly. Perhaps. What's with the tea? She asks Jack. Elsie doesn't like coffee. Oh. There's something loaded in that O. You could have said so, Elsie. No, she couldn't. Jack's eyes hold mine from above his mug. The dimple appears, making my heart stutter. The air between us smells like Earl Grey, raspberry jam, and early Sunday morning. But we're working on it. My phone is long dead. There are no clocks in the kitchen, and I have no clue how long we sit at the table. I'm occasionally part of the conversation, but neither Millicent nor Jack asks much of me. And it's nice, being in this Smith limbo of sorts, focusing on the way Jack and his grandmother interact, a combination of teasing and deep, utter love for one another. I don't think I've ever been in a room so full of honesty before, but I'm positive that not a single lie has been uttered since I came into this house. It's exhilarating, but in a stomach-dropping way, like a roller coaster or eating blue cheese. Jack and Millicent, I discover, spend part of every weekend together, preferably through an ambush. Last week's life or death emergency was that she needed Bitcoin explained to her, he says dryly. It's obvious that he doesn't mind. I also don't get Bitcoin, I say after a long sip of tea, the third hot drink Jack's made for me in 12 hours. Not sure how this is my life. See? Millicent smiles triumphantly. Greg's maybe girlfriend is on my side. Jack and Millicent know more about each other's lives than any relative of mine ever did about me. She tracks with no difficulty names, places, events he mentions, and, in turn, he doesn't miss a beat when she announces that she'll wear a green dress to the Rutherford dinner, or after she complains that she finished her show and has nothing to watch. You did not finish it, he says. I did. I got you 12 seasons of Murder, She Wrote. You cannot have watched them in 1 week. There are no more episodes on the TV. He stands with a sigh. I'm going to switch the DVD. Be right back. I open my mouth the second he disappears, ready to fill the silence with some comment about the weather, but Millicent is already giving me one of her piercing looks. You're not a librarian, are you? I clear my throat. No, I'm sorry I lied. It's a long story, but I'm 90. No time for long stories. What is it that you do, then? I fidget with the tea bag. I'm a physicist. Like Jack? Sort of. Not really. I keep my eyes on the mug. The state of my career is a sore point. He's a world-renowned professor. I'm just an adjunct. And he's an experimental physicist, while I'm a theorist. She nods. Like his mom, then. I look up and blink at her. His mom? Is Millicent getting confused? Like Grandma Hannaway before passing, when she'd mix me up with her least favorite sister and yell at me for stealing her apron? You don't mean the one who died? Well, of course. He only ever had the one. She scoffs. It's not as if Caroline was eager to take over. Heartbreaking, watching those two boys grow up so close. Same house, same family. One with a mother, the other without. Oh. I shouldn't ask any of the questions buzzing in my head. Millicent is clearly under the impression that Jack and I are something we're not, or she wouldn't disclose this. But how old was Jack? When Greta died? Greta. About 1. My son remarried just a few months later. They had Greg soon after. You see, for the first few years, it was me who insisted that we tell Jack nothing about Greta. I thought he could have a normal life, believing that Caroline was his mother and he had lost nothing.
But Caroline was never fond of him, and, well, it was her right to refuse. I shouldn't have interfered, because I made it worse. A few years later, he got into some trouble, like children often do, and Caroline screamed at him. "Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mother." It was a moment of weakness, and Caroline did feel guilty afterwards. But by then, Jack knew. She sighs. Hard to explain to a 9-year-old that everything he believes is a lie. That he shouldn't call Mom the woman his brother calls Mom. Millicent massages her temple. Jack seemed to take it in stride. Except that he stopped calling his father Dad, too. I became Millicent. And ever since, he's been very distrustful of lies. Very preoccupied with boundaries. More than is healthy, I believe. She busies herself stacking mugs on top of the empty cookie plate. For the first time since I met her, she looks her age. Frail, old, tired. Her mouth is downturned, bracketed by deep lines. And yet Jack and Greg grew up thick as thieves, despite all that. The one saving grace. I remember Jack taking care of Greg after the dentist, and my heart squeezes. I try to picture them as kids, picture Jack being anything but his tall, assured, authoritative self, and fail miserably. Are you sure she... Greta. I want to ask if Turner was her last name. The reason Jack's a Smith, but not really a Smith. Are you sure she was a theorist? Physics runs in Jack's family, when the only thing that runs in mine is eczema. Why do you ask? Just, Jack doesn't seem to like theorists very much. Millicent gives me a look. He likes you, doesn't he? She speaks like I'm the least sharp cookie in the jar, and I flush. But he once wrote an article that... Oh, that! She chuckles, like it's a fond family memory. First day of kindergarten, meeting Goofy at Disneyland, and that time her grandson sent an entire field of study into a tailspin. That had nothing to do with theoretical physics. He was just a teenager acting out, angry because of what he'd found out about Greta. But he's a man now, a good one. Too bad I can't leave him my money, or he'll just divide it up between the rest of my ungrateful family. What had he found out about Greta? Was the entire Smith-Turner hoax about his mom? Did he hate her? Was it some sort of revenge on her for what? Dying? Oh, it's too ridiculous. Did he write the article because of her? I must be asking too many questions. Millicent's expression shifts, first to guarded, then to vacuous. I forget, she says with a ditzy shrug, even though she doesn't. Millicent, I'm certain, hasn't forgotten a single thing in her life. Not Greg's name, and certainly not what led Jack to be who he is today. Jack will tell you, when you've been together long enough. No, really, Jack and I are not... We're not doing it, I say. My brain cringes so hard it folds in on itself. Oh, I know. This is something else altogether, isn't it? It's nothing at all. We're not even friends. Right. Her tone is almost pitying? Well, you'll figure it out in your own time. Figure out what? DVD player's all set, Jack announces, emerging in the doorway. And I've left detailed instructions on how to switch to the next season since the ones I wrote last week are gone. Oh, yes, I had to throw the notepad at your Aunt Maureen when she said my green pullover was too bright. Of course you had to.
Can I drive Elsie home now? Or is the abduction still ongoing?
Millicent huffs. Do take her, please. I'm sick of both of you. You're not nearly as entertaining as Jessica Fletcher. She kicks us out as unceremoniously as she welcomed us in, making a symphony of faux irritated noises that are belied by how hard she clings to Jack's hug.
I'll stop by later to shovel some snow, he promises.
Fine, but do not come in. I'll be busy with my show.
I know. He kisses her forehead. Be good till next weekend. Have fun writing spite wills.
I shall, she says defiantly before slamming the door in our faces. Does she really? I ask on our way to the car. The snow crunches under our feet.
What?
Write wills for spite.
Probably.
Why?
Pettiness, boredom, loneliness. When I was 16, my father made a comment about her roast being dry, and she pledged $1 million to a bunny shelter.
God, why?
It's a vicious cycle. Most of my family does seem to gravitate around her because of the money, which is why Millicent wields it like a weapon. But that doesn't endear her to the family members who are normal human beings and believe that threatening to vengefully pledge your estate to J.P. Morgan Chase just to make a point might be pushing it too far.
Is Greg one of the decent ones?
Greg's the most decent, but he prefers to avoid Millicent altogether. He likes it when people get along, which cannot happen if she's in a given quantum space.
Like Polly's exclusion principle. We exchange a smile next to the passenger seat of the car. You like her, though.
She's an absolute monster. But she does burrow into you after 30 or so years,
he says fondly.
like a tick.
I laugh, my breath a gust of white in the space between us. Should we explain to her that I wasn't really dating Greg?
Nah, Millicent's too busy launching feces wars to care about any of that.
I try to sound casual. Do you always call her Millicent?
It's her name.
I mean, why not Grandma or Gram or Granny or Mama?
Mama?
Whatever. Babushka, maternal forebear. Jack's expression goes inscrutable.
It's good, calling people by their names. It minimizes misunderstandings.
I think I see a split second of hesitation. Like maybe he's thinking of saying more, but it's fleeting, swiftly gone in the glistening snow.
Come on, I'll take you home before your roommate sends out an Amber Alert.
I nod, because I do need to sort out the mess that is my life in a Smith-free space. But then something occurs to me. The rest of my life is going to be a Smith-free space. A Jack-free space. I'll probably never see him again. Why would I? The circles we move in are a Venn diagram with a little overlap. Maybe we'll meet at a physics conference 2 years down the road when I'm still an adjunct teaching 40 classes a week and he's workshopping his Nobel lecture. But my arrangement with Greg is likely over, which means that this is it. The last time I'll see Jack. This man, this maddening, impossible, space-taking man who seems to know me despite all that I do to not be known will be gone from my life. I should be eager to go back to simpler times, when I used to spend 0 hours a week in his company and my brain wasn't made of guacamole, but what a waste. What a surprisingly terrifying perspective. And that's why I stop him with a tug on the sleeve of his coat. Why I open my mouth and say with no forethought, no premeditation, and a lot of reckless panic, "You can take me out." It comes out with no pauses or intonation, just a bunch of sounds smushed together, which Jack, judging by the knot between his brows, did not understand. I clear my throat, take a deep breath. If you still want to, and if it's okay with Greg, you can take me out. Jack just stares, motionless, reactionless, for way too long.
Take you out in the mob way?
No, that's not at all what I blush. I'm cold and tired and my head hurts and I have no idea what I'm doing, and why won't he understand? I can come to your place. I can take you out. He nods, slowly.
In the mob way.
No, I notice it. The amused gleam in his eyes, like he knows exactly what I'm trying to say. I press my lips together because I don't want to encourage him. I don't want to smile, but I'm about to. I hate you.
Sure you do.
Why is everything so difficult with you?
I like to keep you on your toes.
Listen, let's hang out, I say. This feels foolhardy, ill-advised, exciting. Just try. See what happens. Would that be okay?
It would,
he says after a brief pause.
Under one condition.
I frown. Making demands already?
Always.
His mouth twitches, but he's back to his opaque self.
If we do this, when you're with me, I need you to be honest. No pretending you're someone else. No trying to be whatever you think it is that I want. You say what you think, and when you can't, at least let yourself think it. No lies, Elsie.
His jaw sets.
Just you.
I nod. And then I realize that I have no idea how to do that. And I laugh. A little sad. A lot terrified. I can try. He nods.
That's enough for now.
You should be honest, too, I add. No lies on your end, either.
I don't lie often,
he says simply. Hearing it makes me think of what Millicent said about his past, and my heart clenches. I've seen Jack being brutally, needlessly honest. Lying? Not so much.
And I can't see myself lying to you.
You don't even know me.
I don't,
he admits. He studies my face for several moments like he cannot stop on the cover or the first page, like he needs to read the whole book every time. Then he leans into me, and the icy chill of the morning melts away in his heat. My eyes catch on his cheekbones, the line of his jaw so sharp it could cut a heart. His lips are full and upturned, a start of that lopsided smile of his that makes me angry and weak-kneed, and he bends to murmur in the shell of my ear.
I'd like to, though.
My hairs rise. My spine coils like a silent bowstring. And for the first time in my entire life, I'm thinking of kisses, of skin, of waking with Jack this morning, of his hand between my shoulder blades, of the ink on his arm, of his lips, which look full and soft, and he hasn't shaved in a while, and he smells good, and a click. Behind me. Jack straightens and pulls the passenger door open. That tension inside me is still buzzing. I feel almost dizzy.
Get in,
he orders, low and hoarse, and maybe not really to me. I slide into the seat, and it sinks in that this might be real. Happening outside my head. Me taking a shot at being myself. 16. Fundamental Forces. From glass.abigail.2@bostoncollege.edu. Subject, Thermo 201. Hiya! I haven't come to class this semester because I can't find the room. Where do we meet again? Could you draw me a map? Thanks.
Egregious.
Dr. L says the word with soft G's and mysterious vowels, like English is a French language that the Americans are just borrowing. I'd find it amusing, but it's our first meeting since relaying my job news, and I can't feel anything but anxiety. He asked me to come over, and I really didn't want to, what with the snow and the crock of shit that is my schedule. And yet, here I am.
Egregious that they choose another candidate, he repeats. Perhaps an appeal is in order.
Knowing who the winning candidate is, I doubt there are grounds.
Georgina Sepulveda, you said? I nod. And who would that be?
I'm taken aback that any living physicist wouldn't know of her work. But Dr. L can be narrow-minded when it comes to experimentalists. Maybe rightfully so? She's behind the Sepulveda model, a brilliant particle physicist, and she was a Burke Fellow years ago. I look down at my knees, then back up to Dr. L's deep scowl. I'm sorry, Dr. Laurendeau. I know this is disappointing, but
I wonder if Smith-Turner influenced this search after all.
My hand grips the armrest of the green chair. I doubt it.
We cannot put it past him, can we?
I clear my throat. I'm convinced that he did not.
Elise, he wants Smith-Turner to get his comeuppance just as much as I do, don't you?
My stomach sinks and I lower my eyes, mortified. Dr. L spent the last 6 years counseling me, and here I am, a screw-up, cavorting with the asshole who nearly ruined his career. Not being the Elsie he wants. I need to go back to it. To Elise, hard-working, undeterred, laser-focused. This is a huge setback, but I'm regrouping, I say, trying to sound optimistic. In terms of finding a job for next year,
But you have a job. Several, in fact.
Yes, absolutely. I take a deep breath. But these adjunct gigs are time-consuming and leave me little time for research. And I really want to finish developing my...
There is always time for research. One must want to find it.
I close my eyes because this one hurts like hell. The Elsie he wants almost slips away, but I hold strong. You're right.
Could you not simply teach fewer classes?
I breathe slowly, in and out. Financially, that's not a possibility.
I see. Well, sometimes money must take second place.
I grip the armrest, feeling a gust of frustration that he'd think me greedy for wanting to buy insulin and live in a place without mutant moths. It's immediately swallowed by guilt. This is Dr. L. I wouldn't even know the Nielsen-Ninomiya theorem if it weren't for him. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to mention the idea that's been swelling in my head since my morning at Jack's. While there is no dimension in which me working for him would be feasible or appropriate, maybe there is some promise in what he said. Someone recommended that I consider a postdoctoral fellowship or another research-only position. Dr. L looks at me, alarmed for a split second, and then sighs.
We have been over this, Elise.
Right. But we talked about theorists. Maybe some experimentalists might be interested in...
Unfortunately, no. I asked widely, and I am very sorry, but no suitable physicist was interested in hiring you as a researcher.
He says, and my stomach sinks even more. I lower my eyes to my jeans. God, I'm an idiot. A total fucking idiot.
Elise,
he continues, tone softer.
I know how you feel.
He circles his desk, coming to stand in front of me.
Remember when you started your doctorate? how helpless you felt, how I guided you through developing your algorithms, publishing your manuscripts, making a name for yourself within the physics community? I can help you now, too. I think about all the things he's done for me, all the things I owe to him. I wonder where I'd be without him, and come up empty. Do you trust me? I nod. I don't get a formal rejection from MIT till Wednesday night. I'm in the middle of what's rapidly becoming a semesterly endeavor, relearning Noether's theorem to be able to teach it to a mostly snoring classroom at 8 a.m., only to forget it once again by the time my 9:30 thermo lecture comes around. My brain is a colander. When the iTwat rings, I look up. Cece is writing her MILF manuscript I'd like to finish on the couch, but she meets my eyes. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Monica tells me after a long explanation that includes the words institutional fit 4 times. I appreciate the call. Academic rejections are often one-line emails. More often, tumbleweeds. It's not your fault, Monica, I say. Or is it? Cece mutters, which has me smiling. I understand the situation, I add, just to see Cece sprain an eye-rolling muscle. I want you to know, Monica says, that new positions will be opening soon. I thought I'd left my hope bloody and beaten on the side of the road, but apparently it's still breathing. Next year? In 3 to 5 years. Several theorists are set to retire, and the dean won't dare close the tenure track lines. I hope you'll apply again. Go on without me, my hope says, contemplating 6 more semesters of Noether's theorem. I'll only slow you down. Of course I will. And let's keep in touch. Grab lunch once the semester is over. I'd love that. Fantastic. Was there any feedback you'd like to give me regarding the search? Jack's voice rings in my ear. You say what you think, and when you can't, at least let yourself think it. Okay. Well, Monica, you know that highly irregular meeting we had before my interview? Maybe you should have told me that I had no chance. Also, you overdid it with the cow decor. Also, your son is a psycho, and I hope he dislocates his dick while publicly humping a fire hydrant. Just thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate it. Jack might have a point. Contemplating the truth is a nice, cheap thrill. By the time I hang up, I have 2 new emails. One from a student asking for my credit card number to buy 1,500 live ladybugs. One from Greg. Hey, Elsie. I've been wanting to get in touch, but Jack said it was better to wait, and, well, I hear you're now in the know. Sorry you didn't get the job. But it's so cool that you're a physicist. What are the chances? Maybe Jack can help you find something else? He has tons of connections. Anyway, would you like to get lunch in the next few days to debrief? I'll buy. G. P.S. I have been informed that I attempted to urinate on/near you. I am deeply regretful of my actions. I'm considering my sudden lunch popularity. Take that, middle school bullies. And almost don't notice Cece sitting next to me at the table. Hey, she's eating croutons straight from the bag, picking them out with chopsticks. As per my usual policy, I don't ask. How do you feel? I feel... What a good question. Like all the plot balls that I was juggling have dropped to the floor, and I have no idea what comes next in my story. This is not your character arc, Elsie. More like a character bump. Could there be a positive side? I cocked my head. Positive? Now you don't have to juggle anymore. You can use your hands to flip people off, scratch your butt crack, become a finger puppeteer. She shrugs. If you woke up tomorrow and could choose anything, what would you do?
My eyes, quicker than my brain, fall on the upper left corner of my computer where my Word doc sleeps its neglected slumber. I'd finish my work on two-dimensional liquid crystals, I instantly think. But how, without the MIT job? And that ball has dropped, which means that Cece sighs. Okay, you know what? That was a hard question. Let's just daydream about the future. Sure. I lean back in my seat. Income inequality? Nuclear proliferation? Climate change? I'm always up for discussing how rising sea levels will lead the mer people to claim the lost city of Miami, but I was thinking more next year. Money. I sigh. UMass has open instructor slots, and so does... No, listen. I don't want you to do that. I've been thinking about this, and I think I can swing it. Her earnest, heartfelt look is only slightly undercut by the waving of a Caesar crouton. Kirk is giving me a job. He said he'll need me at least twice a week, and he wants to pay me like an employee. His team is actually drawing up a contract. I frown. Why does Kirk crop up so much in conversation? And above all, where does Kirk get the money? He's a scientist. As a scientist myself, let me ask you once again, where does Kirk get the money? A spine-chilling thought occurs to me. Please tell me he's not Elon Musk. You monster! Take that back. He's the only rich scientist I can think of. Kirk is Kirk, I promise. He'd never write petulant tweets about how the world is unfair to poor billionaires. To be honest, I doubt he knows what Twitter is. He's like... Her eyes shine a little. A total nerd, Elsie. In grad school, he created this material that everyone wants. Then, he built a company around it with his friend who has an MBA. But the company is huge now, as in ridiculously big. It has stocks and stuff. Cece's getting animated. Croutons fly all over the room. Hedgie has noticed. So now he has all these functions and meetings he needs to go to, and he hates them, but he says that if I'm there, they're more bearable, even though I know nothing about science or money. Hang on, I frown. What's the name of the material? I keep forgetting. Some kind of resistant blah, synthetic blah, fiber blah blah? She taps her lips with the chopsticks. Taurus, maybe? I wish I were drinking because this deserves a spit take. Cece, are you fake girlfriending the dude who invented Toron? Oh, yeah, that's what it's called. Toron is literally everywhere. I blink. He must be a millionaire. I think he is. And that's why you don't have to teach 69 classes next year. She gives me an expectant look till I sigh and mutter, Nice. Thank you. Anyway, I'll cover rent, so you can work a reasonable amount. 1 or 2 classes. And the rest of the time you can stay home and do your research about sparkles. Crystals. Crystals. And we can spend our nights eating Gruyere and ranking Wong Kar-wai's movies from most to least cinematographically poignant. Does she know how much you like Twilight? I smile, trying to remember one single Wong Kar-wai movie. Pretty sure we did a 2-day marathon 3 years ago, which I spent solving equations on my mind's blackboard while Cece was in full Stendhal syndrome. 2046 would win. She smiles dreamily. Probably. I don't like Kirk. No, I don't like the way Cece looks when she talks about him. Because I've seen her act like that only about foreign movies, or Sapir Whorf, or hedgehogs. It just doesn't seem like a good idea to like one's fake boyfriend that much. But I don't have a chance to say it because Cece is standing again, rummaging in the cupboard for wonton strips. And because my phone is buzzing with a text, the first I've ever gotten from this number. Are you free tomorrow night? 17. Displacement. I wear black jeans, a cute sweater, ankle boots. I leave my hair down. Then I pull it up in a bun. Then I let it down again. Then I braid it. Then I leave it down. I haven't told Cece where I'm going because she's not home, and I'm physically unable to send her a text explaining that I am going out with Jack Smith-Turner. Maybe. I'm still not positive that the reason he wants to see me is not to stealthily substitute my insulin with Frappuccino. Maybe I should make a safety call, make the investigator's job easier when they find my corpse in a swamp. But the car is already there when I get downstairs, and I simply slip into the passenger seat. The cabin smells like leather, Jack, and bad ideas. I should say something. Hi, how are you? Did you have a good week? Favorite Teletubby? Off-year elections thoughts. I've done this a million times. Gone out with people. A million fake dates. Then why? Why? Why can't I? Why?
I think, he drawls. I just heard your head explode.
I turn to him. He's handsome in a near-painful way, and my head is still in mid-explosion.
Want to go back up?
The smile, uneven, amused, all-knowing.
Try this another day?
I shake my head before I change my mind. I want to do this now. I swallow, face straight ahead. I think. He starts the engine.
Look at you.
Look at me? He puts his hand on the headrest of the seat to back out of the spot. His fingers brush against my hair, soft, distracted.
Yeah, look at you, telling the truth. 2 friends are in town for a conference,
he tells me.
And another friend is hosting a small get-together. I figured with witnesses you'd be more relaxed.
He's probably right, but also, I don't want to intrude.
I'd love for you to meet them.
Is it a good idea, hanging out when his friends are around? I'm probably very lame in comparison. I'm just not that entertaining. Not at my best, and definitely not with Jack, who so far has gotten my worst. Are all your friends scientists? I ask.
Some.
A pause.
Jesus, I can't think of one who isn't.
I nod. It's truly hard to expand one's social circle. Academics become friends, hang out, and above all, sleep almost exclusively with other academics. Because academia is a bit like the Olympic Village, sans opening ceremony with condom distribution. We park in front of a narrow brownstone, and after ringing the bell at a yellow door, he turns to me.
Hey.
I turn too. Under his coat, he's wearing jeans and a dark Henley, and he's big and attractive, and it occurs to me for the first time in years that nights in which people go out together, not all nights, but some nights, maybe several nights, don't just end with a hug and good night. I shiver.
Honesty,
he reminds me.
You don't need to impress anyone. No need for the usual party tricks.
I smile. I was going to carve a recorder out of a carrot and play it for your friends. He gives me a long look, like I'm the single most charming person he's ever met.
Not gonna lie, that'd be pretty cool.
Even before I knew about his mother, Jack always seemed to me like a lone wolf, set apart from the rest of the Smiths. It's instantly clear, though, that his friend group is his chosen family. There are over 15 people in the house, and not only are they all delighted to see him, they welcome me just as warmly. The single exception, Andrea, Jack's MIT colleague. She stares at me like a vaguely displeased gargoyle, probably feeling awkward about the fact that I didn't get the job. Beer? Sunny, the engineer who owns the house, asks. She's a dark-haired ball of energy. Wine? I'm ready to spend the rest of the night holding a drink I don't want just to avoid looking out of place, but Jack says,
I'll have one. Elsie doesn't drink.
I never told him, but of course he knows. Anything else then? Water? Soda? OJ? Maple syrup? Sunny frowns into her fridge. Milk?
Whole? Jack asks.
2%.
Keep your white water.
You spoiled little Smith brat, raised with unpasteurized emu tit juice. She punches his arm. Remember when Katie was pumping and kept her bottles in the fridge of the student lounge?
And Kroll used it?
For his coffee. Sunny shakes her head. Good times. Jack has friends, inside jokes that go back a decade, and a whole group of smart, kind people who tease him because they care about him. And I'm not sure what to do with this piece of information, aside from being mind-numbingly fascinated. I briefly wonder if they know about the article Jack wrote, whether they support him, what their opinion of theoretical physics is, and then force my brain to shut up for once. I should learn how to have fun at some point in my life. One of the people visiting town is a biologist from Stanford. He's as tall as Jack, an impossibility, I thought, especially within the nerd community.
This is Adam,
Jack says after they shake hands warmly, in that affectionate but understated way of men who like each other a lot but will probably never openly admit it. Adam looks like he might be a few years older. Dark, frowny, intimidating, though the beautiful girl next to him looks anything but intimidated.
And this is...
She takes a step forward and enfolds Jack in a tight hug. Jack! He hugs her back with a smile.
Hey, Al. Nice to see you're still putting up with this guy. Thank you for your service. Elsie, this is Olive Smith. No relation to my terrible family, lucky her. She's Adam's... Adam, is she still your fiancé?
Adam nods with a mildly irritated expression. Jack grins.
Haven't picked a date yet?
She has not. Adam whines, sternly though.
I'll put him out of his misery.
At 28? What am I, a child bride? Olive looks between me and Jack. Have you guys picked a date? I wish to die on the spot. I wish to melt into the sweet respite of nothingness. Oh, I glance at Jack, hoping he'll come to my rescue. He just gives me a look halfway between pleased and amused, holds my eyes, and says,
Not yet.
I step closer to pinch him hard in the ribs. He stops me with a hand on my wrist and a delighted smile. How did you and Adam meet? I ask him in a desperate attempt to change the subject.
In undergrad, I did a summer internship at Harvard, in the lab where Adam was a PhD student. He ran the worst southern blot I've ever seen,
Adam says.
It was a rough 3 months. I was gently discouraged from going into biophysics. Then, a few years later, I moved to Pasadena, and he was in Palo Alto, and we started hanging out. Hiked our way around California. And then he introduced me to Olive when... how did you and Adam meet again?
He asks with the tone of someone who knows the answer full well. She grins. Why, Jack, Adam was a tenured professor, and I was but a lowly student.
Graduate student,
Adam interjects, speaking to me.
And not my student.
But in his department, Olive adds impishly. It was all very, very scandalous. Jack smiles.
You should sell the movie rights, Al.
I'm hoping for a Netflix miniseries. Something sexy like Bridgerton, you know? It's clearly a bit Jack and Olive do a lot. Adam lets out a long-suffering sigh.
Anyway,
he changes the topic.
How are you, Jack? Very entertained.
Jack and Adam are somewhere north of circumstantial friends. In a couple of minutes, they are absorbed in conversation, talking about people, things, places I'm not familiar with. Olive and I gravitate toward each other, sitting on the couch, while all around us Jack's friends laugh and joke and embody the epitome of successful adulthood. Do you also not know anyone else and feel like the dumbest person in the room? She whispers at me. I nod. Everyone here is a bit older, and I try not to imagine the academic positions they might have. What do you do? I ask Olive. Cancer biology. Just finished the first year of my postdoc. I'm probably going on the job market in the next couple. She makes a face, sipping on her beer. Are you planning on staying in California? Would be nice, since my friends are there. But honestly, academic jobs are so rare, it'll be hard enough to make sure Adam and I are in the same city. Do you have a plan? She shakes her head. The good thing is Adam has grants. We're hoping that whatever institution wants me will take a look at the money and decide that we can be a package deal. But if they don't, she shrugs, we might have to negotiate a spousal hire. I smile. Then you'll set a date? She leans closer with a surreptitious expression. Her skin is 90% freckles, and I've known her for 5 minutes, but I want to be her friend. I've said it already. We're getting married in April, during spring break. Adam just doesn't know it yet. How does that work? So he's into nature, hiking, that stuff. I'm taking him to Yosemite, where a park ranger will marry us in a quick and painless ceremony. Then it's just going to be the two of us for a week. And the bears, I guess. Oh God, I hope the bears don't eat us. She shrugs the thought away. Anyway, Adam doesn't love people, and we can always have a party later. But I think this is the kind of wedding he wants. The one we're meant to have. I picture Olive and Adam alone, trekking hand in hand under the ponderosa pines. It's not difficult. Why don't you just tell him? I should, right? She laughs softly. I was in a pretty bad place when I met him. He did so much, still does, always taking care of me, and I want to take care of him for once, you know? Make him feel like I've got him. I nod and then stare down at my empty palms. When I really let go, imagine that you let me take care of you too. Have you and Jack been together for a while? Olive asks, and I look up at her. I can tell that the Elsie she wants would say yes, that she loves Jack very much and likes the thought of someone who'll take care of him. But honesty. For a second, I picture myself blurting out the entire story. How I fake dated Greg, then met Jack, then met Jonathan. But I doubt Olive is familiar with the concept of fake dating, so I sanitize my version. This is the first time, actually. It feels weird to say the opposite of what someone wants, and it feels downright horrible when Olive's response is a disappointed, "Oh." I swallow. "I'm sorry." No, she smiles, reassuring. "I'm sorry about earlier, asking if you're getting married." I shake my head. "We're just getting to know each other. That's great. It's nice to hear that he's over his, 'I don't date, let me set boundaries and make it clear that this is just about sex' phase." Her impression of Jack sounds more like Vin Diesel, but it has me thinking, I have no idea what Jack wants from me. Olive is the second person to mention how important boundaries are to him. He hasn't set any, but he also said that he was attracted to me, and if what Jack wanted from me was sex, what then? Honestly, no clue. I don't have much experience. Not because I ever bought into the idea that sex is something precious, but because it felt like a means to an end, a way to ensure that the person I was with was pleased with me. Sex never happened because of any attraction I experienced, but that's okay. Maybe I never craved it, but I also never minded it, because it wasn't for me. With Jack, though, something's different. Perhaps because he sees more of me than anyone ever has. I find myself thinking about last Sunday by the car over and over, tethered on the edge of a kiss that might not come, tense, heated, spellbound. there might be something here. Or it might be nothing. What's certain is that I'm more curious than ever. If something were to happen, it would be for me. Did you guys meet at work? Olive asks. Kind of. I'm a physicist too, though I'm an adjunct. Ouch. I laugh. Yeah. You like teaching? Nope. Lots of high-def pictures of butt rashes that are too deadly for people to come to class. Sifting through those don't leave time for research. She laughs too. I bet. I did not like TAing. It's nice being a postdoc. None of the bullshit of being a grad student. None of the responsibility of being a faculty member. Just research. Sounds like a dream. She gives me a surprised look. You didn't do a postdoc? There weren't any positions. But my PhD advisor says it's for the best. I'll move to a faculty position earlier. But do you want to move to faculty earlier? It's complicated, but I trust him. I owe him a lot, so I sigh. Olive scans my face, large eyes assessing, and then says, in my experience, we all want to trust our mentors, but they don't always have our best interests in mind. In what way? She chews on her lower lip, pensive. Academia is so hierarchical, you know? There are all these people who have power over you, who are supposed to guide you and help you become the best possible scientist, but sometimes they don't know what's best. Sometimes they don't care. Sometimes they have their own agenda. Her expression darkens. Sometimes they're total shit buckets who deserve to step on a pitchfork and die. I wonder what happened to her. I even open my mouth to ask, but Adam turns to us, as if feeling the shift in her mood. Olive, do you have pictures of the tux Holden bought for his wedding? Jack won't believe it's sequined. Olive brightens. It's totally sequined, and it's amazing. We end up chatting. First, the four of us, and then others, too, for what feels like minutes but turns out to be hours. While Andrea is telling the story of how her advisor showed up completely sloshed at her thesis defense and started offering digestive cookies to the rest of the committee, the cushion next to mine dips, and I hear, "Everything okay?" It's Jack, murmuring in my ear, arm resting behind me on the back of the couch. He's surprisingly close, but I don't pull back. Your friends are fun. I figured you'd like them more than me. I kind of do. I smile, thinking about Millicent, Greg, Olive, thinking that he has great taste in people. And then notice something on my thigh. A small pouch of almonds. What's this? Glycemic level control. His mouth quirks. Or you can feign on me, since it's a hobby of yours. Did you steal these from Sonny's cupboard? He gives me a look. I shared an office with her for years, and she once left a urine sample for her doctor on her desk. He stares at my lips while I laugh silently. I'm not going through her cupboards. I shake my head. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Olive and Adam looking at me. No, at us, in a way I cannot quite understand. I focus on my almonds, then go in search of a trash can for the wrapper, and... Elsie? Georgina Sepulveda is in the kitchen, beautiful and kick-ass. She's tall. I didn't fully grasp how tall when Jack was nearby, dwarfing her. So glad you're here. I've been wanting to talk to you, but Jack was the usual shitlet and refused to give me your number. She rolls her eyes. At first, I thought he didn't have it and just didn't want to admit it. But you're here, which means he was just hoarding it, like a dragon. God, I knew he'd be like this when he found someone. You and I should become best friends just to spite him. Her smile is wide and warm, and it's instantly, violently, mortifyingly present in my mind that the last time we met, I acted like a toddler with little bitch disorder. I look around like an idiot, in search of, what? A teleprompter? This is mortally embarrassing. I didn't know you were here. Just got here. Faculty meeting ran late for no reason. The entire thing could be summarized in 2 15-second TikToks. She shrugs, moving closer. I clutch my almond wrapper like it's a terry cloth monkey. George, please. Georgina is my mother. And my grandmother. My great-grandmother, too, probably. We should invest in a baby names book. Oh, I clear my throat. My contributions to this conversation are priceless. Jack's in there if you... I know. Like I could miss him when he's standing next to Adam Carlson. They're the Mount Rushmore of STEM academia. Anyway, will you have lunch with me next week? I want to chat with you, but not in Sonny's home. She shudders. I can't be in here without thinking of the urine sample. Professionally, my life sucks a bit. Psychologically, I'm not, as some would say, healthy. Musically, I should hire a tuba to follow me around. But on the upside, I've been killing it in the lunch invite department. You want to chat with me, I repeat, just to be sure. Yes, partly because Jack is my closest friend, and it would bug him if I stole you from him even just a bit. But mostly because the last time we met, I acted like a total bitch, and I want to make it up to you. What? No, I'm the one who ran away like a lunatic. My first reaction to finding out that you'd gotten the job was unforgivable and incredibly messed up. I acted like a bitch. Yes, you totally did. George's smile is triumphant. To make it up to me, you will let me take you out for lunch. I slow blink. Very well played. Thank you. She dusts non-existent specks off her shoulder, and I laugh. I see why Jack likes you so much. I see why Jack likes you more. Her smile softens. Next Wednesday, okay? I nod. Sounds great. Jack and I leave a few minutes later. I exchange numbers with Olive, and Sonny hugs me goodbye while Jack is getting the car, whispering that any urine sample rumors I might have heard have been greatly exaggerated. She also swears that if Jack and I break up, she'll side with me because she already likes me more. I laugh on the doorstep. It makes me feel guilty for stealing your almonds. Oh, they must be someone else's. No nuts in this house. They're so gross. In the car, I'm contemplating the idea that Jack researched, bought, and packed a diabetes-friendly snack just for me when he asks, "Where to for dinner?" Oh, something happy and surprised flips in my chest at the idea of the night not being over yet. I like everything. He merges into traffic. Excellent. Some of my favorite stuff is everything. Now tell me what you want to eat. I look at his near-perfect profile. He hasn't shaved in the last couple of days. Looks a bit tired. I wonder if he's been up and about since morning. If he hasn't had anything since lunch. He's huge, probably always ravenous. Simple stuff, big portions. Burgers, I say. He gives me a nice try look. Yes, Elsie, I do like burgers. That wasn't the question, though. I scowl. How does he do this? How does he always? Want me to pull over so you can get out and stomp your foot a bit? I growl. Judging from the smile, he absolutely hears me. Okay, what do I want? Well, cheese. I'm always in the mood for cheese. But cheese is not really a meal, and the places where it might be are usually too fancy and... Say it, he orders. What?
What you're thinking.
I'm not.
Say it.
Really,
Say it.
Cheese! I almost yell, shocking myself.
Jack smiles, satisfied. I know just the place.
You're joking.
Nope.
We can't. Not here.
Why?
Because... Jack waits for me to finish the sentence. When I'm unable to, the ever-present lower backhand nudges me inside the cozy heat of the restaurant. Of miel. This seems sadistic, I point out, even for you.
You underestimated me then.
2? The hostess greets us, chirpy. Would you prefer a table or a booth? Jack looks at me like we're a drug cartel and I'm the ringleader who needs to sign off on any decision. Damn it, this honesty business is hard. Okay, so not the booth. Jack's legs are skyscraper long, so he'd probably hate it. But tables are less private, which he also might hate. He leans into my ear.
Stop building observational models about what you think I'll like and just be honest about
booth, I grunt out. The hostess makes an obvious mental note to tell our waiter that I'm a weirdo, but her, if you'll follow me, is impeccable.
Excellent choice,
Jack murmurs while we weave toward the table. And all I can think of is that 2 weeks ago Elsie, bright-eyed and future hopeful, sat in this very restaurant across from Jack and contemplated slipping under the table to power drill his kneecaps. Tonight Elsie gapes at him as he tells the waitress,
I'll have your craft beer, and she'll have the cheese board.
I lift my eyebrow. What happened to me asking for what I want?
The cheese board is what you want.
It is, but how can you be so sure?
Ikagawa ordered it the other night. I saw the way you looked at it.
How's that?
Like people look at porn.
Laughter bubbles out of me. Okay, you want me to be honest? I'm gonna be honest.
Go for it.
Brutally honest. I take a deep breath. Maybe it's the booth, but it almost feels like we're alone in his apartment again. Just the two of us. Intimate. Sometimes, when I can't sleep because I'm nervous, I look up cheese on Google Images and I just scroll. I scroll infinitely. And I feel peace.
That's nothing.
God, his dimple.
George's entire YouTube history is pimple-popping videos.
I snort a laugh into my water. By the way, she mentioned you wouldn't give her my number. Jack's beer arrives. His tongue pushes against the inside of his cheek.
I had a very disturbing mental image.
What mental image?
Of George reminding me daily for the next few decades that she got to take out the girl I liked before I ever did.
I laugh, picturing her starting her maid of honor speech with, Webster's dictionary defines sloppy seconds as... Then I realize who the bride would be in the wedding, and my face is suddenly cooked medium rare. Whoa!
You look like that again.
Like what?
Worried.
He searches for words like he's not sure himself.
Vigilant. Overthinking.
I play with the cloth napkin. How can you always tell what's in my head?
Same way you can tell what's in everyone's head.
I frown. I just look. Try to pay attention to what people want.
That's what I do. Except that I don't care much about most people, but I can't stop paying attention to you.
He shrugs. There is something so utterly, disarmingly honest about him.
So I look.
Is it really that simple? Is that what's happening here? What am I thinking now?
You have questions.
I laugh. That was a softball.
It was. Just ask the questions.
They're kind of... I exhale a laugh. They're not really just casually getting to know each other questions. They're not normal.
"You're not a normal person," he says in a way that feels like the opposite of an insult. "And I'd rather you ask than overthink." I close my fingers around his glass, feeling the condensation pool in my palm. Then I pull my hand back into my lap, wet, cold. "Okay. Back at Monica's place, you said that you don't date. And Olive told me the same." He laughs. "Olive?" "We may have touched on your love life." I flush. "Ah, Olive." He nods. "She and Adam are... I think she wants others to have what they have." I nod. I've known her for 2 hours, but it's the impression I got. It's not a hard and fast rule. No commitment, no dating, no feeding past midnight. I haven't sworn it off because love is a capitalist construct or some bullshit like that. He shrugs. But when I was younger, I was in a couple of relationships where the interest didn't match up, and it's better to be upfront, so no one gets hurt. I see. I picture a boy being told by his mother that he's not her son anymore, then growing up to hate the idea of telling a woman that she's not his girlfriend anymore. It makes sense, this determination of his. It also makes my heart heavy. "What about you?" he asks. "Me? Do you date?" I smile. "For a living." "Right. How did that start?" "Oh." I go back to tracing patterns on the glass. "In college. It's kind of a depressing story. Does not pair well with cheese." I let out a nervous laugh, hoping he'll laugh too. Instead, he asks, "Why depressing?" Honesty. Honesty. It's a thing that I can probably manage. "Because I didn't know." "You didn't know you were dating someone?" "No." I swallow. "I didn't know it was fake." His attention shifts. Still on me, still focused, but more cautious, gentle, landmine territory. "You didn't?" I've never spoken aloud about what happened, not even with Cece, because I'm still not sure how it could have happened to me. It's been years, and it still doesn't feel like my story. I've always been so guarded, so careful-footed. And when I stumbled, I didn't just skin a knee. I fell face down and knocked out all my teeth. When I was a sophomore, this guy I knew moved abroad. The place he rented was cheap, so I took over his rent. That's how I met JJ. He was the roommate. I pushed the glass away. I'd seen him around the physics department, and I thought he was an okay guy. Though he was planning on becoming an experimentalist. Should have tipped you off. I laugh. We spent almost one entire year politely ignoring each other. Ideal roommate situation. Then he broke up with his girlfriend. I sigh. It was messy. 20-year-old messy, you know? There were still feelings, but she'd met someone else, and all I know is that a couple weeks later, she came over to pick up her stuff, and she found JJ and me having dinner together while watching something on TV. She went ballistic. She was so jealous, which was hilarious, since JJ and I were sitting 10 feet apart, and I was having chickpeas, officially the least romantic food. But that's how JJ got the idea that we should pretend to be together so she'd get even more jealous and, I don't know, race through Boston Logan to confess her undying love. It was a fuzzy plan. But I said yes because... Because you weren't any better than you are now at saying no? Hey, no personal call-outs. He smiles, and I continue. We started the ruse, and we didn't just fake it on campus when she was around. He told everyone, his friends, my friends.
And in my defense, which maybe I have none, but we didn't talk much about the fact that it was fake. He brought me home to his parents for the holidays. We studied together. He taught me how to play Go. Jack nods slowly.
How quickly did you get better than him?
Very too extremely. But I pretended I didn't because he hated losing. He hated not feeling like the smartest person in the room, but he was good at hiding it. He was charming in public. But in private, the insecurities came out and...
Not so charming?
Not really. He was self-centered, but you have to understand, I'd never had lots of friends. I was always the wallflower, trying not to get noticed. But all of a sudden, I was at the center of someone's universe. We were together all the time. First, just a few weeks, then 6 months. He started kissing me in private, too. Then more than kissing. Then he wanted to have sex.
Did you?
My mouth is dry. Yeah, I did it.
No. Did you want to?
I didn't not want to. I traced my finger against the tablecloth. Mostly I wanted him to have a version of me he could enjoy. Jack's eyes close, and I'm suddenly afraid of what I'll find when he opens them. Disgust, pity, maybe, judgment. But no, it's just that deep brown, the slice of color, and a bunch of other things I cannot recognize. It was Elsie and JJ. Everyone said how beautiful a couple we were, and I settled into that. I read the Dune books because they were his favorites. I told myself Dream Theater was good. I did his laundry, cut my hair short because he liked bobs. I felt powerful, like I'd cracked how to be a social human being. I'd learned how to make people want me. I wet my lips. Then his ex asked him to get back together. Jack's jaw tenses. His neck tightens.
And he said that you had to go because your relationship was fake.
I nod. I wasn't even sure if I had the right to be hurt. It was just confusing.
Were you in love with him?
I let out a small laugh and shake my head. Not at all. And it should have made it better, right? That I didn't lose the love of my life, that he was just some guy I only liked because I knew how to please him. But then I realized why it hit me so bad. I have to stop, take a deep breath. I'd tried so hard, given my all to be the perfect Elsie he wanted, and it almost hurts too much to say it.
You gave him a perfect version of you, and he still didn't want you,
Jack says prosaically, almost detached, like I'm a gravitational singularity that can be explained, cataloged, predicted. I'm momentarily stunned by how right he is. Then I'm surprised that I'm even surprised.
And what you took away from it was that you had to try harder.
I nod. Pretty much. The tray of cheese arrives, but my stomach is sealed. JJ's girlfriend wouldn't allow me to live in the apartment, and because the contract was in JJ's name, I had to move out. I didn't really have anywhere left to go, and I'll spare you the details, but it was a mess. I missed tests, assignments, didn't get enough credits to stay on my scholarship. My junior year grades were shit, and the first thing on the transcripts I sent in for grad school applications. I'd wanted to become a physicist for a decade, and because of some guy who sucked at Go, I almost didn't. I forced myself to reach for a piece of Fontina because, fuck JJ. It's delicious in my mouth, rich and smooth, sweet and pungent. It makes me forget that I nearly bawled like a 4-year-old in the middle of a fancy fusion restaurant. But my mentor saved me. Jack tenses.
Your mentor?
I nod, picking another cube. Laurendo. The guy whose career Jack accidentally ruined. I'm trying not to think about it, Jack's article, or what Dr. L would say if he knew that I'm here with him. It seems like a good use of my well-honed compartmentalization skills. He saw through the bad grades and the rec letters that said I was flaky, told me I had potential, accepted me into grad school. Everything I've accomplished I owe to him. Jack scans my face for a long time. Then he exhales slowly and nods once, as if coming to an arduous decision.
Elsie.
My turn to ask a question. I interrupt. I'm done talking about JJ and Dr. L. Since we're on the topic, Jack hesitates, like he's not ready to let go of the subject.
What is it?
Olive also said something else. That when you do go out with women, it's usually to... I can't bring myself to utter the words. But it doesn't matter, because Jack looks like he knows exactly what I want to say. I point back and forth between us. Is that what you want? He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he studies me, stern, unreadable, impenetrable as he hasn't been in a while. And then, after a long beat of choosing words carefully, he slowly says,
You and I won't be having sex.
You guys ready to order? The waitress interrupts us. We don't go back to the topic. And I wonder why the knot of relief in my belly feels so much like disappointment. 18. Flux. My main sentiment going into lunch with Greg is fear, closely followed by self-loathing, guilt, and an uncontrollable impulse to run back home and feed myself to Hedgie. Does he hate me? Does he hold me responsible for outing him? Does he want his money back? He deserves it. I'll sell a cornea, or a foot, whatever goes for highest. As it turns out, I shouldn't have worried, because Greg grins widely the moment he sees me and then asks suggestively,
You and my brother, huh?
Oh, no, We're at our usual cafe, but even though today I could use some diversions, there are no screaming toddlers or projectile vomiting or tragic mishearings. Just the barista in a breathe if you hate Tom Brady shirt, me, and Greg's winky face. I silently wish for a tectonic earthquake, to no avail. Jack and I, are just hanging out. There was dinner last Thursday, of course, which ended when he drove me home and answered my, "Do you want to do this again?" with an infuriating, "Do you?" And then the Saturday afternoon spent hunting down the Murder, She Wrote novelization for Millicent and bickering about the validity of string theory.
It has produced no testable experimental predictions.
We are working on the math.
Work away. But until you come to me with a substantial breakthrough, the multiverse is as scientific as the Great Pumpkin.
And last night, of course, when he drove me to a Northeastern lecture I was going to attend anyway.
Or you can take the subway and we can meet there, if you enjoy watching people masturbate to Tropicana ads.
Afterward, we spent 1 hour in his car trash-talking the speaker for saying that the gravitational wave experiment was a waste of money. It's Tuesday now, and yes, I've seen Jack 3 times in the past week. But if I told Greg, he'd assume that we're a couple, which we aren't. We haven't even held hands, unless one counts that time I was complaining about the militarization of science and almost got run over by a Honda Civic. He'd grabbed my wrist and pulled me back and hadn't let go until he'd gotten me safely to the other side of the road. Plus, half a block. Whatever this is, it's slow, static, some would say. I may have found myself thinking about kissing. I may have found myself thinking about whether Jack is thinking about kissing. I may have been pitting seemingly conflicting things he said.
You and I won't be having sex. The girl I liked. Really beautiful. It'll go away.
Against each other in a March Madness-like bracket, trying to figure out how exactly he feels about me. I guess I could ask. I will, once I'm ready. It's not serious. We're just getting to know each other, and Greg's eyebrow lifts, and I crumple, spiritually. I don't know. Maybe. He grins. I had a feeling. A feeling? He asked lots of questions about you. I thought he was just being his usual needlessly protective older brother self, but when he got into does Elsie prefer winter or summer territory, I realized it was something else. I scratched my temple. You did mention that. I did? The tooth. When you... Oh, yeah. He sighs. You know, I actually had fun that night. Maybe I should incorporate more recreational drugs into my lifestyle. Greg, I feel like I unwittingly precipitated you having to come out to Jack, and I'm really sorry. He shakes his head. What's funny is back at Woodacre, before the tooth decided to rot me from within, I had the thought that it was time for me to just ask Mom to leave me alone. Besides, I could have octuplets, and Grandma would probably still leave everything to Monsanto just for spite. And Jack was never the issue. I'd been meaning to tell him for a long time, and it's nice that now he knows and doesn't treat me any different. Nothing's changed, except that he was torn up about not researching the Aero Ace spec before, and very, very apologetic for lusting after my girlfriend. He air quotes the last part and then laughs a little. I want to spray about like a morning mist and disappear into nothingness. Greg, honesty. I get it. I think. How you feel about relationships. Because I also am not quite sure what I want. And I'd love to continue being friends. Good. Because now that I almost peed on you, we're bound for life. He grins. Oh my God. You know what I just realized? What? That if you and Jack work out, Uncle Paul's going to ask you guys for threesomes till the day he dies. I close my eyes. I might just be the one projectile vomiting this time around. Lunch with George is a totally different beast. I have 1 hour between classes at UMass, and she agrees to meet me outside the building where I teach. Not sure why, then I find her inside my lecture hall 1 minute before my 11 a.m. intro to physics is dismissed. Your essays on modern cosmology are due by... I stumble when she slips inside, her purple coat a flash of color in the dull room. By the end of the week. 2 pages. Double-spaced? Someone asks from the huddle of warm bodies that is the last row. Not sure why everyone seems to be willing to sell their soul to sit there, since I don't call on students, and as long as they're reasonably quiet, I pretend not to see when they're doing something else. I once had a guy hem curtains through analytical mechanics and never batted an eye. He got an A-. Good for him, and for his windows. Single-spaced, 12-point. Groans arise. Please do not insult my intelligence by using Algerian as a font, and do not set the margins to 1.3 inches, hoping I won't realize because I will check. I will not check. In fact, I will barely skim the essays for key words while Cece puts on some Noah Baumbach that is, unfortunately, not Madagascar 3. My students would find me so pathetic if they knew how desperately I hustle to give them all an A. And remember, in-text citations only from scholarly sources. Raised hand. What if my uncle... Like I mentioned, while I'm very happy that your uncle minored in biology at the University of Delaware 23 years ago, I will not accept his Thanksgiving hot takes as a scholarly source. See you all next week. This looks like a fun way to spend your time on God's green earth. George tells me after joining me on the podium. How many of these classes do you teach per week? Oh, only 4,000-5,000. She laughs, and I instantly feel guilty. I should be grateful that I have a job. The alternative is hypnotizing my pancreas into thinking it can make insulin and living off Wendy's ketchup packets. But it's not that bad. The students are great, and Dr. Hanaway, a sophomore, runs toward me, sweater pulled down on her shoulder. Could you check if this is just a pimple, or we've been over it, Selena. I'm not that kind of doctor. Oh, right, my bad. No problem. Get it checked out at Student Health, okay? I smile. Externally. Internally, it's a bloodbath. Please don't say anything. I beg George. Let's go. She closes her hand around my elbow. You deserve a 12-course meal. She takes me to a Turkish cafe near campus. Very well, she says between dolmas. I think we both know the reason I asked you here. Do we? Of course. She leans forward, hands steepled, eyes burning into mine. Jack's my closest friend. Heard him, and I'm going full Tanya Harding. Though you're probably not as attached to your knees as Nancy was, so I'll do it on the knuckles. You won't be able to pick up chalk without experiencing agonizing pain. You'll have to hold it between your teeth, and all that hydrous magnesium silicate will fuck up your bowel movements forever. My blood drains. I'm planning to flee to a remote Latvian village, alter my fingertips with a cheese grater, dye my hair black, then blonde, then back to brown again just to throw people off, when George bursts out laughing. Oh my God, your face! I blink at her. I'm sorry. That was so inappropriate. I just couldn't pass it up. I blink again. So you didn't want to meet because... Nope, nothing to do with Jack. You can pull his heart out of his chest, grill it, and eat it with a side of creamed corn if you want. I mean, I am fond of him, but relationships are like assholes. Shouldn't go around and smell other people's, yada yada. Her smile is mischievous. Sorry? I sip on my Iron. It's okay. Just... Nancy Kerrigan is my cousin, and my father was diagnosed with chalk-induced lung disease. She pales. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I feel horrible about... She notices my small smile. You just made that up, didn't you? I shrug, stealing one of her dolmas. Not only are you perfect for Jack, I think I might like you more than he does, and that's a lot. Anyway, this is why I asked you to meet. She moves my drink to the side, then sets down a piece of paper. She sips her water as I read and read, without understanding a single word. Mrs. Whitecotton from 2nd grade would be so disappointed. Is this, She nods. It's not, I didn't interview. But you did get to the final round of an MIT interview. Somebody who will remain nameless, let's just call them Jack, told me that over 300 candidates applied. I'm going to trust that your credentials checked out and that you didn't try to spin an associate degree from Bible College into a physics doctorate. You are offering me a job? In your lab? As a postdoc. There are 2 specific liquid crystals projects I'd have you work on. Jack put you up to this, I say, a little accusing. Nope. In my relationship with Jack, usually, and by usually I mean always, I harass him into doing what I want. She must be lying. Listen, thank you. This is kind, but I already told him no. And now that he and I are kind of... It wouldn't be a good idea to... Wait, she frowns. What do you mean you already told him no? He already offered me the position. He what? George explodes. The waiter and about 15 other patrons turn to us. Jack offered you a job? You didn't know? That is so inappropriate. She is face-palming hard. You don't offer a job to your brother's ex, whom you've been gone over for months. The face-palming graduates to both hands. God! Men. Even the good ones are just... Are you saying you didn't know? Nope. And I didn't tell him I was planning to offer you a job. The funds come from my grants. This is completely separate from my work with him. She sighs heavily. Listen, I'll be real. I didn't know who you were till last week. Aside from the girl Jack talks about when he gets drunk. But I looked up your stuff. Your work is good. And I could really use someone like you on my team. And before you ask, yes, so could Jack. But I'm better. She leans forward and points at a line in the contract. It's a 3-year position. I can pay you 1.5 times the NIH salary. Liquid crystals are a side project for me, so you'd be leading. First author on all publications. I know you don't have applied experience, but we need someone who knows the theory like the back of their hand. No teaching, no Algerian font, just research. Though if you want to keep pretending that you enjoy it, I'm sure we could find you a class. What is up with all these people calling me on my bullshit lately? Am I suddenly giving off main character vibes? And Jack, in all of this, is a non-entity. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy for you guys. Well, for him. He was starting to look miserable. All that broody, horny, guilty pining. I clear my throat. Would there be health insurance? You don't have health insurance now? I shake my head and she rolls her eyes. Adjuncthood is the fucking 11th plague of Egypt. Yes, of course, health insurance. You won't have to do this weird fake dating thing. Dignity disintegrated. Jack told you about that? Oh, she winces. No. I could read it in your face? Now I'm the one face-palming. Listen, he had to, because I knew you as a librarian. But believe me, there's no judgment here. I put myself through my master's by working as a PA for one of Elon Musk's cronies. And to go back to the job, the most important thing is 3 MIT theorists are going to retire within the next 5 years. You'd be first in line to replace them. There is no guarantee that we won't be suctioned off the surface of the earth by a demonically possessed vacuum cleaner. She hesitates for a second, as if deciding whether to add something. Elsie, I know it can't be easy, accepting a job from someone who stole the one you wanted. But you got your PhD less than a year ago. You're young to be competing for faculty positions. Honestly, I'm surprised you're adjuncting. Research is your strong suit, and you should be focusing on building your CV, not checking student zits. It makes sense, and I want what she's offering. Enough money to not worry about money. An office to neatly line up my Funko Pops. 3 years of peace of mind. But could I talk it through with my mentor? Sure. Who are they? Dr. Lorindo at Northeastern. It's a black cloud moment. 1 second, George is all confident determination. The next, she physically recoils, elbow knocking against the back of her chair. Christophe Lorindo? Does Jack know? Yes. Why? Nothing. She shakes her head. The light in her eyes has dimmed. But you don't need to ask for his permission. This is your future, your career, your decision. My career, yes, but I only have one because Dr. L dragged me out of the pile. When do you need an answer by? I can wait for 2-3 weeks tops. After that, I'll have to start looking around to fill the position. Okay? I nod. Just take the job. A greedy, tired voice inside me insists. It craves those Parmesan crisps that are $5 a pop and is sick of reminding students to stop circling the Scantron bubble instead of filling it in. Steal an ink cartridge from the Boston University printer and get yourself fired. Then you'll have no choice but to go work for George. Dr. L will deal with the decision.
So, she asks, aside from offering you a job, what other outrageous and utterly inappropriate things has Jack proposed to you? Marriage ceremony during faculty meeting? Retroactive hyphenation to Hanaway Smith Turner for all your academic publications? Naked cuddles in the MIT library? I almost spit my iron all over her. But it's okay, because she totally deserves it.
19. Impedance. On Friday night, I wear a dress. Nothing fancy. It's a cable knit sweater dress my cousin handed down to Mom because it was too long, and Mom handed down to me because it was too small. I pair it with my one lipstick, my one tube of mascara, my one eye pencil, my one pair of thigh highs. I curl my hair all on my own, cursing softly whenever I burn the side of my hand, so Cece won't hear. Listener, she hears anyway. This is such an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist, she tells me from the kitchen where she's pouring milk into a bowl. Do you see dead people? Oh my God, am I dead? Shut up. I dress up all the time. She waves her spoon at me. Not for dates. Actually? Not for real dates with your professional arch-nemesis and brother of the guy you used to fake date, who you wished would incur a death by paper cuts but now like enough to fix that cowlick on the back of your head. I sigh. Great synopsis of my life. Thank you. If you ever need a biographer. She pours Cocoa Puffs into the milk, like the nonsensical creature she is. Where are you guys going? Dinner with his friends. He has this really active social circle that makes me look back to that summer when my best friend was a watermelon with googly eyes and feel absolutely devastated. 3rd grade? High school. Ouch. Well, you have me now. Ready to call law enforcement if you're not back by 8:30. May I? I've always wanted to report a missing person. She holds the spoon like a phone. No, officer, she didn't have enemies. But she was part of a weird sectarian conflict that only someone with a doctorate in physics could fully grasp. Last seen cavorting with a big dude in a St. Patrick's Day porta-potty. Yes, I'll hold. I laugh. Do text me before you call Liam Neeson. And I might be later than that, but I'm not spending the night. Ever. Ever. She gasps. The spoon clatters. Are you not letting him smack the salmon because of the article he wrote? Is his 17-year-old self cock-blocking him from the past? I frown. At her usage of salmon and at the reminder that, why, yes, the guy I'm going out with did do that. And it's not that I ever forget. It's just that I truly cannot reconcile it. The way Jack is when we're together. Kind and funny and even admiring of my work. And the fact that 15 years ago... Elsie, is that it? No, he's just not planning on having sex with me. Her eyes widen. Are you planning on having sex with him? Maybe. Probably. No. Should I? Oh, I want to. I'm scared. Maybe. I have to go. I chew on the inside of my cheek and pick up my purse, then stop at the door when Cece says, Hey, Elsie? I turn around. You look pretty tonight. Her big eyes are warm, even more than usual. I smile. I think I look medium, as usual, but my heart feels open all of a sudden. Open for Cece, this beautiful, odd person who cannot read analog clocks or tell the difference between left and right, who's been sticking with me through thin and thin and thin for the past 7 years. For a moment, all I want is to open my mouth and say, I hate art house movies. Could we watch a rom-com sometimes? Riverdale? Literally any Kardashian show? What comes out is, you look like a weirdo, pouring milk before the cereal, but I love you anyway. I step out to her middle finger. Then my phone rings, and that's when my night collapses like an accordion. In my defense, I pick up assuming it's Jack, calling to say that he's late, or that I'm late, or that someone hammered him in the frontal lobe and the resulting brain injury helped him realize that he doesn't want to see me ever again. A tragic miscalculation on my part, because... Elsie, finally! You need to come home right now. Mom? Lance is now with Dana, and Lucas punched him after the soccer game. Everyone saw. God. But I talked to them last week. Lance said he wasn't interested. He lied, Elsie. Oh, I'm disappointed in you for not picking up on it. I exhale, stepping out of the building. He seemed sincere. That's why you need to come home and help me sort this out. I have been so tense and jittery. My poor nerves. Mom, I can't. I don't have a car, for one, and I have classes. Just find a substitute teacher. I'm not... Mom. I spot Jack's car. It's freezing cold. Every instinct yells at me to first finish my conversation, but I cannot resist getting in. The seat is already heated. Jack's hair still shower damp, curling in soft wisps on his neck. He looks freshly shaved and smells divine, like soap they sell in fancy boutiques, and the hollow of his throat when I slept nestled in his arms. 1 minute, I mouth. He nods. Mom's going on about how Lance is misunderstood. Lucas is sensitive. Dad is busy with work, and the mean ladies at church are sure to be rejoicing in the downfall of the once esteemed Hanaway household. Meanwhile, Jack studies me through my open coat. My dress hits only about mid-thigh when I'm sitting. His eyes follow the line of the hem, stop on my knees, linger for a longer-than-polite moment. Then his Adam's apple bobs, and he turns away. His shoulders rise, then fall, and then he's driving out of the parking lot, looking anywhere but at me. Oh. Mom, I have to go. I'll call them both tomorrow and talk to them out of illegal stuff at the very least. You can't solve this at a distance. I sigh. I'll do my best. Honestly, I'm not sure I can solve this at all. I'm not sure anyone can. Mom gasps, outraged. How can you be so selfish, Elsie? I exhale slowly. I don't think I'm being selfish. I'll help as soon as I'm able, but they're both beyond listening to anything. Unbelievable, she says. And then, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Jack, I say. Yes? If I'm talking with someone and out of the blue I hear the busy signal, what does it mean? He gives me a look. Sounds like you already know. Oh my God. I'm dumbstruck. My mom just hung up on me. He nods. Should I be shocked? Is that something that doesn't happen in functional families? I don't know. Does your father hang up on you? Does my father have my number? I laugh, and we exchange a half-clueless, half-amused glance. Peas in a pod, really. It's a first. My stomach feels heavy. She usually likes me, or pretends to anyway. Jack looks at me with his resting, I see you face. I'm not used to Mom being this mad at me. It feels terrible, like my entire soul is passing a kidney stone, and suddenly the idea of going out to dinner holds zero appeal. It'll be good, I tell myself. You like his friends. Laughter is the best medicine. Or opiates.
Wanna tell me what happened?
He asks gently, twisting the car through Boston's narrow one-ways. My family is embarrassing.
More so than a dozen people in monogrammed shirts, vultures circling a 90-year-old in the hope that she'll drop dead and a few wads of cash will roll in their direction?
My family would do the same if there were any money to be had. If something happened to my grandma, my brothers would beat each other up over the 6-pack of beer she left in the fridge.
Is that what they're fighting about? Beer?
I wish. I roll my eyes. It sounds too stupid to bear. A girl.
A girl?
Well, she's a woman now, but she was a girl when it all began. He frowns.
How old are your brothers?
Older than me. And honestly, I blame this entire mess on traumatic encephalopathy. Both of them were on the football team, getting their brains oatmealed. And there were 70 million cheerleaders they could have, I don't know, play D&D under the bleachers with, but no, they decided to choose the same one. Dana. His mouth twitches.
I don't think that's what people do under the bleachers, Elsie.
They're my brothers, okay? For the purpose of this conversation, they've been fighting over the exclusive right to attend Dana's decoupage classes. And the most ridiculous thing is they fancy themselves in some kind of Legends of the Fall situation. They both think that the big love of their life is doomed to fail because of the machinations of their evil twin. But the truth is, it's so obvious from the outside that no one loves anyone here. Dana gets 90% of her dopamine from watching two guys fight over her. Mom only cares about what her cousin's husband's sister's nanny thinks, and is totally fine with them shanking each other as long as they do it privately. And the sad thing is, Lucas and Lance used to be best friends. They'd have fun trying to convince me that chapstick was made of dromedary sperm and watching me gag. But by now, they've forgotten that they're brothers, forgotten why they liked Dana in the first place, and are just chickens pecking at each other's feed. Like they're two hydrogen atoms, and Dana is the electron they constantly steal back and forth. But they're both nonmetals, and even though they wish they could pluck that electron out for good and keep it for themselves, nope, same electronegativity. Sorry, it won't work. And we're back to square one every 6 damn months.
And where do you come in?
Jack asks, voice quiet in the car after my bout of yelling. I feel guilty for unloading my entire life story on him, like he's Oprah or something. I should be fun. Mom sends me in to broker peace. I squirm against the seat. Jack's eyes slide to my legs, or maybe they don't. The car is dark and I can't tell.
Why?
What do you mean?
It sounds like your brothers are having issues with one another.
I nod.
Why does she send you?
Because it's such a why is the sky blue question. Scattering of solar light through the atmosphere, duh. It's my family.
It's your mom's family too, and your dad's, and your brother's. And yet, they're fine with not addressing the issue and asking you to take care of it.
He takes a right turn, and the lights of the truck coming toward us hit his jaw at the perfect, most handsome angle. There's the way he looks, his low voice, this smell of his. What does this man want with this? With me? I owe it to them.
You do?
Yes. You don't understand. I gave them lots of problems growing up. My diagnosis was such a hassle for them, and the medical care was so expensive. I owe it to them. My stomach drops. Now Mom is mad at me. I'm an ingrate.
So, to summarize, because your pancreas stopped producing insulin when you were a child, You now owe your family a doula-worthy degree of emotional labor?
It sounds horrible, put like that. Downright horrifying. But, yeah, kind of.
What does your family think of your job situation?
Oh, that, I shrug. Not much. I don't plan to elaborate, but he's giving me a raised eyebrow look, and I want him to check the road. I don't tell them about that stuff.
You don't tell them about your life?
It's not what I meant. Though I don't. Just, I'm a first-generation college student.
There are plenty of first-generation academics whose parents are supportive and engaged.
I roll my eyes, because it's not like I don't know that he's right, or like my heart doesn't feel heavy at the thought. Just go ahead and do it.
Do what?
You're dying to armchair psychologize me. He doesn't even hide how entertaining he finds me.
Am I?
You obviously have an opinion. Just say it.
Say what?
That I don't tell my family about my job because I'm unable to let people know that I'm more than the sum of the ways I can be useful to them. That if I show my true self with my needs and my wants, I risk being rejected. That I've wielded my ability to hide who I am like an emotional antiseptic, and in the process, I've turned myself into a puppet, or a watermelon with googly eyes. He maneuvers the car past the glow of the streetlights, and as the seconds pass in silence, I grow afraid that I've said too much, showed too much, been me too much. But then,
well,
his smile is fond, tender.
My job here is done.
I close my eyes, letting my forehead slide against the window. Hot skin and cold glass. I know how messed up I am.
You do?
Yeah, I don't know how to stop.
Then maybe my job is not done, and you should stick around.
I turn to check whether his expression matches his tone, a mix of teasing, sweet, amused, hopeful, other things I can never understand. Then I notice where we are. This is your apartment.
Yup.
He parks. No, he reverse parks. Without sweating or crying or a litany of, fuck, shit, fuck. I hate him. Did you forget something?
Nope.
Then why?
I figured we'd take it easy tonight. Relax.
What about your friends?
They can entertain themselves.
But they're waiting for us.
Nah, I texted them.
When?
While you were comparing your brother's relationship to a non-polar covalent bond.
Why?
Because you're obviously upset, and probably had a long week at work. And you had more or less non-consensual lunches with two people whom I know to be giant pains in the ass. I think it's better if we stay in.
He kills the engine.
Just us.
But I look up at his building. Unlike mine, it doesn't look like it's 20 minutes from being condemned, and 35 minutes from burning down due to exposed circuitry. What are we even going to do? I hear the smile in his words.
I have a couple of ideas. So, Breaking Dawn's the first one.
What? No! Twilight is the first one. Otherwise, it'd be the Breaking Dawn saga.
Right. Need a blanket?
The lights are low, but Jack tracks my movements as I shake my head and fold my legs underneath me. The hot chocolate he made sits on the coffee table, right next to his Heineken. And I think I saw him raise the thermostat when we first came in, after he noticed me shivering in the chilly hallway. I'm overdressed, over-made up, over-curled for a night on the couch. I don't care, though.
Okay.
He grabs the remote and sits next to me, near but not threatening. Not close enough to touch, but the cushion shifts and the air around me is warmer, denser. I cannot believe you own a Twilight box set.
I needed to see what the fuss is about.
You bought the Blu-rays. Who buys Blu-rays?
People who can't find the VHS.
I study him, his odd, beautiful eyes. How old are you, precisely?
73.
I laugh. No, for real.
17.
You're 33, aren't you? 32. 34?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Give me a hint. What do you remember from your childhood? Slime? The DSL dial tone? Butterfly hair clips? People dying of the bubonic plague?
You can shit on my Twilight Forever box set all you want. I've seen the way you're eyeing it.
With polite but detached interest.
With shameless, covetous lust for the Edward Goes to Italy featurette.
I laugh again. It's nice, being here where it's warm. So, what do you know about the movies? He drums his fingers on his knee.
They have a blood-curdling CGI kid named Elizabeth.
Renesmee.
And something about sparkly dermatology? Spider monkeys?
There's also vampire baseball.
Encouraging.
Okay, real talk. I turn a little toward him. Are you going to hate this?
Probably, but no more than 2001: A Space Odyssey.
What do you like?
Physics-defying car chases, mostly. People climbing buildings. Space monsters.
He shrugs.
George calls them my white male rage movies.
Okay, well, we can watch one of those. Avengers, Infinity Endgame, or something with The Rock. I mean, what about what you want?
What about that?
We never focus on that.
That's because I have no issues asking for what I want.
That felt like a backdoor brag. I mumble resentfully.
It was fully front door.
I play with the hem of my dress. I understand that this is about helping me reclaim my individuality, but if we're going to be friends, we should do stuff you like too. Otherwise,
Elsie.
Hands on my chin. He lifts it till my eyes are on his.
You're doing it. We're doing it.
I keep looking until I cannot bear it anymore, then free myself. Okay, well, I swallow. Twice. You still didn't need to buy the box set.
I told you,
No, I mean, my cheeks are warm. It's streaming on Netflix and on Prime. I pluck the remote from his hand before he can ask me how I know, and then I ignore the amused way his eyes linger on me and laugh over my hot chocolate at his soft comments.
Very green.
Or,
they go to high school?
Or,
what's up with the ketchup bottle?
About halfway through, I pry myself from the hormonal ride of paranormal teenage angst to look at Jack. He's studying the movie intently, watchfully, like it's a documentary on unparticle physics. I promise I'm not going to quiz you afterwards, I tell him. You can scroll on your phone, fall asleep, roll your eyes.
Is that what people do when you watch Twilight with them?
I don't.
You don't
watch it with anyone. I never spend time with people doing something I unabashedly enjoy. I usually stream a cam version on my laptop and give off a dense, guilty aura. Once Cece came in the middle of a clips, I turned off the monitor and swore I was masturbating to stepbrother hentai. His mouth curves.
Not Bill Nye.
Didn't think of it. He looks back at the screen, but something's blossoming in my stomach. Something heavy and uncomfortable. And when I say, "Hey," he turns to me again. Thank you.
For suggesting Bill Nye porn?
No. I cannot put it in words. Until I can. For wanting to know me enough to watch my favorite movie with me. I lean forward, fully planning to kiss him on the cheek. But something happens once I'm inside his space, and plans change. I linger. Jack is warm, He smells nice and feels familiar, real, like very little in my life does. So I stay. Just because it's that good. And I stay even when he turns toward me and his mouth is so close to mine, I'm almost sure this is going to turn into something else. Into a kiss. He exhales. I inhale. His hand rises, grips the back of my head to hold me still. My eyes flutter closed. A tight flush spreads all over my stomach, skin on fire, heart pumping. Finally, a kiss that I want. And oh, do I want this kiss. I want to... No, he says. His lips nearly move against mine. No. He lets go abruptly. I open my eyes and he's on the edge of the couch, feet away from me, facing away. Jack? His back is rigid. He rubs his eyes, mumbling something that sounds a lot like, "Too soon." And I'm suddenly cold and full of dread. I didn't mean to. I reach out and lay my hand on his shoulder blade. He instantly moves away, and I realize it's the wrong way to ask for forgiveness for invading his personal space.
Elsie, I need you to not touch me for a minute.
He goes to stand by the window, rubbing his fingers over his mouth. On the TV, Bella is crying. I feel like crying too. Mortified to the core. My embarrassment could power a mid-sized European country. I'm sorry, I say to his taut shoulders. Honesty. When is honesty too much? I think I may be attracted to you. Fuck, he breathes out. He turns around, running a hand through his hair. I've never seen him openly show distress before. Fuck, he repeats softly, and I'm lost. What did I do? I didn't mean to. He takes a breath. Suddenly, he's even more imposing.
I'm not going to fuck you,
he promises me quietly, almost talking to himself. I have no idea what to say to that. I am confused, rejected, maybe? But I didn't ask him for that. He's assuming a lot based on a couple of seconds of proximity, and I'm tempted to point it out, which is why I shock myself when what I say is vaguely resentful. Right. You mentioned before that you're not interested. He lets out a laugh.
I never said that.
At the restaurant, you said that you didn't want to have sex with me.
I said that I wasn't going to have sex with you.
I frown. That's the same thing.
It's not.
My mind rushes to catch up. Then it does, and my entire body flushes with heat.
Is that how you interpreted what I said?
He sounds incredulous.
Lack of interest?
I shrug, like it doesn't matter. Like it didn't cut deep.
You think I don't want to fuck you?
He says, blunt as always. Why else?
Why else?
I clear my throat. Why else won't you? Jack shakes his head. His jaw has a stubborn set, like this is a rule he's made for himself, something he's thought a great deal about.
It's what's best for you. For us. Right now.
I'm sorry, did you... I clear my throat. Did you just inform me that we're not going to have sex because it's what's best for us? He nods once, like he would to a known undisputed fact. Water molecules slow down light. And that's when I stand, indignant. You understand that this should be the product of a dialogue between two people, right? I'm barefoot. He's so much taller than me, my neck protests the unnatural angle. You can't just hand out decisions without explanation.
I can, actually.
The way he bends down can't be comfortable either. We're sharing about 2 square feet of space, cross-armed, unsmiling. A second ago, we were joking on the couch. What the hell? This is incredibly patronizing. You can't assume that you know what's best for—
Okay, then.
He shifts forward, and I can feel every millimeter.
How do I make you come?
I must have misunderstood. What?
What do you like when having sex? What do you want? What are your needs?
His eyes are pools of black in the dim lights.
How do I make you come?
I shake my head. Edward is moving at light speed to save his love, and my mind is as slow as a slug. Sorry?
You said it was patronizing of me not to discuss sex. So, let's talk.
This is the Jack from our first meeting. Challenging, uncompromising, demanding.
Unless it makes you feel uncomfortable. A good sign that maybe it's best for you not to have it either, but—
That's not it, I hurry to say. But maybe it is. A little. I don't talk about sex very much with people. Just CC, and mostly in terms of what 14th century nuns were supposedly up to when they should have been tending to the herb garden. But it has nothing to do with comfort. We don't talk about sex for the same reason we don't talk about stock dividends. We have very little of it.
Then tell me,
he repeats. His look shifts to something that's not quite daring. Like for once, this is not a power play of his, and he genuinely wants to know.
How do I make you come?
This is such a weird thing to ask. Light bulb on. Oh my God. You think I'm inexperienced. I laugh right in his face. I'm not. I've had sex with JJ like 1,000,000 times in 1,000,000 ways. I add, just to get a reaction out of him. But Jack's reaction is infuriatingly non-existent. You think I'm lying?
I don't. If you told me you're a card-carrying member of that Orgy of the Month club, I'd believe you. But since you have all that experience, you'll have no problem telling me. How do I make you come?
I open my mouth and, immediately close it.
I'm waiting, Elsie.
I hate him when he's like this. Just smug and merciless and all-seeing and
still waiting.
I look down at my feet, the stockings sheer around my toes, and all of a sudden I'm feeling I'm embarrassed. I have no idea what to tell him, and for a second I consider lying. Pretending that I'm a fucking sex goddess. 20 orgasms in a trench coat. But Jack is lie repellent, and he'd know, and it'd be even more mortifying than the truth. I have no idea how he can make me come. My mind turns to JJ, and here's a truth I'm not going to admit out loud in this fancy open-plan apartment. I don't even know if I have the capacity to like sex. I never wondered because me enjoying something was never a priority. Is this something you do with every girl you sleep with? I ask bitterly. An entrance exam?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Other times it's more trial and error.
Something heavy twists in my stomach. And after that?
After that, I do what they like. Have them do what I like if they're up for it.
Jealousy. That's the feeling. I'm jealous of these unnamed girls. In my mind, they all look leggy, stunning, smart, worthy of being fucked by Jack. Unlike me. I turn away and step to one of the 1,000,000 windows. I don't know how he stands it. The nakedness of this place. It's a fishbowl. He needs curtains.
Elsie.
He's behind me. I see his reflection in the glass, holding my eyes like in a mirror.
You have a pattern of doing things you don't enjoy for the sake of others. And I need to be sure the two of us don't fall into it. I need to know that you're not initiating anything with me because it's something you think I expect. And I need to be certain that you don't feel like you have to be some fantasy lay whose only focus is my pleasure. That you're in a place where you're able to acknowledge and articulate your needs. I let my forehead fall against the glass, watching my eyes cross over my nose. You should tell me what you're thinking, he says after a while, much more gentle than a minute ago. Why? Because I want to know. He sighs. And you promised you'd try. Right. Yes, I did do that. Stupidly. I'm thinking. I turn around, drum my nails against the windowsill, and close my eyes when I can't bear to look at Jack. What am I thinking at any given time? The more I try to grasp my own mind, the faster it goes blank. I'm thinking that two things can be true at once. You want to protect me, and also do it in a patronizing way. I'm thinking that by trying to respect me, you ended up making a decision for me, like everyone else before you. I'm thinking that I don't really know you, not yet. But sometimes, when I'm with you, I feel like you know me better than I do myself. I swallow. But I'm also thinking something else. What? I open my eyes. He is. I want him. For myself. I have no idea in what shape, timeline, texture, but I do. I'm thinking that I don't know how you can make me come. But it would be fun to find out together. I'm exhausted from all the thinking, overthinking, rethinking, unthinking. So for the first time in my life, I just let my mind white out. I step out of my head and into my body, savor the absence of formulas and prediction models, and just do it. Grab the hem of my dress, take it off in one fluid motion, drop it until it crumples at Jack's feet. It's a big gamble. I've never done anything this brave, stupid, reckless before. But this is Jack, having so many of my firsts. And it doesn't even matter if the second my clothes are off, I'm all out of courage. I stare at the fabric, too scared to move my eyes anywhere else, letting the tension stretch, the pressure build, till I hear a low, "Elsie." I glance up. I'm not insecure about my body. Probably because I am so busy being insecure about every little thing I do, say, broadcast. But if I were, if I had any doubts about whether I'm attractive, pretty, desirable enough to him, they'd dissolve like sugar in water. Jack's cheeks are pink, his pupils fat, fixed at some point between my belly button and the elastic of my panties. At his sides, both his hands twitch, then clench into fists. "It's too soon," he says again. "We should wait till you're more comfortable around me." I'm at my most comfortable around you, I say. And then, because honesty, and also at my least. But that's because you're an asshole, and unlikely to ever change. He exhales a sharp laugh. I look at him looking at me, thinking that I might win this if I play it right. And then he says, "If we need rules." And it occurs to me that I've already won. I need rules, he says firmly, in a tone that brokers no objection. He's staring at the swell of my breasts over my bra, mapping the edge of the simple black cotton. "You promise me you will stop you if I need to. Tell the truth. Be honest." I nearly roll my eyes. He's right, but I'm impatient. Hot, tingling with a sense of almost victory. Of possibilities. His throat bobs. "We take it slow." He's starting to sound like he just finished a sprint. I consider making a CrossFit joke, but my mind's occupied. "We're not having sex. And clothes stay on." I glance at my dress. Should I put it back on? Jesus.
He licks his lips, steps closer. His hand lifts to hover somewhere around my waist, but doesn't touch me.
My clothes stay on.
They won't. They can't, logistically. But he seems obsessed with being in control, so I say, suit yourself. I reach around behind my back to unclasp my bra. He stops me and shifts even closer.
Leave that on.
I nod and bend down to roll off my thigh highs.
Leave them on too.
His jaw works.
Please.
Oh. Okay. I clear my throat. My heart is pounding, and he's flushed, and neither of us is doing anything. We're caught. Stuck in the transition. Can we kiss now? Or is it still too soon? Jack is not clumsy, not ever. But the embrace somehow is. Too hurried, greedy, impatient. The momentum too strong when he presses me against the window. The cold glass bites into my skin, a heady contrast to the unyielding weight of his chest on my front. His mouth is on mine, and I'm overwhelmed, then dizzy, then confused. In my experience, kisses are brief, something to do before moving to other body parts, to the real thing. But Jack won't let this one end. His tongue presses against mine, strokes slowly, coaxes my jaw open. He kisses like he's already inside me. I don't know what to do about that, so the moment stretches endlessly, full and hot, until I cannot help squirming against him. There is a couch nearby, a bed, countless chairs, an air mattress I've heard tales of. We're here, though, the windowsill digging into my hips till he lifts me on top of it. He's still taller, bigger, stronger, but he yields a few inches of advantage and I arch into him, twisting to get closer.
Wait, let me.
His fingers close on my wrists and draw my arms around his shoulders. His hand slips between my thighs, lifts one up to make room for his hips, and then we're locked together, finally close enough. I moan into his mouth. He grunts and breaks the kiss.
Is this okay?
He pants. Something hard pushes against my stomach through his jeans.
Is this okay? Do you?
Yes.
Thank fuck.
He sweeps my hair away and holds his nose to the hollow of my throat. Inhales sharply.
You smell out of this world. I've been stuck on it since last summer, but it's gotten better, and...
Bed. We should go to bed.
We're not going to bed.
He nips my cheekbone, then licks the sting off, and we both moan at the feeling.
I'm not going to fuck you. We're just making out, fooling around. This is not...
He hooks his finger into the soft cup of my bra and lowers it. His forehead presses against mine, and he looks down to the hard point of my nipple.
Jesus,
he mutters. I can take it off.
No.
He groans softly and thumbs the pebble back and forth, pinches it just this side of too much, making me gasp.
I'm not going to fuck you, but God, I could.
His entire palm rubs against my breast, and my whimper is humiliating. This is going to feel good. Really, really good. It's already much better than anything. Pulling embarrassing, unfortunate noises out of me.
What do I do?
He asks, fitting his fingers in the dips of my ribs. I look up at him, glossy-eyed, already a little dazed. What?
What do you like?
He's looking down at my body like it's a beautiful space oddity, something belonging to a minor goddess, to be investigated in filthy, methodical, obscene ways. His hand traces my flat stomach, skims the place where my thigh-highs transition into tender skin, brushes reverently against the pod right above my panties, like this little thing my life depends on is as much a part of me as my navel. JJ asked me to take it off, said he found it off-putting, made bionic woman jokes. And then there's Jack, licking his lips and asking,
"Where do I start?"
I have no clue. He kisses me again, this time slow and gentle, pulling back from that initial brink. He uncovers my other breast, and his fingers are back, playing with my nipple like it's an instrument. Liquid warmth hooks low in my belly.
Trial and error, then.
What do you do with other girls?
Other girls?
Normal girls. He laughs into my collarbone, then starts sucking on it.
Elsie.
I just want to know. If I weren't me, what would you do?
No.
Against my sternum. Honesty, you said. He's licking the inside of my breasts like they're luscious sweet fruits. I run my fingers in his hair, bow into him, beg. Please. He hums against my nipple. I wait for him to take it into his mouth, tense as a violin string, and when he doesn't, when he pulls back to stare at me, I nearly groan. I do groan, a soft, miserable whine.
If you were any other woman.
His palms stroke my knees, spreading my legs apart.
If you were anyone but you, I would take you to bed, and I'd fuck you everywhere you let me.
His fingers are like electricity, climbing up my inner thighs, lighting up nerve endings.
I would go down on you, maybe while you're going down on me. And because your tits look like something I'll be dreaming about for decades, I'd ask for permission to come on them. Paint a picture.
He reaches the elastic of my panties. I inhale, sharp.
I'd clean you up and feed you before taking you home, if you wanted me to.
His thumb pushes the wet cotton to the side, slides underneath.
But you wouldn't be you. And afterwards, I wouldn't think of you very much.
He taps against my clit, and I let out a moan. It's knee-buckling, how good this feels, the rush of pleasure climbing down my spine.
This is way too fast,
he says hoarsely, but he's drawing slow circles around me. My pussy throbs in time with my heartbeat, and my nails dig hard into the windowsill. I am grateful for my black panties, which won't show how wet I am, for the low lights. I'm grateful that I can close my eyes, pretend he's not looking at me, and seeing every little thing I'm made of.
Elsie, maybe you should ask me to stop.
Don't. Whatever you do, please don't stop. He laughs, breathless.
More? Less? What do you want?
I want everything, and nothing will ever be enough. I'm empty, and I ache, and I'm clenching around nothing, and...
Elsie, what do you...
I don't know, I whine, burning, out of control. I don't know, but please, can you...
Shh, it's okay.
The thumb presses harder, and my head falls back against the window.
I barely know what I want from you, and I've had much longer to think about it.
He's close, licking my neck and my nipples, scraping his teeth around my throat. It makes everything worse and so much better.
I don't know what I'm doing either. Not with you. This is new.
My head is a jumbled mess of pleasure and panic. This is... Oh, God. That's humble of you. I manage to push out. My hips shift, trying to meet him and get more friction. Jack sees me strain and he does nothing. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
There's something really humbling about having the face of your brother's girlfriend in your head every time you come.
Another whimper. Mine. I was never his.
I didn't know it. For months, I didn't know.
I want to ask him what he thought of when it started. I just say, I was sure you hated me. He laughs, a little wistful, and leans in for a kiss against my temple.
I did sometimes, for making me hate my brother, just because he was the one who got to eat you out.
His hand twists, and something in his grip changes. More points of contact. Jack parting my folds, the heel of his hand pressing against my clit. It's even better. So much better.
Should I put a finger inside you?
A flush spreads up from my chest. My entire body is burning, a blend of embarrassment, heat, pleasure. I feel him nod against my cheek.
No, then.
But, historically, penetrative sex has done very little for me. But then, so has kissing or touching, and as I sit here, trembling from Jack's hand between my legs, I cannot help thinking that maybe there could be more to that. Trial and error, I say, which makes him laugh, a deep rumble in his chest.
You sure?
I nod. And then his middle finger nudges at my opening, tapping gently while his thumb strokes my clit. And I think it's going to be a process. I think my body is going to have to work for it. But I'm wrong. He sinks inside me like a stone in water. Gentle, but not tentative, and it's tight. But the friction is good. He pulls back to hold my eyes, and we stay like that, both vaguely surprised, both not quite daring to breathe. Until he kisses my mouth and hooks his finger inside me. I arch and contract around him. We both jolt.
Fuck,
he breathes out.
Here, huh?
He does it again, hitting a spot that's somehow indecently, massively perfect. My entire body blooms with heat, thrums from the intensity of it. Oh my God, Jack, you... He does it some more, and I lose any ability to speak. His kisses deepen, become more aggressive, but I am too lost in the pleasure shooting up to my brain, too uncoordinated to return them in any meaningful way. He realizes it, I think, because he groans in the back of his throat, and his other hand moves between my shoulder blades, and he pulls me into his chest. A soft creature he scooped up from the floor, squirming under him, melting between his fingers, utterly defenseless.
I imagined being with you like this a lot. But Elsie, this is unreal. You are unreal.
His lips trail across my cheek.
When I get inside you, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
He pants against the shell of my ear like it's too dirty to say out loud, even alone in a dark room. You are inside me.
You know what I mean.
He bites my lobe. His hand caresses up and down my spine, a soothing touch that's the polar opposite of the slick mess between my legs.
2.
I swallow. My thighs are starting to tremble, and a frightening thought occurs to me. I might come from this. I might actually have an orgasm. I might lose all control and a fair bit of dignity in front of someone else. In front of this someone else.
Elsie, one finger okay, or you want more?
I don't know. No. Yes. I shake my head and blindly grab his arm, digging my nails into him. His biceps is an oak tree, no give to the heavy muscles, and I feel less stranded, anchored. I want more of this, of Jack, but I'm already full, bursting at the seams. You have really big hands, I say. And I don't say, I like your hands. I love your hands. I watch your hands.
Okay.
He wets his lips against mine. We're drawing a map together of a place neither of us has visited.
Okay, let's stick with one.
I cup his cheek, make sure my eyes are on his. I think we should go to bed. Have sex. Real sex.
He laughs, strained. I think you should let me go on my knees and eat you out until tomorrow morning.
God. I shake my head, dizzy, warm, dazzled. Let's just have sex. You can't be enjoying this. I tell him around a moan. I clearly am. Enjoying it.
You sure?
He angles me a little, and there is no mistaking the hot bulge of his cock against my hip. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not even doing anything. If we went to bed, I could...
You make soft little sounds. You shift your hips when I do. Oh, yes. This. And these tiny spasms around my finger, which make me think of you clenching around my cock. Given how tight you are, it isn't happening anytime soon, but
he closes his eyes and takes a deep, undone breath.
Sorry.
His rhythm on my clit is picking up, and I'm fading fast, all shallow breathing and spotty vision. Sorry?
Just trying to get a grip.
You don't have to get a grip. You can take me upstairs, and my channel contracts around him, and we both groan.
You sure you don't want 2 fingers, Elsie?
I let my shoulders fall back against the window. It's wet with my sweat, not cold anymore. We should try. He watches himself this time. He stares at his index finger disappearing inside me alongside the middle, his other hand drawing calming patterns at my waist. I clench and gasp and twist on him, but he doesn't let up. Keeps pushing in slowly, and after some resistance, I'm taking him, arching involuntarily to make room, letting out a final little noise of gratitude and disbelief.
Jesus,
Jack says. Fuck. I'm getting used to it. The sense of being crammed with something hot and beautiful. I move experimentally, squeeze around him till we both make sounds that belong to animals.
Good.
I nod. The edges of my vision are blurry. Good. His kisses are gentle pecks, almost chaste. Afterthoughts, punctuations to this lurid, soaking thing we're doing.
So maybe you like to be full,
he says, voice husky. I nod. Maybe I do.
I will give you anything I have, anything you want, if you let me go down on you right now.
I lie back, enjoy the fullness, and try to decide in the mush that is my brain. I've never done it, I whisper. And Jack must find the situation unacceptable because he drops to his knees in front of me and inhales deeply against the crease of my abdomen. It takes exactly 2 swipes of his tongue to send me to outer space. One around my opening, where he's stretching me too wide, and I think I'm going to die of embarrassment, of heat, of the liquid pressure that grows with each of his guttural groans. Then he moves up to my clit, and I know that nothing has ever felt like this in my life. That good things come sparingly, that I should try to make this last, but it's over before it starts. My body seizes and snaps and bursts into a bubble of simple, pure, physical pleasure that feels too intense to weather alone. My fingers pull Jack's hair too tight, dig in his scalp, and he keeps on eating at me, even when I'm coming down. His fingers stay deep inside as if to give me something to contract around while I ride it out, and it's perfect, this. It's explosive, crashing, nuclear. Somewhere in the universe, antimatter is being produced, and it's all because of this. Because of us. I think I'm dying, I say the second I can breathe, completely serious. My heels are digging into his back, and wet noises rise up from where he's still running his tongue over me.
I think I want to do this every day, he responds.
kissing my pussy like he would my mouth.
Every day for the rest of my life.
His words barely register, the glow of pleasure scrambling my mind as he pulls out his fingers and stands to press a soft kiss on my jaw. He murmurs soothing praises and nuzzles the top of my head like he knows how disoriented I feel. I think these are cuddles. They feel as good as the orgasm. Then something occurs to me. I came. He didn't. I think of that moment of tense desperation just before, the fear of being stuck on the verge of pleasure, and I wonder if that's where Jack is at now. If that's how he feels, pulled too tight, too big for his skin. I want to have sex, I tell him, for the millionth time. And it's true. I do. I want to see Jack come, for a whole host of reasons that have little to do with him. I'm utterly, purely selfish.
Against tonight's rules, he mutters into my shoulder.
So you're just going to stop? I shift my thigh, and it's still there, his erect cock.
I'm fine with
honesty, I cut in. We're both starting to wield the word like a weapon. What do you want now? Putting aside your rules. I roll my eyes at the last word, which seems to amuse him. My stomach blooms with heat, a physical reaction to his dimple.
I don't have to.
Honesty.
Okay.
He exhales and stares down at my body, considers the possibilities.
I want to come on your stomach.
Oh. I expected, I don't know what. Not this. Is it a kink you have? He shakes his head.
Not usually, no. But
he looks past my eyes, uncharacteristically bashful. Honesty, I request.
I never thought of myself as the possessive type. But you were someone else's for a long time. It drove me a bit crazy in my lizard brain.
I nod, thinking of my own vague jealousy. I think you should, then. He swallows.
Yeah?
Yeah. I bite back a smile. Make sure your clothes stay on. Rules and all. He gives me a dirty look. For a second, I'm giggling on the high of teasing him. Then there's his belt clinking undone, the catch of a zipper, brushes of fabric as he takes himself out, and the smile dies on my lips. I am looking, and he isn't. He doesn't watch for my reaction, just takes himself in hand, pumping up and down. His cock is hard, long, and thick in a way I didn't think possible. I glance at the way he's stroking himself, then away to the couch, then at him again, and ask, doesn't it get in the way? It's a mortifying question, and I want to air fry myself out of this plane of existence the second it's out of my mouth. But Jack's not listening. His eyes move rapidly all over my body, like I haven't been almost naked in front of him for the past 10 minutes.
You really are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen,
he murmurs. You said you don't care, that you barely notice, that there are lots of beautiful women.
I don't know.
He's usually so confident, but right now he sounds as disoriented as I feel.
With you, I notice.
He nips wet kisses down my jaw.
You think you can come again?
Impossible to tell. I haven't come with another person before, and an improvement rate of 200% seems steep. But maybe? I'd rather be present for this, though. Study him. Know what Jack looks like when he's not fully in control. I think I don't want to. He nods. And what happens next is not really for me. He steps between my thighs and angles the underside of his cock so that it hits my clit. It has us both gasping, but it's about what he wants. As is the way he slots the head against my opening, and the long moment he leaves it there, grunting, a turning point in the multiverse where two futures exist. One in which he pushes in and fucks me, the other in which he follows those inflexible rules of his. Unfortunately, Jack Smith Turner is a stickler. It occurs to me that I could be doing this for him. I could be more than just a warm body and slender arms looped around his neck. Should I? Not tonight. His movements are picking up, knuckles brushing rhythmically against my slit. I just want to look at you. Know you're here. He uses my slick to make himself wet. Hard, fast pulls, and after just a handful of seconds, I see the tension in his arms, the muted tremors in his fingers, how close he already is. Shit, Elsie. His voice is urgent, a little desperate. His forehead presses against mine. There were days, these last few months, when you were all I could think about, even if I didn't really want to. Then a choked fuck that feels like a rush of breath against my lips, and I know he's there. I think he'll finish with a growl, make a mess out of me, maybe admire his handiwork. But that's not what happens at all. Instead, he pulls back so that his eyes can hold my own till the very last moment, glassy and nearly all black. His free hand searches blindly, frantically. It grabs mine when he finds it, twining our fingers together in a tight grip. And that's when I know, when I realize deep in my belly that for Jack, this is not about friction or about fucking. It's not even about coming, or anything else I might have stupidly suspected. This is about him and me, and the possibility of something that goes far beyond the both of us. Elsie, he mouths when he comes. He seems to retreat into himself, to dig deep into his head to deal with the shocking pleasure of it and avoid losing his mind. And all I need to do is hold him tight to remind him that, yes, I'm here. With him. I'm here. It's downright terrifying, what this could be, what I want it to be. It makes me tear up, and then it makes me sob, and then it makes me clutch at Jack for dear life, the splotch of his semen sticking to his shirt and my stomach, pooling in my belly button. To his credit, he doesn't ask me what's wrong. He doesn't beg for explanations. He just holds me close, both arms wrapped around me, even when my tears morph into giggles, like I'm some crazy, unstable girl who doesn't know what to be or what to feel. Wait, that's exactly who I am. I laugh. Then I laugh some more. Then I cannot stop. The movie is over. 15 Step by Radiohead bafflingly plays during the black and white end credits, and I'm laughing again. You're ruining the moment. His lips curve into my throat, winded like he just finished an Olympic race. I'm so sorry. What? Just wondering if you still think it's too soon. He slaps my butt. I yelp and then keep on laughing. Yes. He maneuvers back and angles my head so that I'm looking at him. It's really soon. But the only person who can slow us down is you. So what? He pushes a strand of sweaty hair behind my ear. His eyes are worried and warm and empty of everything that's not us. Be gentle with me, Elsie. That's all I ask.
20. Falling Bodies. From Sandra Schuberton at gmail.com. Thermodynamics essay. Dr. Hanaway, ma'am, it's been 23 hours. Have you graded my essay yet? Saturdays a days. I shuffle around my room gingerly, full of distant stares and hands stopping mid-action like I cannot remember what I opened my closet for. How to squeeze the tube to get the right amount of toothpaste. It's a first. I sense that some paradigmatic shift had happened within me, but I cannot justify it. Jack and I did a bunch of things that high schoolers today would barely consider a quarter of first base. So what? I tried to cognitively reframe last night as two adults having casual fun. But my head is full of aggressive, intrusive, embarrassing thoughts that make it hard to concentrate on grading. As though the sheer nature of grading didn't do it on its own. "When did you get back last night?" Cece asks when I emerge in the kitchen. As usual, she's engaged in a mix of activities. Teaching Hedgie an obstacle course, listening to an audiobook on the women of the Plantagenets, making oatmeal. I try to recall what the clock in Jack's car looked like when he dropped me off. The red numbers blinking at me in the dark, as if to say, "You should go," and Jack leaning over the armrest for a kiss, then pulling me into his lap, whispering, "Not yet." "Round one." "A record." "We watched a movie," I tell her, to avoid saying, "I think I had the most soul-shaking night of my entire adult life, and it didn't even involve cheese." "What movie?" A vampire movie." "Oh my God. Nosferatu." "Eine Sinfonie des Grauens?" "Yeah." "Lucky you," she sighs. "Did you make out before or after Count Orlok awakens?" "We didn't." She points at my neck, and I turn to catch my reflection in the microwave. "Damn it." "During." She nods knowingly. "It's a horny movie, isn't it?" I remind my brothers that if they go to jail for killing each other, their future lives will contain very little Dana and very copious amounts of toilet wine. In response, I get called a bitch. Lucas, ordered to get a fucking life, Lance, and told unceremoniously, Mom. They did agree to not run over the other if they meet at the farmer's market, so there's that. "Glad to see you're doing your part for the family, Elsie," she says. I think I'm forgiven, because I did what I was told. There should be relief in that, but while Mom goes on about the Comic Sans inspirational quote my aunt posted on Facebook that may or may not be shade, I picture practicing honesty. "Mom, stop. This is messed up." I don't do it, though. I often meet with Dr. L on Saturdays, and I've been dying to discuss George's offer with him, but he's out of town. Instead, I have lunch with Cece, a quinoa bowl. I snap a picture and send it to Greg, who replies with 7 face-palming emojis in a row, and then spend the afternoon at the science fair, manning the UMass Physics Club stand alone because none of the students who were supposed to help showed up. I freeze my ass off, wonder if I should be worried about the group of kids who keep begging me to teach them how to build a catapult. Then imagine doing this next year, all over again. Then I imagine making my life about what I want. When I get a text from Jack, my brain stops working. Jack.
"Greg invited us to dinner. Want to go? We can stay in if you prefer."
He talks like his Saturday nights belong to me, even though this thing with us only just started and my heart skips too many beats. Elsie. I'm at UMass doing unspeakable things till late, but I could join when I'm done. Jack.
Perfect.
I think of the word honesty a lot before adding, Elsie. I'd like to spend the night afterwards. The reply takes a long time to come, and I find myself picturing answers.
It's too fast. Let's get back on track. Take it slow.
But something has shifted. Maybe on the windowsill. Maybe when he nipped my chin after buttoning up my coat. Maybe in the parking lot, the moment he grabbed my hand and pulled me back into the car, telling me that I couldn't leave without telling him the ending of the movie.
Do they go to college? Does Edward ever see a dermatologist? Who wins the Golden Onion?
His reply takes a long time to come, but I'm not surprised when it does. Jack.
Good.
By the time Greg opens the door, I've worked myself up to a state of panic. I thought coming empty-handed would be rude, I blurt out. So I grabbed this, because it was cheap, but not the cheapest. I hand him the bottle of red wine like it's a hot potato. I didn't notice the name until I got on the bus, and Greg looks down at the label, which proclaims Ménage à Trois in a sexy, flirtatious font. He snorts out a laugh. I swear this is not a proposition. Noted. He hugs me, at once new and comfortingly familiar. I'll put this orgy invite in the fridge and go finish the food. Make yourself comfortable. I claw out of my anxiety pit, take off my coat, then make to follow him into the kitchen when... Jack. For no reason whatsoever, my heart jolts and I cannot breathe. Maybe there's something wrong with my cardiopulmonary health. Is my entire body joining my pancreas and crapping out? Does nothing inside me work anymore? But really, it's not important. I don't care. Jack doesn't care. He stands just a few feet from the entrance, arms crossed, chestnut eyes full of warmth and amusement as he murmurs, "Looks like you and Uncle Paul have something in common after all." It's a misunderstanding. His mouth twitches. When you said you wanted to spend the night, I didn't think you meant here. I groan, covering my eyes with my hand. And when I feel Jack's heat, I know he has drifted closer, and I let myself sink into him. "Hey," he says, lips against my temple. And suddenly everything feels a bit more right in the world. I want to kiss him, desperately, just as desperately as I don't want his brother to walk in on us kissing in his living room. So I pull back and open my mouth to say the first thing I can think of. Then immediately close it. Am I going insane? Is my brain leaking out from my ears? I can't say that. I'm not batshit. Honesty, he chides gently. Crap. I swallow, buck up, take a deep breath. I missed you. I rub my forehead. God, I'm such a weirdo. He nods slowly, as though mulling it over. Then offers, I went to campus today to get work done. Instead, I kept wondering how buck wild it would be if I asked you to move in. I let out a surprised laugh. You're a weirdo, too. Yeah. Have you ever... Nope. Total first. What's wrong with us? His eyes hold mine, unyielding. I think we both know what. I laugh again. What? Come on, Elsie. You know where we're going here. I take a step back, nearly bumping into a fully assembled hutch. Panic bubbles as I track this conversation. I think I know what he's referring to, but it's not possible. It might feel like that, but it's too fast. No, I say, and then turn away, dry-mouthed, because he's giving me the look again, the one he reserves for when we both know I'm lying. I'm afraid he'll be his usual merciless self, but he just nods, pushes a strand of hair behind my ear, and tells me, It'll come to you. His touch lingers briefly, then his hand drops to his side just as Greg calls to tell us that dinner is ready. I'm a very mediocre cook, he warns me. And it's not a lie. But his mediocre food pairs perfectly with my mediocre wine, and even better with stories of his and Jack's mediocre childhoods. Teenage Greg apparently used to update every Facebook status with emo song lyrics. Jack had a skater phase and a man bun phase, not overlapping. They once collaborated on a homemade mafia thriller titled The Godson, which Greg promises to show me. In exchange, I make them laugh with my weirdest fake girlfriending stories, like the guy who had me learn sea shanties in preparation for our date, or the one who was afraid of wallpaper. This is easy, I tell Jack when Greg gets a late-night work call. He's washing the dishes, I dry. What is? Just, I stare at his soapy fingers. This, the three of us. I thought it'd be weird, but it's not. Why do you think that is? He asks, with the tone of someone who already has the answer. I don't, though. It eludes me, even as Greg unearths the godson for its first showing in 2 decades. After we hug him goodnight, I doze off inside the car. And once we're home, I hang my coat on my hook. Is it messed up that I've started to think in those terms? If being somewhere 3 times were a sign of ownership, Cece and I would be the barons of Trader Joe's cheese aisle. But my pea coat always finds itself in the same spot, between a lightweight black jacket and the lanyard with Jack's MIT Physics Institute badge. The budding domesticity makes reaching for possessive pronouns that much easier.
Want a hot chocolate?
He asks. He ventures deep inside the apartment, turning on just one light. His face is full of shadows, and I'm a little lost in them. No.
Anything else?
I shake my head and stifle a yawn. It's past 2, and all I want is a pillow. But I think we're about to have sex. That's what spending the night means, right? I should check Urban Dictionary.
Let's go upstairs, then.
In his room, he hands me an extra-large hoodie and herds me toward the bathroom. I change into it because I'm too tired to wonder why. Because it's kind of comfy. And because maybe it fits into a kink of his. He did like lingerie. Sportswear might be the next logical step. Or tentacle dildos. I use his mouthwash, scrub my face clean, then pad back into his room, hair up in a messy knot, the thick cotton hitting my thighs almost to my knees. I brush past Jack and his amused look and throw myself on my side of the bed. More unwarranted possessive pronouns, and sneak in a 20-second micro-nap. Or maybe it's more like 10 minutes, because when I next wake up, Jack blocks the nightlight seeping in from the hallway. He smells like shower and toothpaste, and he's wearing plaid pajama bottoms and a Toy Story t-shirt. Cute, I say, closing my eyes again. Did you notice Woody and Buzz's homoerotic undertones?
I thought they were very overt.
Validating. Thank you. We're about to have, I yawn, sex, right? The mattress dips.
Sure.
Under the down blanket, strong hands pull me closer. Long legs tangle with mine, and we've done this before. It's comforting, familiar. The word mine pops into my sleepy head again, and I let it float about longer than I should. Okay. Good. I can't stop yawning, but I force my lids open. I'm on the depot shot. I get it from Planned Parenthood. Otherwise, I couldn't afford it.
Planned Parenthood's good people.
Yeah. I shift closer. He's hard against my stomach, but nothing about him broadcasts impatience. We don't have to, use a condom. Unless you have pubic lice. His cheek curves against mine.
I doubt condoms protect from pubic lice, sweetheart.
I doze off into a pillow that smells like shampoo and a hint of sweat and Jack's MIT office, thinking about the logistics of little critters jumping from one crotch to another, only to jolt awake mid-fading. Don't let me fall asleep. I yawn into his neck. We're supposed to be doing it.
We are. We're going at it like animals. Just close your eyes.
I do. It's easier. Is this another rule of yours? Are you into BDSM?
I do have a thing for consent. And my partner's being awake.
I picture legions of beautiful, intelligent, curvy partners with advanced degrees. What happened to the geologist?
Who?
She was your date the day I met you. Very nice. On the short side. Dark hair. I forgot her name.
Madeline. She's currently in Europe for her sabbatical. Spain, I believe.
He pushes a strand of hair behind my ear.
She's cool. You two would get along.
I'm marginally more awake. Have you been with lots of women? The sound purrs through my skin and bones.
I don't know.
How do you not know?
I have no idea what the parameters of
Lots are.
Between 100 and 312. He slaps me gently on the ass. I chuckle and melt into him. I'm not sure either.
Then we'll never know.
But you do this a lot.
I haven't in a while.
Since when?
I think you know.
Oh. You like sex, I say. Not a question.
I do.
He pauses.
But I'll also go months without thinking about it if I'm busy working on a grant or an experiment.
Like your current sets of failed experiments? He laughs softly, pressing a kiss on my hair.
I've thought more about sex in the last 6 months than ever before.
I hope you'll like it. I burrow further into him. With me.
I will.
You can't know.
I can.
He rubs a hand up and down my back like I'm a fussy pet in need of soothing. Maybe I am. Sexual compatibility is a thing. What if we're not?
Then we'll work on it.
I don't want to be work. I don't want you to feel that I'm work. He sighs.
Somewhere along the way, your wires got crossed. Your brain decided that you're not worth people's time and effort, and that if you ask for anything, they won't just say no, they'll also leave you.
He says it matter-of-factly, like he's Archimedes of Syracuse repeating his findings about upward buoyant forces to the Acropolis for the 10th time.
That's not how love works, Elsie. But don't worry for now. I'll show you.
But I...
Go to sleep.
What? Why? No! I try to move up, but his arms cage me tighter. We should be having all the sex.
In a minute. For now, just close your eyes and be silent for 20 seconds.
Why?
It's a kink I have.
You perv. Yawn. What happened to anal play and bondage?
We'll get there. Are your eyes closed?
I nod into his chest.
Perfect. Now count to 20 in your head.
His breath is a soft, steady rhythm under my ear. I'm warm and safe. And I get only to 13 before I'm lost to the world. 21. Complex harmonic motion. My first thought is, I'm going to buy him curtains. My second, I'm going to do without cheese, insulin, and possibly toilet paper for the next 6 months. To save up, to buy him curtains. Blackout, rod-pocketed, floor to ceiling. It's unacceptable, falling asleep that late and then waking up at, 7:30? 8? 9? Just because some guy doesn't know that shades exist? Seems like a pretty simple concept to...
I'll get you a sleep mask.
I open my eyes and I think, blue. Which, less than 1/8 of his eyes is blue. It makes no sense. How do you know what I was...
Your frown woke me up,
he says, voice rough with sleep. He shifts in a stretching yawn, and it's like a seismic event, a huge tectonic fault shifting under the crust of the earth. Because during the night, I ended up face down on top of Jack. How? I ask.
You moved around a lot,
he says.
Felt like the easiest way to keep you from kicking my shins.
Wait, when did you...
About 5 minutes after you fell asleep.
Wow. I should move away, but he makes for a good bed, firm and bulky and warm. I'm groggy with sleep that was either not enough or too intense and don't want to leave just yet. For once, I feel myself, my body. Jack's hand is on my lower back under the hoodie. My feet are wrapped around his shins. His mouth is several inches away, but also accessible, and I reach for it. I aim for a simple peck, suspecting a mess of rotten, eggy morning breath, but there's none of that. He tastes like himself, familiar, and deepens the kiss into something gentle, slow, deliciously lazy. Time doesn't exist. This bed is the expanse of the universe. We're still dreaming, tucked safely inside our heads. There is no urgency in him, no pressure point. Just the unhurried rhythm of his tongue against mine, leisurely patterns traced against my skin. His heartbeat speeds up but remains steady. His breathing grows shallow, but I know it only from the rise and fall of his chest against mine. It's a good way to wake up. I want to wake up exactly like this again and again and again. I want to feel the blinding sun rays wash over us, and this new brightness inside me, fragile and scalding hot all at once. Maybe that's why there are no curtains. In the light, it's easy to feel brave. All those things I'm scared of seem conquerable, and honesty is almost effortless. Jack, I pull back, balancing on my palms, one on each side of his head. My hair has come undone and drapes around us like a shrine.
Elsie?
His palms come up to hold my face. I'm not scared. I'm just not. I lied. His mouth quirks sleepily.
Which time?
I glare. I hate you.
Sure.
His thumbs swipe gently over my cheeks, lovingly, because that's what this is about.
What's this lie you speak of?
I said I didn't know, but I do.
Know what?
I swallow. Where this is going. Where we're headed. The two of us. Something thickens between us, dense and weighty. I know. He knows. We've acknowledged it. It's almost a sign, the universe's permission to move forward. Jack's eyes are warm and probing, and he says,
"Come here."
I don't remember taking off my bra last night, but I must have, because when he tosses my hoodie to the floor, my too pale skin is bare in the blinding light. I don't even want to ask him to look away. Jack sees me, and it's okay.
"Come here,"
he repeats, and his mouth's on mine, insistent, breakless this time. Like he's kissing me for now, for all the times he couldn't before, for later, too. Whatever it was that held him back yesterday, 2 nights ago, the past 2 weeks, it melts in the morning sun. You, a voice suggests. All those Elsies that aren't really you are what stood between him and this. I'm out of breath when he sits up to take his shirt off, and this is actually new. He's almost as undressed as I am. We're equals, and when he tries to pull me down to him, I shake my head and begin to inspect him. I sit astride his hips, riding him as though he were a mellow, compliant beast instead of the most dangerous thing in my life. I used to, back before my interview, I used to try to picture them. I trace the inside of his elbow. Your tattoos. He will stay where he is, but he can't help touching me. His hand comes up to my rib cage, thumbs stroking the outside of my breast.
How did you know I had tattoos?
I swallow. I could see the end of one.
Ah.
His thumb moves to my nipple, feathery light. I arch into the touch.
What did you think they were?
Barbed wire? A Bon Jovi quote? Elon Musk's face?
Jesus.
I laugh, but I'm not breathing easily. Sorry. His tattoos are beautiful. The Dirac equation, the electron cloud, beta decay, the Fibonacci spiral, kinematic models, astral planes, Drake's formula, the molecular structure of MBBA. Black strokes of faded ink interlocked together in a beautiful painting. The entire foundation of modern physics is on his broad shoulder, wrapped around his large biceps. I trace every line of it, every curve and every corner, and he lets me explore. Vibrating with restraint, but he does. I've never been so selfish before, never taken up so much time for something that is only mine, and I think he knows. I think that's why he allows it. Remember how it was? I ask, learning them for the first time. The Schrödinger equation, the standard model. He nods, his throat bobs. He's hard under my core, patiently impatient.
Knowing that the universe can be made sense of.
Made of patterns, rules that can be learned, discovered, predicted.
Find them out and you'll know how to make the world into what you want,
he says. Find them out and you'll know how to make yourself into what the world wants, I say in return. We regard each other for a moment. My hands are on him and his hands are on me, and I'm thinking of 2, 5, 10-year-old Jack alone in the world, calling someone mom, being told not to. The only fair-haired Smith. I'm thinking of a young boy determined to shape his surroundings. He chose his own world in the end, didn't he? Greg, Millicent, his friends. He carved a place for himself. And I'm certain he's thinking of me. All the Elsies I've created to fit all the worlds I've inhabited, all the people in them. He's stripping them off me one by one like he has since the day we met. We're not so different, you and I think, and then hear myself exhaling hard. I've been holding my breath without realizing it. I know where we're going, I say again, feeling the certainty of it deep within my bones, like Dirac, like relativity, the strong interaction between quarks and gluons, and he takes it like what it is, permission to take charge, to roll us over, pin me underneath him. He takes my panties off, slides them under his pillow, hoarding like a dragon.
You could be my entire world,
he whispers in my ear before moving to my collarbone.
If you let me.
I stroke his hair. I think I will.
Then I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? He's making room for himself between my legs, spreading them open, touching me there purposefully, exploringly, urgently, like he's looking for answers. Do I want this? Am I ready? Am I wet enough? Yes. Oh, I don't know.
Because I'm never going to let you go.
I moan. His erection brushes against my stomach and I reach down for him. I want to feel him too. I want to touch him. But the second my hand closes around him through his pants, he seems to stutter. His expression blanks, and then he inhales sharply. He is hard. He's really hard.
Stop,
he orders, choked. I obey, but say, honesty? I'd like to keep going. He's not sure whether to believe me, but he lets me push us on our sides, and when I slide my fingers past his waistband, he's still, motionless, but for the movement in his throat. You don't like this? I ask.
I do,
he rasps. You seem...
It's new for me too.
I laugh softly. Hand jobs?
Being with someone that
He doesn't finish. My fingers wrap around him and his eyes drop shut. He seems to fall backward, into himself.
Fuck.
I pump up and down, but it's weird, clumsy with his pants on. He's too distracted by my touch, and I have to tug at the waistband several times before he understands that I want him to pull them down. Can you tell me? How do you like this? I ask, adjusting my grip. I need 2 hands. Yes, it'll be better with 2 hands. Still an awkward position, but also intimate, how close we are. Nice. I smell him deep in my nostrils, and he's good. So good.
I like it too much, Elsie.
No, I shake my head against his chest. Tell me how you do this, when you're alone.
This is... Fuck, it's good. Just slow for now. Steady. And if you... The head, yes. Yes, there.
What else? I hear him swallow.
Your voice.
What?
Just speak.
I'm not. Laughter bubbles out of me. I don't think I can do dirty talk.
You can go with pneumatics. You can count to 10. I don't care. Just,
I could talk about George's offer. How I've been seriously considering. If I accepted, we'd be working together. I'd be at MIT with you next year. I'd earn a livable amount of money, so maybe we could go to lunch together sometimes. I'd buy. He makes a deep, guttural sound. His hand moves down between our bodies, and I think he's about to shoo me away, but his head dips forward and his fingers tighten around his balls, then fist around mine.
I want to fuck you,
he says into my hair.
Please let me fuck you.
I simply nod. It's beautiful having him on top of me. He's so wide and heavy, I'd have expected feeling constrained, unpleasantly held down, but there's none of that. I wrap my arms around his neck, tip my chin up to kiss him, let him press me into the mattress and deliciously contain me. And then, when his stomach slides across mine, I get a stab of panic. Wait! He stops instantly, looks down at me, watchful. If it's not good, we're going to work on it, right? He laughs against my lips.
It's already the best sex I've ever had.
But if...
Yeah.
He eases my legs open, or maybe they spread all on their own. His cock pushes against my abdomen first, and then slides down the wet mess of my folds, slots against my entrance.
We will.
It suddenly seems improbable that this is going to work. He's much bigger than JJ, and even though I was aware of this before, at some abstract theoretical level, the practical implications are now glaringly obvious. This is a physical impossibility. That, or it's going to hurt like hell. And this is the part of sex I've always liked the least. Someone pushing inside me and me struggling to adjust, to keep up, to accept. I imagine it will be the same, and for a split second, I wonder if I could bear it, not liking this, with Jack. It's new, worrying about my own enjoyment. I'm contemplating it, vaguely dumbfounded, when something changes. Jack presses into me. The head of his cock slides inside, just 1 or 2 inches. My body contracts around him in a small spasm. I let out a choked cry, and he slurs something that sounds like fuck against my cheek. I arch into him as air rushes out of my lungs, trying to get closer, trying to chase that feeling. This is nice. Really, really nice. Unprecedentedly nice. Maybe I'm just wet enough. Maybe I'm more relaxed than ever. But he's not even halfway inside, and I'm fluttering around him, the tingling of an orgasm already deep inside my belly.
Holy fuck,
Jack rasps and helps me go after whatever this is. His hand slips between us, thumb pressing against my clit, and I tighten even more around him, a reedy whimper coming out of my throat, mixing with his loud groan. My head whites out. I'm confused, dizzy. I don't think I came, but this is good in a way I cannot even begin to parse. This feels right. And my body knows, because it welcomes Jack inside like I'm where he belongs. So maybe you like to be full. Yes, it appears that I do like to be full. Is it all in? He shakes his head. I consider laughing in his face, telling him that he's lying. But he's in no shape to do so. His eyes are glassy. The arm he's propped himself up on is shaking on the side of my head, like the effort to pace himself is somewhere above the realm of what's human. You're big, He nods, like he knows and it doesn't matter. My nipples are hard pebbles against the expanse of his chest, and the contact is exquisite. I could come just from this, rubbing myself against him. I let out a reedy laugh. Is this what sex feels like for normal people? I ask, moving my hips, circling, tipping back and forth just to see where this could end up going. The possibilities are tantalizing.
No one has felt like this in all of history,
he tells me, voice deep and shaky. And then he's kissing me hard, his tongue licking inside my mouth. And after a few seconds of that, I'm softer, I'm open, I'm lost, and it takes only 2 upward thrusts, one forceful and the other almost accidental. Then I'm taking him right to the hilt, feeling his sack flush against me, and it feels like something dreamt, something meant to be.
Fuck,
he murmurs again, but I barely hear him. I focus on my own body, the way it's stretched full. I feel Jack in the bones of my skull, in the tips of my toes, and everywhere in between. I thrum, flutter gently around him, and even though I've never been this close to anyone else, it's still not enough. He must know because he gathers me off the mattress in his arms. I am completely, utterly surrounded by him, by the perfect tension of this moment, and Jack begins to push in and out of me, in and out, delicious rhythm and drawn-out friction. I cannot take it. It's too brilliantly, stupidly good. My head lolls back against his pillow, and his lips find my jaw, nip my chin, bite my neck.
I'm going to fuck you everywhere, Elsie.
He licks the hollow of my throat.
Between today and the day we die, I'm going to fuck you everywhere.
I nod, let him know that he can. There is a tight liquid pool blooming inside my stomach. Twitches of pleasure making their way down my limbs, surging up my spine. I reach for Jack again, pull him to me for the kisses I want, but it doesn't work. We're too raw, too new at this, too desperate to catch every drop of this. Our lips press together, then they pause, forgotten by both of us.
Can you come like this?
He asks, his breath a hot wash against my ear. I'm drifting away. I'll never hear his voice and not think of this, of the deep, rough bite of it sinking inside my brain, of the whispered yes and this way and perfect and...
Elsie!
His body trembles around mine, on the verge of tipping over.
Can you come this way?
I don't know. Maybe? I'm close, I think. About to snap. It's phenomenal the way he hits everywhere inside me at once. A masterpiece of biology that something could work so gloriously, and I just need a little more. Just a little more. Shit! His thrusts quicken. He buries his face in my throat, and I think he's getting close. I think he didn't expect it. He doesn't want to come, not yet, but this might be fully out of his control. And it's what I want, to see him lost in something. You're good. This is good, I urge him, and the word is such a paltry substitute when what I mean is, this is the best thing I've ever felt, and thank you, and whatever you want, really, whatever you want, just take it. Fuck, he says again, and I see it in his face. The second it's all over for him. His hand closes around my hip, holding me to him while he presses as far as he can go, and then I feel his cock jump in quick, jerky movements. Elsie. I'm moaning. He's gasping. His skin slides against mine, sweaty, and my body clamps down on him. His back tenses into a slab, and I hold him while his hips turn erratic, then stop, then... The heat spreading inside me comes to a halt. I watch Jack's eyes go blank, feel him bite my collarbone like I'm his anchor. Like he wants to be reminded that I'm really here. The grunts he lets out come from somewhere deep inside him, somewhere I doubt he himself knows, and I hold him to myself until his orgasm dies down to a few clumsy, involuntary thrusts. I'm still buzzing with thrumming, unsnapped tension. And it should be frustrating. It is frustrating that he came and I didn't, that there's heat pushing against the seams of me, simmering from within. But it was good anyway. And after a moment, he pulls out, breaths rapid and choppy, and looks down at me. His expression is shaken, a little astonished. Shit. He breathes into my neck, his heart a drum against my skin. I cannot stop trembling. I'm sorry. It's okay. He pushes my legs open with his palms, and I arch like a rainbow when he slides two of his fingers inside me, feeling blissfully full again. He can kiss me properly now, soft, deep, hungry, and says, "Let me. I'm going to." He's more reptilian brain than anything else. I'm wet with his cum and my own slick, and he draws fast, beautiful circles around my clit that immediately push me over the edge. I shut my eyes tight and come in strong waves, and when I do, he pushes inside me again, something delicious to clench around, something beautiful and grounding, and when we fall asleep like that, I think that wherever it is that we're going, maybe, just maybe, it might turn out to be a place I never want to leave. 22. Critical mass. When I wake up, the sun is high in the sky, and shadows have shortened to little stumps. It's the latest I've been in bed since that time I got the flu during freshman year and spent 48 hours hallucinating that my skin was an eggshell, and my skeleton had finally grown enough to hatch out of it. There are no nightmares today, just a feeling of bone-deep rest, and Jack's big body curved behind me, arms wrapped around my torso like a cross, securing me to him. It's not unlike the way I awoke exactly 2 weeks ago. Except that we're naked, our skin tacky. This time, he is going to have to change the sheets. Something nags at the back of my skull, telling me that I can't afford to waste time, that I should get out of bed and be productive, answer emails, clean the oven, buy a cemetery plot. I shush it and stretch in Jack's arms. He stays asleep, hard once again. I wonder if it's another P-rection. If... A what? Oh, shit. Nothing. Did I say it out loud? Jack's voice is a deep rumble. Did you just... Nope. I hide my face in my pillow. This is why I don't sleep in. If I get the amount of rest I actually need, my head-to-mouth filter stops working and... Jack's hand slides down past my stomach. He starts grinding drowsily against my ass, and my mind blanks. Okay, he asks, half asleep. Please. I hook my foot behind his shin. He presses an open-mouthed kiss on the curve of my shoulder. You did say that we might have to work on the sex. I stiffen. If it wasn't good, I said. Was it not good? I thought it was, but what do I know? He's the expert here. I'm sorry, Elsie, work on how little I last. He bites the spot where he kissed me, and then his cock is rubbing against me, breaching my entrance. He makes a few soft, grunt-like noises next to my ear, then presses to the hilt in one single push. I spasm around him, and the drag against my muscles is sun-extinguishingly good. It's still a snug fit, but I'm wet from his cum, soft from sleep, and he slides inside like a dream. He pinches my hard nipple like he knows exactly what my body wants, even when I don't. His palm presses against my abdomen, and I wonder if he can feel himself move within me, if he can tell how full I am. His thrusts are long and slow, at once leisurely and forceful enough to shift my entire body closer to the headboard.
Okay.
He laughs ruefully, breathless against my throat, and I reach behind me to touch his cheek, to hold on to him.
Maybe you should be in charge before I fuck you into the mattress again.
Shockingly, I'm still capable of blushing. What do I...
Just move.
He presses a kiss where my neck meets my shoulder.
Do what feels good. Let me see you. Yes. Yeah.
I grind my ass against his abdomen, shallow, slow, awkward at first because the position is weird and because what even am I doing? But my hips circle in a long, sinuous move and something hits just right and we gasp in unison.
There,
he murmurs against my ear, angling my hips to give me even more.
That's how I make you come. My mind blurs.
You already made me come.
He makes a guttural noise. I want to feel it when my cock is inside you.
I moan, and then I'm not in charge anymore. The pleasure gushes inside me, scarily strong, quicker than I thought possible, unraveling like an avalanche. I squeeze his fingers and he squeezes back, and when my body clamps down on his, he does press me into the mattress, and he does fuck me like his control is not fully there, and he does say my name over and over like a war chant. He smells like sex and our sweat and the best sleep I've ever had, murmurs sweet, filthy things in my ear, promises that he'll never let me go. The sun is high in the sky. Jack is deep inside me, and I smile into the sheets for no particular reason. I think I might be happy. Though due to a lack of hands-on experience, I cannot be sure. But in the bathroom, while chasing droplets down Jack's throat, my legs wrapped around his waist as he pushes me into the tiled wall, I wonder if maybe this is it. This warm, comforting weight glowing shyly behind my sternum could be something like hope. Hope that there'll be more days like this one.
Stop smiling like that,
he whispers in my ear. The jet of the shower pounds over his back, and his lips taste like hot water.
or I'll be on you all day.
I laugh into his neck and pretend I didn't hear him. The clock in the bathroom, the one I imagine Jack curses at when he runs late in the morning, reads 12:37. I towel myself dry, buzzing with possibilities, with the tenuous, burgeoning impression that, for once, I'm not running away, but heading somewhere. Food, he tells me once I'm wearing his, hoodie and a pair of socks that won't stay up on my calves. His smile is handsome, self-deprecating.
I have these elaborate daydreams that I'm feeding you a 5-course meal I hunted, field-dressed, and prepared all by myself,
he says with a kiss on my forehead. Why? He gives me an arch look.
Don't ask why, like it's a rational impulse. So, what do you want?
What can you make?
Nothing.
He shrugs at my startled laugh, then throws me over his shoulder to take me downstairs. I feel like a sparkly drink.
I'll learn. It's a new obsession for me.
I can't remember the last time I giggled this much. The 5-course meal turns out to be slightly burned grilled cheese with boxed tomato soup. I sit on my stool at the island, and he eats his own standing across from me. It's simultaneously the most ordinary and the best thing I've ever tasted. On my phone, there is a text from Cece, timestamp 9:23 a.m. Cece. I'll never spend the night at Jack's, she said. I'm destined to die alone, strangled by the tumble of cobwebs that have overtaken my vulva due to sexual inactivity, she said. I laugh. And Jack smiles just because of that, which is a little unlike him and also stupid. He's stupid. I'm stupid. We're stupid. Or maybe we're just 16. Jack Smith Turner, Jonathan Smith Turner, and I have had sex. More than once. More than once. And now we're having breakfast at 1 p.m. This is not my timeline, but I'll claim it anyway. I tell him about the science of grilled cheese, the negative surface charge of the lipid molecules, stress and strain, the optimal pH, which should always be somewhere around 5.5.
Manchego, then, he says. Or mild cheddar. Gouda, too.
My heart is spinning dizzily at the thought of this man who knows the pH of different cheese types off the top of his head when my phone beeps. A reminder to change my insulin pod. I consider putting it off till I'm home, then look at Jack and think, honesty. This day, this not-too-good soup, this man with a black hole tattoo peeping out of his t-shirt sleeve, they are too good to not spend some honesty on. I'm going to need a few minutes upstairs, I say, hopping off the stool. But I'll be back.
What's going on?
Just need to change my insulin pod. I rummage in my purse and then hold my kit up triumphantly. A pale yellow bag with little hedgehog Cece got me years ago. Don't worry, you don't have to be there. I know people get squeamish. I'll do it in your bedroom. Show me how you do it. He puts down what's left of his sandwich, washes his hands. I laugh. Why?
Because I want to know.
Why would you? Oh, my God. You want to put high fructose corn syrup in my insulin. Was this a long con to murder me? He smiles and shakes his head.
I'm starting to be partial to the way you bypass all rational explanations for everything I say and dash straight to me being an unhinged serial killer.
I think it's our thing. His biceps bunch up when he leans his palms against the table.
Show me how it works,
he repeats. It sounds like a soft order, and I answer with a soft question. Why?
Because I want to know these things.
There's something unsaid in this.
Because I want to know your life.
Maybe. Or
because I want to know you.
My eyes fall on the kit, and I picture myself using words like reservoir and expiration advisory and ketoacidosis, explaining how each component works. I've never said some of those words out loud. They live exclusively in my head, together with the rest of my problems. Even Cece knows only the basics. But this is Jack. So I swallow. Do you have any disinfectant? The dimple is back.
I thought you'd never ask.
Less than an hour later, I settle between his long legs on the couch, toes brushing against his calves, his hand splayed on my stomach under the hoodie. He refuses to watch the end of Twilight.
I think I've seen enough.
But agrees with me that New Moon is the best in the series.
Relativistically.
Curls around me for a 2-hour nap during eclipse.
You smell like me. You should always smell like me.
And then wakes up as the afternoon stretches into evening, just in time for Bella's unexpected pregnancy.
This is atrocious,
he says, laughing at every single thing the characters do. Shut up! He laughs harder against my nape. Shut up! She could die! More laughter. It's about the hardships and sorrows of the universal human experience, Jonathan. He nibbles on my ear a little too hard.
Still better than 2001, Elsie.
Obviously. Something occurs to me. By the way, is Millicent okay?
Yup. Why do you ask?
It's Sunday. Shouldn't she be calling you with a vital emergency? Isn't the newspaper boy tossing the Times into her rose bushes or something?
Pretty sure newspaper delivery hasn't worked like that since the early 2000s. And she did her weekend routine yesterday. Sent a photo of an alligator coming out of a toilet in a Florida gas station. Claimed it was happening in her ensuite.
She knows how to send pictures?
Impressive, right? He drums his fingers against my stomach. I stopped by for lunch, gave her the novel, got scolded for not taking you.
Oh, I flush. With pleasure?
Can't remember the last time she liked someone. Not that she'd admit to liking you.
I laugh. Then, after a few seconds, I hazard. She told me she liked your mom. There is a change in Jack, but not for the worse. He doesn't stiffen, just seems less relaxed, a little more on guard when he says,
I think so.
I'm encouraged. She was a physicist, right?
Yeah.
Theoretical? He lets out a deep, overacted sigh that lifts me up and down.
Unfortunately.
I pinch his forearm in retaliation. Rudely, he doesn't notice. I'm tempted to bring up the article, find out how he could do something like that to his mother, to all of us, and demand that he take ownership of its consequences. But I also don't want to disrupt this fragile, new, radiant thing we have. And after a bit of arm wrestling, the latter pull wins. And what I ask is, do you have memories of her? I feel him shake his head.
She died too early.
Did she? I roll around till I'm face down on top of him. Look like you?
There aren't many pictures. My family mostly scrubbed the house clean of them.
If he's bitter about it, I cannot tell. When did you take her last name? He laughed softly.
That was Millicent's decision, actually. She had me legally change it when I was 10. I think she felt uncharacteristically guilty.
He pushes a strand of hair behind my ear.
I do know that she was Swedish, blonde. Her eyes had the same weird...
Heterochromia?
Yeah. She was taller than my father, and kept some detailed diaries about her work. Millicent gave them to me when I started becoming obsessed with physics.
Did she have any publications? His jaw works.
Just 2. She got married halfway through her doctorate and didn't go back to work after she had me. Her diagnosis came quickly after.
His tone is wary, like he's choosing his words carefully. Why didn't she go back? He exhales.
There were issues with the lead researcher of her group.
Why?
They had some disagreements over their joint research. He was intensely controlling. She refused to abide. You can imagine the rest.
His face is blank.
Her diaries are... She wasn't well when she found out that she wouldn't be allowed back.
That's bullshit. How dare he cut her out of her own research group? Jack doesn't respond. His pause feels a little longer than normal.
Her work was on semiconductors.
My eyes widen. That's not my field, but I know a bit about it because it's one of the topics my mentor works on. I wonder if I read Jack's mom's papers years ago without even realizing it. An invisible string tying us together. Good stuff?
Very solid, yes.
I bet she was great. I mean, she was a theoretical physicist.
True. On the other hand, she did marry my dad.
Good point. Maybe he used to be more engaged with his surroundings?
Maybe. Maybe she needed a green card, or the Smith money.
She was a grad student. It's a move I can respect. For sure. His smile is fond, and has me asking, do you miss her? A long pause.
I don't think you can miss someone you've never met, but...
He organizes his thoughts, orders his feelings.
It's easy to look at how dysfunctional my family is and laugh it off now that I have my own life. But when I was in my teens, there were times when things got really bad at home. And I'd read her diaries and think that maybe if she'd been around, everything could have been...
His throat works.
But she wasn't.
I felt out of place my entire life, and nothing anyone ever said made me feel any less so. So I stay silent and just lean forward, hide my face in Jack's throat, press a kiss to his Adam's apple right as it moves. His hand comes up to cup my head, keep it there, and I feel him turn to the screen again. Bella's pregnancy complications are getting alien-like, and he groans into my hair.
Elsie, I can't watch this.
But it's the best part. The emotional roller coaster of her transformation. The inappropriate Jacob plotline. Her face when she drinks blood.
No way.
Fine. You may amuse yourself otherwise, but stay close because you're a space heater disguised as an organic life form.
Perfect.
He lifts me like I'm a pliant little thing, flips us around, braces himself over me. I can only watch him in confusion while he lowers himself down my body with a concentrated frown between his brows, and then lifts my hoodie as though... Is he? He's not. Is he actually? What are you doing?
You told me to amuse myself.
I sit up on my elbows. I meant take another nap or do today's Wordle.
Just watch your movie, Elsie.
But he takes my hips within his hands and holds me like I'm a precious artifact, at once firm and gentle. His kisses between my legs are long, savoring, messy, slow licks that have me arching up against the couch and trembling into his mouth. There is something shameless about this. The way he enjoys it, the sounds he makes, the fact that he seems to go away at moments, like he does this for his pleasure more than for my own. Oh, I say, clawing my nails into his scalp. His arms wrap around my thighs, palms holding my knees open. And for a while, I manage to swallow down the begging, moaning sounds in my throat. Then, no more. Oh, Jack! And I come once, then once again, then some more. And then his shirt is off and he's above and inside me, patient thrusts as he kisses me endlessly and tells me how beautiful I am, how much he loves this. Breathless laughter against my gasps as he reminds me of when I was afraid that this wouldn't be good between us, that this resplendent, life-altering, unearthly sort of pleasure might not be enough.
It was cute.
He rasps in my ear.
How you thought that fucking you once would make me want to fuck you less.
I cling to the sweaty muscles of his back, feel my entire body shake, and when he orders, "Eyes on me," my lids flutter open and we both come. The pressure in my belly and chest is heavy, overwhelming, delicious, and my nails sink into his shoulders as the evening becomes night.
Second time we do this with Twilight in the background,
he says. I can't believe we missed the part when Bella beats up Jacob.
Jesus, Elsie, what is this movie?
The room is pitch black except for the glow of the TV. I laugh into Jack's skin, and it feels just like coming home. He won't let me leave. Though, to be fair, I'm not trying very hard. I have class at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Doesn't matter.
At Boston University.
Still doesn't matter.
I need to get to my place, get dressed, pick up my stuff, take the bus.
I'll drive you.
Drive me where?
Anywhere.
I'm sitting on the counter while he chops carrots for the soup I'm craving. The recipe is pulled up on his phone, a bright red ad for a couple's cooking class blinking at us from the counter. You'd have to wake up at like 6. I cannot ask you to do that. He sets down the knife and comes to stand between my legs. Even like this, he's taller than me. I'm trying to resent him for that, but my heart has grown a million sizes in the span of the last 7 days. It's about to float away into the sky.
You don't have to ask.
He kisses the tip of my nose, then my mouth, then my nose again.
Because I'm offering.
My heart swells some more. I'm running out of space. What if I say no?
Don't do that, okay?
I break into a smile, and his hand slides under my hoodie and up my waist. I love this, just as much as I thought I hated him. And Jack's right. This is going fast. Too fast, maybe. But I wonder if certain relationships are living proof of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Their position and their velocity simply cannot both be measured at the same time, not even in theory. And right now, I'm too busy savoring where we are to consider anything else.
What?
He asks. I shake my head. Just thinking.
Thinking of...
You know, during my interview, I was picturing how it would be if I got the job. Working with you. And I had these painstakingly intricate fantasies. His interest is piqued.
Did I pack you sandwiches in a Twilight lunchbox?
I laugh.
Oh, no. Were you wearing that red dress from Miel and I bent you?
No.
I can still blush. Amazing.
It was mostly me harassing you into quitting in disgrace.
I see.
He looks intrigued.
What were you going to do?
You know, jello your office supplies, spread the rumor that you poop in the urinals, frame you for white-collar crimes, those kinds of things. His expression is delighted. I mean, I could still do it.
You could.
Some would say I should.
Some would.
He kisses the corner of my smile. Maybe next year, he says, and it sounds low and hopeful, a promise nestled inside it. And I realize that I'd love to accept George's offer because I want to work with her, because I want to dedicate my brain power to liquid crystals, because I want to not spend 11/15 of my time commuting between campuses, and because I want to have enough money to surprise Cece with little hats for her ugly, murderous quill nugget. But this man, who was going to be the absolute worst part of my dream job, might still turn out to be the thing I want the most. To no one's surprise, I end up staying. And because of what happens on the following day, it turns out to be a pretty good decision. 23. Freezing point. I get Dr. L's email.
Unfortunately, I am out of town this week, but let us meet next Monday.
Before a Physics 101 student ambushes me to tell me about this super cool movie he just watched and asked me if one could theoretically invert time. Damn you, Christopher Nolan. And after one of my chairs calls me to let me know that, yes, there is an opening for me next year. But adjuncts will take a pay cut because of something taxes, something the dean, something the exploitation of non-tenured track faculty members is the backbone of the capitalist model of academia. A boy with something that sounds a lot like the whooping cough hacks on me on the bus. Icy, slippery rain starts falling the second I get off at my stop. And somehow, only one of the gloves Cece knit for me in her short-lived craft phase can be found in my pocket. There is a lot going on. A lot. But I don't care. Because above Lance's toilet paper long text asking me to find out if Dana is going to that U2 concert with Lucas, there's another message. A picture of the Hadron Collider model I saw on Jack's desk. And then just 5 words.
Would look great in Jell-O.
I smile, reply, I'm thinking cherry, and then make my way through UMass's physics department. Jack.
I forgot that every first Monday of the month we do this thing at George's. Want to come? Or I can pick you up and we can make scientifically accurate grilled cheese and watch the Cullen family featurette at my place.
I'm grinning so hard, I almost run into the water fountain. Elsie. I need to grade 12 bajillion essays. Jack.
Do what I do. Give them all A's.
Elsie. Do you really? Jack.
I sprinkle in 4 B's and 2 C's and call it a curve.
This time I do walk into the water fountain. A different one. Elsie. No wonder they kiss your ass so hard. Does the thing at George's have a dress code? Jack.
If it does, I plan to ignore it.
Elsie. Henley? Jack.
What's a Henley?
Elsie. It's the name of the shirts you wear every single day. Jack.
They have a name?
Wow. Men. Elsie. Text me George's address. I'll meet you there when I'm done. George's door opens to a round young woman with a knockout smile who hugs me warmly and welcomes me into the largest, most beautiful apartment I've ever seen. They're in the living room, she tells me over the chatter coming from down the hallway. There is a slight accent, and I remember George mentioning that her wife is a Greek finance guru. I'm going upstairs to have an edible and listen to Bach with noise-canceling headphones. Have fun. The first person I find is Andrea. She's in the kitchen when I walk by, transferring tortilla chips into a big bowl. Oh, she looks up at me. You're here. Her smile is surprised, vaguely tense. Hi. I decide to step inside, hoping to project, this doesn't need to be awkward vibes. How are you? Good. She crumples the empty chip bag. It's cool that you're okay with being at George's place, considering. Oh, I flush. So much for not awkward. Yeah,
Andy,
someone behind me interrupts.
George wants to know if...
It's Jack, of course, who stops mid-sentence just like I did, as if completely losing track of the rest of the world.
Dr. Hanaway, you're late.
He says it like he's been waiting for me, like he spent our time apart thinking about the moment he could tease me again. Like I'm the first thing on his mind and the last thing he lets go of. And before I even know it, I'm matching his step forward. I'm pushing up on my toes. I'm pressing my lips to his. I'm smiling against his mouth. It's such a small kiss, but my heart pounds, and so does Jack's when I lay my palm flat against his chest. I pull back, less than an inch, to look at his eyes. It's like the weekend changed something about the people we are. Something fundamental in the shape of my brain and his, too. His lashes are fanning down. He's staring at my mouth and angling his head again, and... What did George want to know, Jack? Shit. I fall back onto my heels and turn to Andrea, mortified. I glance at Jack, expecting to find his usual unbothered self, but he's still staring at me, looking a little shaken, like I'm his magnetic north. He clears his throat.
What wine you want?
What are the options? He seems confused.
Red, and...
He shrugs, one arm wrapping around my shoulders, like being in my space is second nature. It feels right. Let me guess. Andrea rolls her eyes. White?
Sounds right.
She huffs, picks up the tortilla chip bowl, then steps right between us to march out of the kitchen. We watch her walk away, all blonde waves and excellent posture, and then Jack steps closer again. Very close. Maybe too close. He leans down to kiss my forehead. Hi. I can't look away from his eyes. Hi. We stay like that, silent, for what's probably too long. I can smell his clean skin, his woodsy shampoo, the red flannel I chose this morning from his closet. I don't feel like saying anything, so I don't. Not for a long time. Not until he asks,
You ready to play?
Oh, play what?
You'll see.
His smile makes my heart vibrate.
You'll love it, too.
He's right. Even if, for a moment, after Jack's friend Diego has explained Blitz go to me,
usual rules, but 10 seconds per move.
I consider asking to be left out of the tournament. That's very little time. I chew on my lip. Maybe I shouldn't...
Just go with your instincts.
Jack whispers in my ear. He can because he's right behind me. Or maybe it's vice versa. I'm the one who's sitting between his open legs because I've counted 18 people in here and not nearly enough seats.
She can sit here with me while I play my first match, he tells Diego, to learn.
Everybody can see how Jack's hand slides under my shirt and flattens against my abdomen, a solid, pleasant weight against my skin. The way he forgets to move because he's busy staring at me.
Dude!
Diego calls him out the second time it happens.
Right,
Jack says, unruffled. And I spend the next 2 turns blushing and fidgeting in his lap till his grip tightens on me and his words in my ear are a distracted, "Be good." Something scalding and liquid blooms inside me. Jack still wins, and I must get the hang of it because I win mine too. I win a practice match against George, who bought 4 types of cheese because Jack told her it's all I eat. I win against Sunny. I win against another person whose name I don't recall. I win against Andrea in just a handful of moves. Easy to advance when you're the only sober person in the room, she mutters, some teeth behind it. But when I say, "You're not wrong," she bursts into laughter and tips her glass at me. And I'm sure I imagine the hostility. There's wine, beer, shots, academic horror stories, a whiteboard in front of George's fireplace with the brackets written on it. And somewhere around midnight, Blitz Go becomes my favorite thing in the world. I'm having fun. Genuinely having lots of fun. When Sunny announces the final match, her words are slurred. A frame with George's wedding photo is poorly balanced on her head. The 2 people who haven't lost a game yet are Jack, of course. Fuck you, Jack, for making our lives so boring, you periodic motion poster child. And, drumroll please, Elsie. Elsie, please, at least once in my life, I want the opportunity to see this smug-ass face lose at something.
I lost at number of urine sample jars on my desk, he points out.
The frame drops softly into the carpet. Sunny grasps my hand. Avenge me, Elsie. Please. I nod solemnly, taking a seat on the side of the black. Jack picks up a stone and leans back in the chair, eyes glued on me, the blue as bright as the sea, a small smile on his lips.
And so we meet again,
he says, loud enough for everyone, and I tune out the way his friends whistle and cheer for me, how they fall silent as we squeeze every last second from each turn. Whenever I look up, Jack's already looking at me. I remember the first time we played at Millicent's house and wonder if it was the first of many. Wonder if Jack owns a board. Wonder if he keeps it in his study. Wonder why, when he looks at me, I forget how scared I am to be seen. Wonder why, when I win, he seems as happy as I feel.
Well played,
he says, ignoring the way everyone is ribbing him for breaking his 8-month streak. I nod. Suddenly, again, I'm all heartbeat. I duck inside the bathroom, high on victory. When I slip out, George is right there, scaring the shit out of me. Jesus! I fully own that I followed you, she says, leaning casually against the wall. Were you listening to me pee? No. Well, yes. But it wasn't the primary purpose, just a pleasant bonus, she grins. I thought I'd harass you about the job offer. Oh, I clear my throat. I don't have an answer yet. Sorry. Her eyes narrow. Is Jack trying to influence you one way or the other? Because I will use the cattle prod on him. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course he'd try to convince you to take the job. I'm reasonably sure that 90% of his spank bank is fantasies of driving you to work and buying you a latte on the way. I'm sure he doesn't. What are your thoughts? I swallow. Then I glance around the hallway, as though George's niece's macaroni art might hold the key to my academic future. It does not. I take a deep breath. I would love to say yes. George blinks, then smiles, then repeats, yes? But I force myself to continue past her face-splitting grin. I can't formally accept until I talk with my advisor. Don't worry, though, I add quickly, because her smile is fading fast. I'm sure I'll get his approval next week. I'll explain how much I want to take the job, and he'll agree that it's the best choice. George stares for a second, looking considerably less excited. Okay, she nods. And when I'm about to leave, she adds, for the record, I'd love to continue being your friend, even if you end up not accepting. Her smile is a little strained. Now peace out. I gotta pee. And no, you can't listen, you weirdo. I'm making my way back to the living room, wondering why it feels like George just resigned herself to me not taking the job, when I overhear it. Slumming it with the theorists now? It's Andrea's voice from the kitchen, and I stop in the hallway. I can see only about half of Jack, broad back, light hair curling on his neck, large hands storing dirty dishes in the dishwasher. I should go in and help clean up, but something tells me to skulk around like I'm corporate espionaging in a Bond movie.
Excuse me?
He says, confused. So, does she know?
Who?
I'll see. A quarter of Andrea appears in my field of view. Just her smile, small and private, pointed up at Jack. Does she know that you despise people like her?
Andy, are you drunk?
A bit, she laughs nervously. Aren't you?
Elsie must be rubbing off.
She must be a great lay if you fucked over Pereira and Crowley for her. I guess she's hot, in a bland way.
They fucked over themselves, and you should go back to the others,
Jack says firmly.
You're more than a bit drunk if you think telling someone that their girlfriend is bland is a good idea.
She's not your girlfriend.
She is if she wants to be. She can be my damn wife if she wants to be.
Jack's losing his usual cool. For all his commanding presence, he's rarely truly irritated, and Andrea knows this too. There's a fracture on her face, masked by another weak laugh that hurts my ears. A theorist, Jack? You having a slow year?
Are you serious?
You lost to her at Go, she says, petulant, even as she tries to keep her tone light. I should be offended by what she's saying, but something's stopping me. Something heartbreaking. You never lose at Go. You said you'd never lose at Go.
I never said that.
Whatever I recognized in her tone, Jack did too. His voice softens. I bet you lost on purpose. If that's how bad you want her.
She won it fair and square.
They're talking about something else altogether. Something that has nothing to do with Go or anything that happened tonight. She cares about him deeply, I realize. More than that.
Even if I had lost to her on purpose, it has nothing to do with you.
I think it does.
Andy,
he sighs.
I've been honest about how I feel. You said you understood.
Jesus, Jack. She's a theorist.
She's a better scientist than you and I will ever be. You're hurt and I'm trying to cut you some slack, but you're way over the line.
Why are you her champion now? You're you, and she makes up stuff. Is it because you're sleeping with her?
It's because I know her work.
But you've been saying shit about people like her for 15 years. You're the entire reason her field was discredited. You ruined careers, Jack. And now you're telling me she is the person you're willing to feel something for?
That's it,
Jack orders.
I'm done.
You...
I'm serious. We can talk about this when you're sober, but you need to give me some space before I say something I regret. If Andy.
A second later, Andrea appears in the hallway, eyes shining with tears. She looks at me for a painful, uncomfortable moment, then moves past without a word. I press my shoulders against the wall, trying to stop the centrifuge in my brain. Does she know that you despise people like her? He doesn't despise me, does he? No. Honesty, right? No, Jack doesn't despise me. But it's not surprising that Andrea would believe that. It's exactly where I believed he stood approximately 2 meltdowns in his apartment ago. He's Jonathan Smith Turner. What he did to theoretical physics 1.5 decades ago is in the Library of Congress and has a Wikipedia entry.
What are you doing? George says, appearing in the hallway.
Oh, nothing. Just looking at this art. I point to a flower painting to my right.
Do you want it? My wife made it with her ex on one of those paint and sip things. I've been trying to get rid of it.
I laugh shakily. Maybe next time. She enters the living room and I go to Jack, who's staring out the window, back stiff and muscles coiled. Grumpy because you lost? I ask, even though I know he's not. I just want to watch the tension leave his body, because maybe it'll leave mine too.
Elsie.
I heard you, I should say. Do you really despise? You said girlfriend. What did she mean when... But there's no time. He leans forward, hands around my neck, and kisses me deep for a long time. People walk by, make jokes, give us looks, but he doesn't stop. I don't want him to either. Everything okay? I ask when he pulls back. He looks away, grabs his bottle from the counter and drains what's left.
Want to leave?
Yeah, sure. The ride to my place is quiet. I feel cold everywhere except on my knee, where Jack's hand rests, his grip just a bit tighter than casual. I'm not sure why I invite him upstairs. Maybe I know what needs to happen. Maybe I'm just trying to hold on to him, to prolong that point of contact. Cece's not home, probably out on faux business, and I'm vaguely relieved. Our place is messy because the last time we cleaned was when Mrs. Tuttle came over to convince us that the green stuff on the wall was totally paint, totally not mold. I try to see the apartment through Jack's eyes, but to his credit, he doesn't act too Smith about the conditions I live in. Instead, he does something so Jack, my chest almost explodes with it. He picks up the top of the credenza like it weighs nothing. His biceps strain against the flannel as he puts it where it belongs, perfectly centered on the bottom part. 3 seconds. For something Cece and I have been putting off for 3 years.
Nice place,
he says, dusting off his hands on his jeans. I laugh softly. It's not. He leans against the table where I've worked, eaten, laughed, cried for the past 7 years.
Then you really should move in with me.
I laugh again. I should thank him for the credenza. It's just...
I wasn't joking. This place is...
There's a bug belly up on the floor.
Don't those live in tropical areas?
Our working theory is that this place is a 4D nexus where multiple climate regions exist at once, and... Were you serious? About moving in? He shrugs.
Would save you money.
Pretty sure half of your rent is more expensive than half of this.
I don't rent, so you wouldn't have to pay me. I don't care about that.
Right. He doesn't care about money, because he has money. I can't leave Cece, I say lightly. Want to take her in too?
I have an extra room.
I snort, and then realize the look he's giving me. Like He's serious, and waiting for an answer. I can't move in with you, I tell him. We're not even what? I look away. I feel like total shit, and I cannot understand if he's joking, though he must be. But he looks weirdly earnest, and a few steps over the cheap vinyl, and he's standing right in front of me. I'm trapped between him and the kitchen sink, and strong fingers come up to my chin, angle it back.
I think we are.
My heart trembles. The blue slice cuts into me like a knife, and what comes out of me is, Andrea wouldn't agree. I didn't mean to bring her up. In fact, I actively meant to avoid the topic forever. But I guess this honesty thing is a little addictive. Jack closes his eyes and swears softly under his breath.
You heard her.
I free my chin, and he understands that I need space. He takes a step back, but I still cannot breathe. I didn't mean to. I exhale. Yes, I did. Jack sighs.
I'm sorry. I'll talk to her when she's calmed down.
I nod. And it should be the end of it. A resolution, nicely wrapped. Instead, I hear myself ask, what about Crowley and Pereira and Cole and the rest of your students? Will you talk to them too? His lips press together, expression shifting to something opaque, like he's bracing for something.
What is this, Elsie?
All of a sudden, the million balls that have been lazily rolling around in the back of my head for the past 2 weeks are bouncing against my skull. And they hurt. Do you know what the problem is? That these people, they admire you. They really, really like you. Your students, your colleagues, your friends. They all want to please you. And for most of them, pleasing you means showing that they dislike what you dislike. And just like that, everything goes back to that Annals article. He exhales.
Elsie.
To be fair, I did the same. I begin pacing around the kitchen. I like you so much, I've been avoiding thinking about it for as long as I could. And to give you credit, you're good at letting me forget. You never feel like the person who wrote it, which makes it easy to pretend that you didn't exist before I met you, that your past actions don't matter. But what Andrea said today, I owe it to my mentor to remember. I can't forget that Laurindo was the editor of the Annals at the time, that he was censured, and I feel the same mix of anger and embarrassment I always do when I think about what happened. The thing is, Jack, you go through life with your man-with-money confidence, never second-guessing your actions. But there were lots of unintentional victims to what you did.
Laurindo wasn't that,
he says flatly. Yes, he was. His career was hugely impacted by...
He wasn't unintentional.
I stop pacing. The words don't immediately sink in. And when they do, I'm still left confused. What? Jack wets his lips.
Laurindo was the target.
I don't understand.
I wrote the article because I wanted Laurindo's career to be over.
His throat moves.
It was everything else that was unintentional.
My mind spins a million circles, then halts abruptly. Everything else?
I didn't want to become the poster boy for the rift between theorists and experimentalists.
He throws up one hand, impatient. For a moment, I sense hesitation, but his eyes harden, stubborn in a way that's almost young, 17 again.
I wasn't making a statement. All I wanted was Laurindo out of physics. And I failed, clearly. Since after screwing over my mother, he's been busy fucking up the life of the single person I've ever been in love with.
What did he... His mother? The single person
He was my mother's main collaborator, Elsie. He was the reason she couldn't go back to work after I was born. He was the reason she felt... It was the most important thing for her, Elsie. Her work defined her, and he took it away, and... His voice rises and then abruptly stops, like he suddenly realized how loud he had gotten. Why did he... Because he was envious. Because he felt superior. Because of control. He's like that with you, too. What? I shake my head. No, he helps me. To the point that you don't feel allowed to accept your dream job without his permission? This is not a normal mentor-mentee relationship. You don't know what you're talking about. Jack simply doesn't get it. Dr. L is the only reason I was able to get into grad school. The reason I was able to pursue my dreams. The reason I'm not currently unemployed. Jack takes a step forward. Lauren Doe has isolated you and made it impossible for you to realize it. Just like he did with my mother. He rubs his forehead, and I wonder when he last talked about all of this. It's all in her diaries. Oh, my God. I cannot believe it. Is that why you wrote the article? Because of those diaries? He exhales a humorless laugh. No. I wrote it because I went to Northeastern and tried to report Lauren Doe. I was told that I couldn't file a complaint because I wasn't the victim. It fizzled into nothing. And Elsie, I was... His eyes hold mine for a second, and I see everything. He was young, and he was tired. He was sad. He was angry. He was lonely. He was alone. He was the odd Smith out. He was helpless. He wanted revenge. Then I wrote the article. His big shoulders rise and fall. I used what I knew of physics to make it believable. And I still didn't think it'd get accepted. But somehow it did, and when I read that Lauren Doe was removed as editor, he shakes his head. It didn't make me feel any better about the fact that I couldn't remember shit of my mother or about the things Caroline did to me. His eyes are full of sorrow. So I stopped thinking about it. And whenever someone reminded me, I ignored them. Until I met you. My expression hardens. Because I kept bringing it up. No, Elsie. His voice is calm, firm. Because the idea of Lauren Doe doing to you what he did to my mother terrified me. I scoff. Why didn't you warn me then? We talked about him. About your mother. You had countless opportunities. There's a piece of me, somewhere in the back of my head, that knows how much Jack's admission of vulnerability must have cost. But the larger piece thought this was the first relationship in my life based on honesty. And now, I feel incredibly stupid. You lied to me. Over and over. Would you have believed me if I told you? He asks, taking a single step closer. In fact, do you believe me now? I glance away, suddenly flustered. I believe that you believe it. But maybe you misinterpreted the diaries. It must have been a misunderstanding, because he would never. I owe him so much, and Jack pinches the bridge of his nose. This is precisely why I didn't tell you. You idolize him and weren't ready to hear any of this. If I'd brought it up, I would have hurt you, and you would have pulled back. That's not for you to decide. And anyway, why do you think I spent my life lying to people, Jack? I explode. Why do you think I never told Lauren Doe that I hate teaching? Or Cece that her movies are worse than a Windows screensaver? Or Mom that I'm a real fucking human being? Because I'm afraid that if I hurt them with the truth, then they'll leave me. Why is it only a good excuse when it comes to you? I walk away from the table, away from Jack, take a deep breath, willing myself to calm down, staring at the streetlights shining over the rooftop snow. Jack lied to me.
After everything, he was the one to lie to me. Not about a movie or wanting to get sushi. He lied to me about something huge. Here's what I think, Jack. I say into the Boston skyline, angry, dejected. You enjoy calling people out on their bullshit, but no one ever calls you out on yours. My bullshit? I turn around, not sure what to say. And yet when I look at him, it's right there on my tongue. When you were a teenager, you did something impulsive out of anger, and that I can understand. But after, you went on to have a brilliant career that gave legitimacy to your actions, and you still never bothered addressing them, even after you grew up and should have known better. I wipe my cheek with the palm of my hand because I'm crying. Of course I am. Your actions hurt lots more people than Lauren Doe. And while you didn't think much about the article, I thought about it every day for over a decade. It had terrible consequences for something that I really, really love. And you know what? I've done my best to avoid thinking about it. But I don't know if I can keep on doing that. I don't know if I can stop being angry at you. I don't know if My voice breaks and my eyes flood, and I cannot bear to be here with Jack a second longer.
Is that what you are? Angry?
His hand cups my cheek, forcing my eyes to his blurry face.
Or are you just scared? Because you've been more honest with me than ever before.
Maybe. I pull away and see it in the twitch of his fingers that he wants to chase me, but no. Maybe I'm scared. And maybe you're a liar. Where does that leave us? He gives me a long, undecipherable look.
I don't know. Where? You know where we're going here.
He said over and over. And I said no, and then I said yes, and it is where I want to be. But he asked me for honesty and lied in return. And he did beat everything I stand for to a pulp, and I need space. I need to think. You should leave, Jack. He lets out a breath and moves closer, like he wants to wrap himself around me. It's in the way his muscles coil, that impulse to take care of me.
Elsie, come on. You're not...
I am. I'm starting to sob. I want him to touch me, but I cannot stand for him to be here. You always talk about what I want, Jack. You helped me learn how to ask for it. Well, I force myself to look him squarely in the eye and show him that I mean what I say, even though I'm not sure I do. There's a burning heat in my chest, scalding, painful. Right now, I don't want to be with you. I need you to give me some space. I see it in his eyes, the moment he realizes that I'm telling the truth. And the second he's gone, I feel it in my bones like nothing before. 24. Electromagnetism. Jack calls me 2 days later during my office hours, but I'm busy explaining to a UMass senior that if she truly must paste an entire paragraph from Wikipedia into her essay, she should at least take out the embedded hyperlinks. He tries again on Friday night when I'm grading the thermo papers that came in late, and one last time on Saturday morning while I'm in bed staring at the popcorn ceiling, thinking about him anyway. I never consider picking up. Not once. Not even when I cannot sleep. Not even after being sullen-tempered, distracted, inefficient for the entire week because I cannot stop replaying my fight with him, slicing it into pieces, retracing what I said, what he said, what our positions are, what algorithms could be used to solve the mess we're in, and the things I feel. Not even when Cece comments on the newly whole credenza, making me miss him in an angry, visceral way. I need answers. On Monday morning, my alarm goes off at 5:30, but I'm already awake, just as I've been for the rest of the night. I dress quickly, without looking at myself in the mirror, and leave as quietly as I can, stopping only to give a suspicious Hedgie a handful of food pellets. It's early enough that the bus to Northeastern is semi-deserted. The driver, me, and a girl in scrubs. Her foot taps to music I cannot hear, and focusing on it makes the thought of what I'm about to do almost bearable. Dr. L isn't in his office yet. He arrives about 20 minutes later and finds me leaning beside his nameplate, a first in 6 years. I study his hands as he unlocks the door, wondering how to bring up Greta Turner. I heard from someone that, "I'm sure it's all a misunderstanding. I know these are serious accusations, but please, you wouldn't—"
What is it that you wanted to tell me, Elise?
The green chair feels prickly under my thighs. Dr. L's tone is, as usual, encouraging, supportive.
You mentioned something about a job opportunity in your email. Where would that be?
I had not quite forgotten about George's offer, but the topic seems trivial, inconsequential compared to my need to know what really happened between Laurendeau and Jack's mother. Still, it's why I originally scheduled this meeting. Since I have no idea how to bring up the topic I want to, I clear my throat and start with what's easy. At MIT.
Ah, I see.
His thin lips stretch into a satisfied smile.
The department realized they made a mistake. I'm pleased to hear that.
No, that's not it. Georgina Sepulveda wants me to become her postdoctoral fellow. The position pays well, comes with health insurance, and George has a line of liquid crystal research. His eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Georgina Sepulveda stole your job, and you're thinking of working for her.
She didn't steal my job. Irritation bubbles inside me, but I quash it down. She deserved it, and I can learn a lot from her. Honestly, it feels like a perfect match, and I'm leaning toward accepting. Dr. L says nothing and just stares at me. The satisfied smile is gone now, and I nearly shiver. What do you think? He's quiet for a few more moments. Then he leans back in his chair, lips thin, and asks,
What is it that you are here for, Elise? My blessing to accept this position?
I take a deep breath. Another. Honesty, I tell myself like a mantra. Honesty. I can be true to myself. People who care will stay, even when I'm not the Elsie they want. Yes, I understand your reticence, and I respect your wisdom, but
if you really understand, you will stop considering it at once.
My brain stumbles and goes blank for a minute. What?
Setting aside the humiliation of working for someone who beat you to a job, I have researched Georgina Sepulveda. Not only is she an experimentalist, but she also frequently collaborates with Jonathan Smith Turner.
I'm not sure what feels the most like a punch. Dr. L's cutting tone or the shock of hearing him say Jack's name. This has nothing to do with him. George is an established scientist in her own right, and—
Enough, Elise.
He lifts his hand as though I'm a well-trained pet who will fall silent at a simple gesture. Suddenly, he looks tired, as though exhausted by an unruly child's tantrum.
You will not accept this position.
I frown. For a long moment, I have no idea what to do. Because on one side, there's the simple semantic knowledge of what Laurendeau's Elsie should do. Agree. Apologize. Chalk her stubbornness up to meningitis. Leave after some teary genuflections and continue her life as it has been for the past 6 years. On the other, there's the Elsie I want to be. And the things she chooses to say. Dr. Laurendeau, I will accept the position if it's what I think is best. My voice comes out surprisingly firm. And while I understand your reservations and appreciate your guidance, I will ultimately decide.
You silly, stubborn girl.
His tone, at once harsh and condescending, is like an ice bucket pouring over my head. You have no right to talk to me this way. Dr. L stands slowly, as he often does during our conversations. For the first time in 6 years, I stand too.
As your academic advisor, I can talk to you however I choose.
He leans forward. I have to lock my knees to not step back.
If you are adamant that you wish to work under an experimentalist, he continues coldly, perhaps we may review some of the physicists who approached me about you in the past. But
what did you say?
I am open to reviewing other offers. But Dr. Sepulveda's is not.
Other offers? You said there were no other offers.
There were some, from experimental physicists. Absolutely unacceptable. However, they would still be better than working with.
But you never told me.
Because they did not bear contemplating.
The room spins, topples, stops to a crack within me, a neat split. I cannot speak, cannot find the words. It was for me to decide. You knew how much I was struggling financially, how little research I was able to do this past year, and you didn't tell me? His mouth twists into a downward line.
I am your mentor. It is my job to guide you toward what's best for you.
You overstepped, I say, so forceful, so different from my usual soft buts or reluctant yeses that for a moment he looks taken aback. But he recovers quickly, and his smile is chilling.
Elise, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have entered graduate school. I chose you. Whatever career you have, you owe it to me, and you should be very careful not to forget it.
I cannot believe my ears. This time I do take a step back, and another one, and all of a sudden it dawns on me that Jack was right about you.
I have no idea who Jack is, nor do I care. Now please sit down. Let's discuss this civilly, and
you are controlling and manipulative. I try to swallow past the knot in my throat. Jack was right. You really did ruin Greta Turner's career. His eyes narrowed to bitter slits.
Ah, that's who Jack is then.
He shakes his head twice, like I've disappointed him profoundly.
You have been associating with Smith Turner, the man who jeopardized the very existence of your field.
What did you do to Greta?
His mother,
Laurendeau rolls his eyes impatiently,
doesn't matter. Greta Turner doesn't matter and never did. If anything, her behavior should be a warning to you. There is no room for silly, stubborn girls in physics. And why would you believe anything Smith Turner has told you?
His nostrils flare.
The article he wrote was a malicious hoax that ruined and derailed several careers and made it exponentially harder for theorists to have their work funded. We became the laughing stock of the academic world.
That's true, I bite out. But it doesn't erase what you did to Greta Turner.
Do not mention her to me again.
Laurendeau's voice is harsher than I ever remember hearing it.
And show some gratitude to the person who has given you a career.
I shake my head, feeling close to tears. I won't cry here, though. I thought you wanted me to be the best possible physicist.
What I want, Elise, is for you to do as I say. A knock. The door opens before I can turn around. Dr. Laurendeau, I have something for you to sign. Oh, Elsie, haven't seen you in a while. How've you been? I recognize the voice from my grad school days. Devang, the department administrator. I turn and wave at him, feeling numb. My hand doesn't feel like mine. Come in, Devang, Dr. L says. I'm nauseous, dizzy. For the past 6 years, I've tried to be the Elsie that Dr. L wanted. Resourceful, hardworking, tireless. Everything I needed, money, insulin, time, rest, mental fucking space. Everything I needed I put after my work. I followed his advice before anyone else's, thinking that he had my best interests in mind. Thinking that he deserved an Elsie who strove for brilliance. And all along, all he wanted was someone he could control. Would you rather I come back later? Devang is asking. No, Dr. L says, eyes looking into me, lips pinched tight. Elise was just about to leave. I hold his gaze, knowing the first time I was truly honest with him is likely going to be the last time I'll ever see him. Dr. Laurendeau, I say before turning around, you should really start calling me Elsie. 25. Ductility. From michellehanaway5@gmail.com. Subject. Why don't you pick up your phone? It's been 3 days. This message has no body. From MarioLover666@gmail.com. Subject. Death in the family. Can't come to class. Hey, Mrs. Hanaway, what do you mean, who died? Pretty sure you can't ask me that. It's a HIPAA violation. From dupont.camilla@bu.edu. Subject. Not who you think I am. Dr. Hanaway, I apologize. I mixed you up with Dr. Hannaday, who teaches my Shakespeare After Dark intercoursing the Bard class. He's actually a man in his 70s with bushy sideburns and chronic nostril boogers. So, oops, and LOL. Thank you very much for answering my questions anyway. I ran with your idea of looking at how Breaking Dawn by Stephanie Meyer is loosely based on A Midsummer Night's Dream and actually got an A+. I attached the paper in case you're interested. It's titled Twilight vs. Shakespeare. May the horniest triumph. Also, I looked you up on the BU database, and you teach Intro to Thermodynamics? I'm thinking of signing up for your class next year. I have a STEM requirement, and you've been so nice. If anyone can help me understand stuff like gravity or long division, that's you. Cam. From greenbergburn@northeastern.edu. Subject. Formal complaint. Dear Elsie, I wanted to thank you again for our conversation, your former advisor. The pattern of behavior you have highlighted is highly concerning, and an investigation on the matter has started. For now, I want to reassure you that part of my commitment as the new chair of the physics department here at Northeastern is to counteract the secretive, toxic, unregulated academic environment that made it possible for Dr. Laurendeau to isolate you through the years. I will keep you updated. Best, Bernard Greenberg, Ph.D. My decision is already made by Tuesday night, but it's not until Friday morning that I get on the subway and head toward Cambridge. I walk through Harvard Square, coat open in the middle of a delightfully sunny 60-degree February day that's probably paid for by several yards of coral bleaching somewhere in the Red Sea. I feel much like I have for the rest of the week. Raw, delicate, a little bumbling, as though I'm gingerly trying on someone else's life. It's my first time in the building, but I find the office easily. When I knock, a voice yells from inside,
I'm not here. Don't come in. Go away. I laugh and open the door anyway. Oh my God, Elsie, come in. I thought you were one of my colleagues, or students, or family members, basically anyone else. George seems overjoyed to see me. Her office resembles her, a little messy, but cozy and comfortable. She begins to move a stack of printouts from the chair, but I shake my head. No need. I don't really have time to stay. I wanted to talk to you in person, about the job. Oh. Her expression briefly shifts into a wince, then reverts back to a small, reassuring smile. You didn't have to come all the way over here for that. I totally understand that working for an experimentalist might not be your ideal career, and I have no doubt that you'll find a tenure-track position soon. And like I said, I think you and I should still... Actually, I clear my throat. I came here to accept. She blinks, many times. To accept? I take a deep breath, smile, and nod. Yes. To accept the job. Yes. 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 To be clear, you're taking the job. Yes. She screams and hugs me tight. And after a startled moment, I hug her back. And about 10 seconds into that, something breaks through the foggy haze of the past few days. I feel selfishly, beautifully happy. I just chose something on my own for my own, without first building a sophisticated theoretical model of other people's advice, preferences, needs, without the nagging feeling that the only path I could take was the one pre-trodden for me. This decision is all mine. I wanted to tell you in person, I say when we let go. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity. My smile wobbles a little. I could get emotional, but not yet. First, I have things to say. And I'd love to set up a meeting, maybe for the next week. I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but I've been working on several algorithms regarding the behaviors of bidimensional liquid crystals for, well, years now. Lots of incomplete projects I want to finish up. I'd love to tell you more about it, get your input. I bite my lower lip. Maybe it could be part of our collaborative research too? Yes, absolutely. I'd love to hear all about it. She grins. And then, almost abruptly, doesn't. I really didn't think you were going to accept. I nod. I know. My heart beats a little harder. But in the end, it was an easy choice. Because I wanted to. I leave with a promise to meet her for drinks next week when her friend Bee's in town. The ride back home is still delicate, but a little less raw. When I tap through my phone in search of a good song, the old notifications of Jack's unanswered calls stare back at me, unflinching. He hasn't tried to contact me since the weekend, and I wonder if he's angry at me. I wonder if he's sad. I wonder if he's disappointed. Then I remember I'm angry and sad and disappointed. Yes, Jack was right about Lauren Doe, but I'm still furious at both of them. They lied, withheld information, presumed to know what was best for me, and a new, vengeful version of me revels in the way these two men who hate each other are now tangled up together in the expanse of my rage. Anger is not a new emotion, per se. Not for me. But for the first time in my life, I'm letting myself experience it. Desirable Elsies were never allowed to acknowledge negative feelings. But the Elsie I'm discovering I am is in the eye of several. And instead of trying to channel, disassemble, toss, forget, bury, transform, choke, erase, disappear those feelings, instead of doing any of that, she just lets them be. Breathes them in, then out, then in again. The therapist I once talked with, but never went back to because the copay was too steep even with Dad's health insurance, would probably call this wallowing, unhealthy, destructive. But I'm not so sure. I treasure my newfound feelings, hoard them. Every once in a while, I study them, turn them around, squint at them like they're a ripe piece of fruit, plucked from a mysterious tree that shouldn't even be growing in my yard. When I pop them in my mouth to swallow them whole, they taste at once bitter and delicious. For reasons that probably have to do with dopamine and oxytocin and other stupid chemicals in my head, Jack is ubiquitous. A shadow in the Walgreens line while I buy my insulin. The tall man waiting at the bus stop. The deep chuckle on my way to the UMass faculty meeting. Solidly nowhere, vanishingly everywhere. But it's okay. For the first time, when faced with a conflict situation with someone I care about, I don't feel the urge to smooth things over. And it's ironic, in an Alanis sort of way, that the main reason is Jack's very voice in my head asking, "What do you want, Elsie?" I want to claw at your face, Jack. And then I want to bite into your shoulder while you hold me tight. But I will settle for just being sustainedly, explosively angry. So I let myself do just that. And it bleeds over to other things, too. I ignore Mom's panic about my brothers going into debt to out-truck each other. I say no to manning the table for the Physics Society at the Boston Extracurricular Fair. When Cece asks if there's something wrong, I've been distracted, too lost in thoughts of Jack acting like an entitled, irresponsible little shit for 15 years, and then having the gall to see through me and make me laugh like no one before, and offers to watch Delicatessen with me, to relax a bit. I say, "No thank you," then slip into my room with a block of cheese to comfort read Bellis fan fiction. It's a balmy Wednesday afternoon. I just spotted Jack in the crowd. It was a postmodern clothespin sculpture. My heart hurts with fury and something I won't allow myself to name, and I realize something. The last time I felt this low was after JJ kicked me out and my entire life crumbled down like a shit cookie. Except that at the time, I walked away convinced that I needed to try harder to be the Elsie others wanted. This time, what do you want, Elsie? Maybe I'm not stumbling through someone else's life. Maybe I'm just living mine for the first time. When I get home, Cece is wearing a teddy, an apron, a single knee sock, nothing else. She's cooking and swaying to the sound of something I cannot hear, occasionally breaking into off-key singing in the direction of Hedgie, who keeps on frolicking in a bowl of dry kitten food. It's a lot of chaotic energy, even for her. When I step closer, she takes out one AirPod and grins. "Found $10 on the bathroom floor of Boylston Hall and went to the supermarket, baby. We're having tartiflette, but with no bacon and extra cheese." I need to tell you something. Her smile stays in place. "Shoot." "It'll take a few minutes." "Okay." She takes out the other pod. "Shoot." I open my mouth and nothing happens. Air comes in, doesn't go back out. I squeeze my eyes shut. "No need to shoot if you don't want to." There's a tinge of worry in her voice, a line between her eyes. "You could fire or discharge or—" "I want to. It's just, I'm not motorically able to." Which Cece might know because she crosses her arms, tilts her head in that compassionate way of hers, and tells me, "Maybe if you say it in a funny accent, it'll be easier? May I suggest Australian? Not to be culturally insensitive, but those closed E's are just—" "I hated In the Mood for Love," I blurt out.
and I find very little enjoyment in Wong Kar-wai's filmography. Cece startles, physically, spiritually. But they are amazing. I know. Well, I don't know. They look like I should find them amazing, but to me, they're just sad and kind of slow. Still better than the Russian ones from the 70s, which feel like rubbing brambles against my eyeballs. And I really think producers should stop giving money to Lars von Trier and instead pick a good charity. Even just flush it down the garbage disposal, honestly. And don't get me started about 2001: A Space Odyssey. She gasps like this is a theater play. You said you loved it! Maybe. I mostly repeated things I found online. She frowns at the backsplash tiles. Your review did sound very similar to Roger Ebert's, she mumbles to herself. I hate all auteur-style movies. My mouth feels like a desert. Then it gets even drier when Cece asks me with a scowl, "What do you like, then?" I try to swallow, fail. Twilight's my favorite. Cece's eyes bug out. She opens her mouth, closes it, opens it, closes it, opens it one last time. Which one? She asks, sounding constipated. I don't know. I wince. All of them. The fourth? Is that a whimper? Maybe. Yeah. And I don't know what I expected her reaction would be, but it was not this one. Not her glaring at me, and then something hitting me hard on the forehead, and then again, and then... Is this... I lift my hands and take a protective step back. Are you throwing cheddar cubes at... Damn right I am. She takes a 2-second break to turn off the stove and starts again. With improved aim and vigor. I back down till the counter stops me. I knew you weren't watching hentai porn that time. I knew I saw that shovel-faced guy on the screen. I knew it. I knew it. Not the cheese, Cece! The stoning stops. And when I peek between my fingers, Cece is there, a bag of great value cubed cheddar clutched in her fist, staring at me. Her eyes are brimming wet. Why? She asks, and my heart breaks, and I want to take it all back. It was a joke. I love Wong Kar-wai, and Kubrick is the best. I'm still the Elsie she wants, and tonight we can have a Jodorowsky marathon. It's such a small lie in the grand scheme of our friendship. Except that I've built my entire life on small lies. And over time, they've all grown to be huge. And the Elsie that Cece wants is, first and foremost, not a liar. Because I shake my head. I cannot even say it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Because, I try in a poor man's Australian accent. I thought that if you knew we weren't into the same movies, then you... I can't make myself finish. A single tear slides down her cheek. Please tell me you weren't afraid I wouldn't love you anymore. I can only look at her, apologetic. Oh, honey. My eyes are burning too. I'm so sorry. Elsie. Elsie. She takes one slow step toward me, then another, then two more, and we're clutching each other in a way we haven't for a long time. Ever, maybe. And I'm thinking that she smells like cheese and flowers and something ineffably homey and comforting. I will love you forever, she says into my hair. Even if you're an animal with no taste. I know. I'm just... She pulls back to look at me. Incredibly messed up? Yeah. My laugh is wet. It's okay. It's not like I'm any better, she says darkly. Her slight shoulders rise and fall. Anything else you've been faking? Not really. I scratch my nose. Flushable wipes are not really flushable. Oh?
She cocks her head. Is that something you were faking? Not really, but you should stop using them. Okay, she nods. My poor butt. Oh, and Hedgie and I hate each other. Her eyes narrow. Now you're making shit up. I call her the P word when you're gone. The P word? Pin cushy. Don't you dare say it. We're her moms. I consider myself more of an evil stepmother. She slaps my arm. Who even are you? I try to swallow, but my throat is stuffed full. So I settle for holding out my hand and meet Cece's eyes squarely for what feels like the first time. I'm Elsie, and I really like cheese, particle physics, and movies with sparkly vampires. She takes it with a watery smile. I'm Celeste. Her fingers are sticky, a little gross. I love her so much. I'm sure that we'll be the best of friends.
26. Liquid crystals.
I rinse the dirty cheddar, rescued from the floor, thinking we should probably sweep more often. I hope we don't get tetanus. Just as Cece stands triumphantly with the last 3 blocks in hand and says, "This floor is surprisingly clean." I smile into the swirling drain. So, she leans against the sink, arms crossed. How much of you coming out as a lying liar has to do with Jack? I sober up and kill the faucet. It's not. I shake my head. It's a mess. What is? My heart rings. Everything. But you had your sexcation the other weekend. I heat up. We didn't really. I notice her raised eyebrow and abort my deny the obvious mission. Have you seen Kirk recently? This is such an unskilled deflection attempt, I'm just gonna pretend it never happened. So what exactly isn't going on between you and the Jackster? Whatever it seemed like. Wherever we were going, I grabbed the dishcloth. We should probably clean that, too. I think that might be nowhere. How come? I don't really feel like meeting her eyes. He lied to me about something. And before you say anything, I know it's rich of me to call out people for lying, but, she drums her fingers against the steel of the sink. Does this have to do with the article? Yeah, I sigh, folding the ratty cloth. I'm done with sweeping stuff under the rug. If something makes me mad, I'm going to let myself be mad. And that article has been the ammo people use to make fun of my work for 15 years, so... No, I meant the article he wrote today. I lift my eyes. The what? You haven't seen it? Seen what? The entirety of academic Twitter is talking about it. Even the humanities. And you know how busy we are begging our boards of directors not to shutter our departments. Did you really not see it? Jack published an article, today, in Annals of Theoretical Physics. I'm positive that a mallard must have flown in and eaten Cece's brain. Wait, I was wrong, she admits, and I relax. It's not an article, more like one of those op-eds. Maybe she's high. Has she been inhaling Toron fumes? There are no op-eds about science. There are op-eds about everything. Trout fishing, plasma coolant, velvet suits, the unbearable lightness of being. Okay, yes, but Jack didn't write an op-ed, and if he had, he wouldn't have published it in the annals. Her brow furrows stubbornly. She picks up her phone, taps the screen a few times, muttering something about the incredulity of Thomas, then thrusts it in my face. Cece, I can't read anything that's 1 millimeter from my nose. Here. She drops the phone in my palm and goes back to the tartiflette. I let my eyes focus on the words and the floor wobbles. Jerks. Then it drops from underneath my feet. On the home page of the journal that published Einstein, Feynman, Hawking, there is an open letter written by Jonathan Smith Turner. An open letter addressed to the scientific community. I take a few steps back, stopping when my thighs hit the table. The words on the screen feel like something Jack is murmuring in my ears.
The last time I published in Annals of Theoretical Physics, I was 17 years old and motivated by something that had nothing to do with science. Revenge. My mother, Greta Turner, has long since passed away, but she was a brilliant theoretical physicist. When I was in my mid-teens, I started developing an affinity for physics myself, and as a consequence, I read her diaries and reached out to her former colleagues, hoping to get a better idea of what a career in physics might entail. That is how I discovered her awful experiences with her former mentor, who had forced her to leave academia. That man was Christophe Laurendeau, and at the time he was the editor-in-chief of Annals. When I tried to report him for what he'd done to my mother, I was told there were no grounds to open an investigation. So I took matters into my own hands. I knew what kind of article Dr. Laurendeau would look upon favorably, and I knew from the grapevine that he was infamous for being lax when it came to the peer review of works that he believed would further his own scientific agenda. So I wrote something that would fit those criteria. Again, my aim was to sabotage Laurendeau's career, and as unethical as that may sound, it's something I stand by. He did suffer setbacks, and for several years he was unable to receive funding or mentor students, an outcome I cannot regret. But that's not all that happened. After I exploited one specific weakness within one specific journal to target one specific individual, the scientific community began to use my article as an example of the decline of theoretical physics. And what I regret is that as it happened, I stayed silent. For over 15 years, I did nothing to dispel the idea that I believed theoretical physics to be inferior. I became a symbol of the enmity between theoretical and experimental physics, and of that I am ashamed. I am ashamed of how it must have made my theorist colleagues feel, and I am ashamed that I did not quell these assumptions for over a decade. Above all, I am ashamed that I put a person I deeply respect in the position of having to explain to me the consequences of my own actions because I was too proud, too angry, and too self-centered to realize them. So let me send a message to anyone who still cites my article as a weapon in some petty war within our discipline. Don't. I never believed that theoretical physics was less rigorous or less important a field than experimental physics. And if you do believe that, you are mistaken, and you should read some of the most meaningful theory work of the past few decades. I am citing several below.
Oh my God. My hands are trembling. My legs, too. And the floor, I'm pretty sure. Oh my God. Yep. I look up. I'd forgotten Cece existed. I'd forgotten to breathe. I'd forgotten the rest of the world was a thing. That's like the science equivalent of proposing with a flash mob. No, I shake my head forcefully enough to scroll out everything that's inside it. Mashed potatoes, probably. He's not proposing. He's just... I crumple in a chair. Finally reckoning with his decades-long evil legacy because he wants you to be his girlfriend who sends him cute little heart emojis and 69s with him every other day. I shake my head again. The truth is, it feels like it. Like the letter is addressed to me. No, he doesn't. He does. He has that look. I can just tell he's into all sorts of filthy stuff. She grins. Anyway, just from reading this, Madame person he deeply respects, it doesn't feel like you two are going nowhere. My mind is tottering in circles. No. Yes. It's complicated. What is? Jack. Jack is complicated. I massage my temples. Or maybe not. Maybe he's not, but I am complicated. Too complicated. Okay, totally. I'm not going to spare your feelings and fib about how complicated you aren't. You did lie to me about liking David Lynch for 7 solid years. Unless you do like... No. Right. Well, this man just wrote an op-ed that's going to get the STEM lords to throw parsnips at him till the day he dies. And I'm pretty sure he did it for you. So that's something you might want to consider. I mean, he does look pretty sturdy. He can take a few parsnips. He could probably take a whole cauliflower field. Plus, the power of love will numb the pain. Jesus. I cover my eyes. Shit. Elsie, she kneels in front of me. What's the problem? Everything. Right. But if you had to be specific, he's right. He was right. I was mad because he lied and he said that I was scared, and I am scared. That I'm too messed up for him. For Jack, I nod into my hands. I lie all the time about who I am, while Jack is just, oh, Elsie. He sees everything. Elsie. And he'll get sick of my bullshit. Elsie. And he's way too tall for me. Ouch! My arms drop. There is a red bruise on the back of my hand. Another cheddar cube on the floor. What the? Stop whining all over my kitchen, she commands. Fear aside, do you want to be with Jack? Do you like being with Jack? So much. So much. So much. I like it. But maybe I still shouldn't. There are things like that feel nice but are bad for you. Like MDMA or Q-tips for ear cleanings. I don't think Jack qualifies, though. Why? Cece's eyes are earnest. Her fingers reach out for mine. You know me, Elsie. I hate giving credit to a dude who probably went to kindergarten at a French chateau. But you've been seeing him for what? Weeks? And I don't know what it is precisely that you two have been doing for each other. But he just let go of a very shitty thing he's been carrying around for half his life. And you. I feel like I know you better than I ever did before. And I'm thinking that maybe I owe it a little bit to him. I look at Cece, letting her words swirl around me in messy, complicated, unpredictable patterns. Then they settle inside my brain, and I can taste their truth. 4 weeks ago, I was a different person. No, 4 weeks ago, I was an infinite number of different people. I've put myself in 100 tiny boxes, played 1,000 roles, sculpted myself in 1,000,000 smooth lines. But for the first time in memory, I'm fighting against that. And what do you want, Elsie? I squeeze my hand tight around Cece's. Then I stand, pick up my coat, and run out the door. There's something new on the door of Jack's office. Under the Jonathan Smith Turner Ph.D. plaque and the Physics Institute Director subplaque, someone taped a printout of the Annals article Cece showed me earlier today. All 2 pages, including the citations, one of which is an article of mine. Dr. Henaway? I turn to Michi walking down the hallway. Oh, hi. Hi! She smiles widely at me. Can I help you? Oh, I point at the door, which looks a lot like I'm pointing at the paper. I quickly lower my hand. I was looking for Jack. I think he went straight home after the faculty meeting. Shit. No, not shit. This is good. I can go to his place. I know where he lives. I've basically lived there too for a couple of weekends. So this is perfect. It gives me more time to think about what I'm going to tell him since I have no idea. Why am I here? Just swept by the currents like a salmon during mating season. I shoot Michi a quick smile and speed walk down the hallway. I think think she yells after me that she followed me on Twitter, but I don't stop to investigate. Instead, I rehearse my conversation with Jack. Hi, hey, oh, hello. I've seen the article. Sounds like a good beginning. But I could also start softer. I was just in the area, and my dog ran away. Will you help me find it? It's a black and white Newfie with a big lolling tongue, and yes, if I have to make up an imaginary pet, I'm going to choose a cute one. I'm thinking so hard I barely register that someone is calling me. And it takes a, "Dr. Hanaway, is that you?" for me to recognize the voice. I turn around. It's Volkov. And behind him, Ikagawa and Massey. At their side, Monica, Sater, Andrea. Half a dozen more people whose names I don't remember from my interview. And behind, an entire head taller, 1,000,000 miles wider, only just stepping out of the conference room. Jack. Of course. Michi was wrong. Faculty meeting only just ended. "Dr. Hanaway," Volkov says fondly, like I'm his niece who should visit more often. And even though there are 20 people staring at me and I'd like to disappear into the woods, I actually lift my hand and smile weakly. "Are you an ocean?" he asks. "Because you just waved." Oh, God. When did this become my life? "Elsie," Monica butts in warily. "Is everything okay?" My heart slams with mortification. I bet she's afraid I'll make a scene. I got lost. Forgot my colonics paraphernalia in the bathroom a few weeks ago. Have you seen a Newfie? No. Come on, Elsie. Honesty. I need to talk to Jack, I say in my newly found firm voice. Jack, who has, by now, noticed me, and is coming toward me, standing in front of me, toweringly with a puzzled, towered frown directed at me. Deep breaths. It's okay. This is fine. "I didn't know you two talked," Monica says, looking skeptically between us. "I learned a few years ago," Jack tells her calmly, staring only at me. She's little more than a fly buzzing around us. And Elsie's in the process of mastering the art of speaking for herself. I glare. His mouth twitches. "Elsie, has Jonathan been bothering you? Because No, not at all. I'm beet red. We do talk." Her eyes widen in surprise, then narrow in suspicion. "Does this talking you have been doing have anything to do with Jonathan's article?" she says. To whom, I'm not sure. Jack keeps looking at me, silent for a stretched beat. "The article was overdue." "It certainly was," Monica huffs. "Still, this seems highly irregular." "Not highly," he shrugs. "More like middle of the road." She stiffens. "Jonathan." "Monica!" Volkov calls from behind. "Will you help us with the meeting minutes?" She turns away with a threatening look at Jack, and suddenly I'm very, very aware that coming here might not have been my best idea, for a number of reasons. "I'm sorry," I say. He cocks his head. "Why are you sorry?" "I don't know. I gesture around us, then look, and it's a bad idea. People are lingering in the hallway, and I don't think they can hear us, but they're sure looking, and I wouldn't want to... Wait. No. I don't care about people and what they think. I figured you'd be in your office." "Nope. We could go," he offers. "Though if we disappear together into my office," I nod. Okay, so I do care a bit about what people think. Just the right amount. Maybe I don't want them to picture me bent over Jack's desk. Maybe I'm still confused. I'll think more on this later.
Elsie?
Yes? He's laughing at me, and I hate it. And I love it.
What are you doing here?
I clear my throat. I know we had a really bad fight, and I didn't answer your calls because I was really mad. And I know you thought that was it and we would never meet again, but
I didn't.
Oh. Oh?
I was giving you the space you asked for.
He looks patiently amused.
And there was something I needed to do.
Right. The article. I know you wrote it because it was overdue and not because of me, but
both.
I still wanted to... What did you say?
It was overdue, and I did it for you.
My mouth is sand dry. For me. He nods, and his amusement shifts into something more serious.
What you said was true, and it was the right thing to do. But also, Elsie, there's very little I wouldn't do for you.
My cheeks burn hot and ice cold. Jack, I need to explain. My phone chooses the worst possible time to vibrate. I glance down at the screen. Mom. Reject the call and immediately look back up at Jack. Sorry, Honesty. We're doing this with honesty. I inhale. I came because I have several honest things to say to you. His mouth twitches.
Please do.
Right. Okay. Then, first of all, I hate that you didn't like Twilight, and it invalidates all your other opinions, in movies especially, but not exclusively. More phone buzzing, which I ignore.
I see.
You need to buy curtains because your apartment is way too bright, way too early. And your grilled cheese is good, but it could be better if you added aioli.
Of course.
And the iTwat buzzes again, and damn it! Mom! I pick up. Not now, please. Elsie, finally! Your brothers have been giving me so many headaches, and you've been AWOL. I need you to... I said not now, I repeat impatiently. I'm in the middle of something important. Lucas and Lance are adults. If they want to ruin their lives, by all means, let them. I don't care. And I don't care what Aunt Minnie says on Facebook. Please, stop calling me with anything related to that. I hang up. Jack stares at me with a stony, impenetrable expression. Sorry about that.
No problem. It was...
I squeeze my eyes shut. Unhinged?
I was going to say hot.
Elsie, look at me. His tone is commanding, but in a way, I don't mind.
Why are you here?
Because I close my eyes for a moment, take a million deep breaths. Because I accepted George's offer, and I'll be working here next year. His smile widens with undeniable happiness, then stops abruptly when I add, and because I hate you, Jack. I feel something warm on my lips, salty too. I hate you, and it's pretty annoying since I think I might also... I shake my head. And you're right, I am terrified, scared shitless that the more you know me, the less you'll like me, and I loathe it sometimes. He gives me a confused, curious look, like he knows that I'm complicated, but he doesn't mind. Like he'd rather spend the rest of his life studying an inch of me than discovering the mysteries behind the universe.
What do you loathe?
The way you seem to always get under my skin.
Elsie.
His eyes close for a brief moment. When he opens them, stars are born.
You think you don't live under mine?
I don't know, really. I don't really understand you. You didn't tell me about Lorando, and you know everything about me, but I know next to nothing about you. I'm constantly showing myself, but you rarely reciprocate. Some, sure, but so much stays hidden, and I'm not sure what. He moves closer, cups my face. There are people all around us. Monica, Volkov, Andrea. Jack's current and my future colleagues are getting a show. But he bends down anyway, like my space is his own.
Okay then. Honesty.
He tilts my face backward, lips brushing against my ears.
I want you, Elsie. All the time. I think of you. All the fucking time. I'm distracted. I'm shit at work. And my first instinct, the very first time I saw you, was to run away. Because I knew that if we'd start doing this, we would never stop. And that's exactly how it is. There's no universe in which I'm going to let you go. I want to be with you, on you, every second of every day. I dream of crazy things. I want you to marry me tomorrow so you can go on my health insurance. I want to lock you in my room for a couple of weeks. I want to buy groceries based on what you like. I want to play it cool, like I'm attracted to you and not obsessed out of my mind, but that's not where I'm at. Not at all. And I need you to keep us in check. I need you to pace us because wherever it is that we're going, I'm here. I'm already right here.
Jack straightens. He takes a step back, an intense, calm look in his eyes, like he said what he meant to and could never regret it. That was, I clear my throat, honest. He's quiet for a moment, and then nods.
It's what I want to be, with you. And I'm sorry I lied.
It's okay. This once, I clear my throat. The fact that I take a deep, decisive, mind-clearing breath, and then I finally say it. I am too. His head tilts.
You're what?
Almost there. Where we're going. I'm practically there, really. It's like an inch away. I just need to. I take another breath, this time shuddering. I just need to find my footing. Feel the ground. He smiles and my heart thuds. Somewhere in the tadpole galaxy, comets are born, stars spring into being, liquid crystals twist, align, queue up in tidy formations.
I'm here,
Jack says. We're alone in this hallway, me and him. Just the two of us, in any way that matters.
But take your time, Elsie. I'll wait for as long as it takes.
Epilogue. 8 months later. I hatch the plan on a Sunday morning. The sun is bright, the curtains non-existent, and Jack's eyelids must be as blackout as ever because I get in at least 20 minutes of intense plotting before he wakes up to pull me closer. Then his stubble brushes against my belly, and I tuck my plans aside, carefully stored in an uncluttered corner of my brain, and let myself giggle in his arms.
You seem pensive,
he points out later, in the kitchen, but I distract him with a kiss. His mouth is syrupy sweet, and the smell of waffles thickens the early morning fall air. The diversion works. It's a plan that will require practice and organization. A touch of logistical troubleshooting. The best option would be to recruit someone else to help me, but I don't know. I'd rather do this on my own. Except that Jack and I spend Sunday night the same way we do every Sunday, falling asleep on the sectional while catching up on articles. Mondays spent at Millicent's with the rest of the family, which involves the usual routine. Greg and I chatting about the YA books we've been buddy reading, Jack playing against his grandma at the Go board, and the rest of the family, Caroline included, respectfully avoiding mentioning that I went from dating one brother to the other. I'm not sure what went down there or what prompted the Smith cinematic universe to suddenly grow boundaries, I suspect that some overdue stern conversations were had, threats were made, and people were encouraged to either shut the hell up or never show up at Millicent's again. It worked. Tuesday night is also a no-go because I have therapy, which I now can miraculously afford. I've never been this healthy, mentally and physically. The wonders of having insurance. And most of the time, I really, truly believe that he sees me for what I am. But sometimes there is this petrifying fear, I explained to Jada, that maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's making a mistake. Maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe there's a deal breaker and he's days, seconds away from discovering it. And what do we do when we feel like that? We buy 5 pounds of Whole Foods pecorino? Jada blinks at me, unamused. I sigh. We articulate our insecurities to our partner and listen to their answer. But it's not easy articulating. Getting easier, yes, but a few hours later, when I'm lying on the couch on top of Jack, all that comes out is, "You're not going to suddenly realize that you don't really like me, right?" He dips his chin to look at me.
If my feelings for you haven't changed after reading that Bella and Alice Alphaverse fanfiction, I'm pretty sure we're golden.
It's called Omegaverse, and you said it was good.
I said it was hot.
He corrects me. The blue slice darkens.
Actually, you should read it to me again. Now. I roll my eyes.
No, it's just that, I promise, I'm usually, but sometimes I feel like, I'm not sure that, I fall silent. There are no right words to be found in me.
Rough session with Jada?
Jack asks, and I nod till he holds me tighter. We watch one of his white male rage movies in silence, and between a car chase and a weird CGI monster and his hands anchoring me to him, I think that maybe there is no something, no deal breaker, no shoe that's about to drop. Maybe it's just us. So, Wednesday. Wednesday is supposed to be the day I execute my plan, but I wake up to the coolest email of my life. From editor@naturephysics.com. Subject, article ID 892-74692. Dear Drs. Hanaway and Sepulveda, congratulations. I am pleased to inform you that following your revisions, your paper entitled Supermolecular Organization in Lyotropic Liquid Crystals, a New Theoretical Framework, has been accepted for publication in Nature Physics. Below, you will find additional information. That night, George's wife makes souvlaki to celebrate. It's delicious, but George and I are too busy reading and rereading the email and letting out annoying high-pitched screams to truly savor it. We are obnoxious, but just cannot help ourselves.
Should we break up with them?
I hear Dora ask.
We certainly deserve better,
Jack answers. But that night, he hugs me from behind while I brush my teeth and whispers,
"You are the most magnificent thing that ever happened to me."
And I know it to be true. I'm a mess. A work in progress. I'm 2 steps forward and 1 step back. I hoard my cheese, and I can't efficiently load the dishwasher, and I'm going to struggle with the truth until the day I croak. Jack knows all of this, and he loves me. Not anyway, but because. So the next day, that's the one. Thursday. It's cutting it close, but it works. How's the job? Mom asks me on the phone while I'm on my way to my apartment. Good. Great, actually. And that boyfriend of yours? It feels a little robotic, like a list of questions that she's written in her notes app. But she's trying, and she hasn't demanded I take care of Lance and Lucas in a while. Has he proposed yet? I laugh. Mom, it's been less than a year. That's plenty of time. I don't need him to ask me to marry him, I say, distracted. rummaging in my bag for the keys that I almost never use anymore. I hope I haven't left them at Jack's. Why not? Because, found them. Because I already know that he wants to. Cece arrives just a couple of minutes after we hang up. Does Jack know why you're here? She asks, cheeks bright from the cool breeze. Nope. I told him we were just hanging out. A last hurrah before we move out for real next month. Good idea. She watches me mix the powder in water. Maybe I should have brought Hedgie for girls' night, but Kirk'll enjoy some one-on-one time with her. He won't, since he's as terrified of her as I am. I finally feel seen. It's a bit bittersweet that we won't renew the lease, I say. Don't worry, she grins. I wrote down Mrs. Tuttle's HBO password. I laugh and shake my head. It's just the end of an era. It's not, because our new places are 5 minutes apart. Still, I glance around. Maybe I'll miss the coconut crabs and the exposed wires. I go back to stirring, and we're quiet for a while. Then her shoulder bumps against mine. Elsie? Yeah? FYI, you'll always be my favorite. You too, Cece. The red in the pot gets a bit blurry for a second. You too. The following morning, when Jack steps into his office, I'm already there, waiting in the chair behind his desk. Well, 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 he says, surprised, delighted. Look who's... His eyes fall on the fruits of my labor. His little Hadron Collider model is, well, where it always is. Except today it's trapped in cherry jello. Happy birthday, I say. I'm a little breathless. I still get knocked off my feet when I see him after a while. I wonder if it'll ever end. I wonder if all these beautiful, momentous things I feel for him will ever settle into something ordinary. I can't imagine they will. The Jell-O is my birthday present? He asks, like he'd be overjoyed if it were. Nope. I point to the card next to it. That's the present. The dimple makes my heart skip a beat. Is it another Wayfair gift certificate? To buy more curtains? I laugh and swivel around in his chair. Faculty members do get better furniture than the postdocs. I listen to him tear open the plain envelope and let my eyes roam out the windows to the trees that are just about to turn red and yellow, to the students going about their lives, to the blue sky. Then I close my eyes and picture Jack's face as he reads my words. Dear Jack, I know I've been slow, but I just wanted you to know something. I'm right here, with you. Author's note. Love Theoretically is by far the most academic book I've written. I'd been wanting to tell a love story set against the backdrop of academic politics for a while. And for this one, I really let myself get into the weeds. Maybe a little too much? Sorry. But as usual, lots of elements were inspired by my own experience in the slightly cesspooly mess of the academe. Academic job interviews can be just as exhausting, long-winded, and soul-crushing as Elsie perceives them to be. The feuds within disciplines, just as petty. The power mentors have over their mentees, just as absolute. The adjunctification of higher education, which strands instructors with no job or financial security, just as terrifying. The bogus article Jack wrote is very loosely modeled after a real event. The Sokol hoax happened in 1996, when an NYU physics professor wrote and submitted a nonsense article to Social Text, a leading cultural studies academic journal, to make a point about its editorial sloppiness and lack of intellectual rigor. The article was accepted, and the controversies, implications, and academic infights that followed are history, and documented in the Wikipedia entry, if you feel like busting out the popcorn. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this story. And if you're wondering why anyone would want to pursue a career in academia after all of this, well, there are tons of academics out there loving their jobs and yet wondering the very same. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of Love Theoretically by Allie Hazelwood. This program was directed by Beth Hicks. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Edited by Jake Nomura Winegrow. Text copyright 2023 by Allie Hazelwood. Production copyright 2023 Penguin Random House, LLC. All rights reserved.